I've made over $6 million selling on Amazon, and in this video, I'm going to answer every single question you have about how you can make money online by selling on Amazon FBA. And my name is Travis. I've been selling on Amazon for over 8 years, and I've helped thousands of people launch their own Amazon FBA business. And I've helped people with every step of the journey, starting with how to find a product to sell on Amazon, all the way to how to find a manufacturer, how to add their product listing, how to sign up for an Amazon seller account, all the way until a lot of these people are doing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars a year in sales. For instance, one of the people I helped, AJ, he started out with $0. In his first year, he did over $500,000 in sales. Or another person, Brent, who's now doing over $1 million a year in sales. He is a first responder helicopter pilot. He called me and he said, hey, I need help selling on Amazon. He had not a lot of time because he had a full-time job, and he also had 2 beautiful kids to raise. But now, as I mentioned, he's done over $1 million in sales in just his last year. And in this video, I'm going to answer the 20 most frequently asked questions. And by answering these questions for you, it's going to pretty much guarantee that you're going to be able to create your own passive income business. People come to me all the time. They ask me the same questions over and over again. So I made this giant video for you so that you can get every single question that you have answered in just this one video. First, I'm going to answer the question of what Amazon FBA is for anyone out there that maybe doesn't know. During this section, I'm going to go into some more detail, share some things that a lot of people don't know about Amazon FBA, including like some hidden benefits. After that, I'm going to talk about how you can sell on Amazon in just 5 steps. Then I'm going to share with you the #1 reason why people fail with Amazon. In fact, of the people that fail, 99% of the people that fail on Amazon fail because of one of the reasons that I'll be talking about later in this video during that section. So make sure you pay attention to this entire video, and there will be timestamps down below. You can jump to any question that you have. But after I talk about why people fail with Amazon, I'm going to explain the differences between Amazon FBA, which stands for Fulfilled by Amazon, and FBM, which stands for Fulfilled by Merchant. I'll also talk about which method you should use when selling on Amazon, and the answer will depend on a couple different things that I'll talk about later. After that, I'm going to talk about the different ways that you can sell on Amazon, including I'm going to share with you what my personal favorite way, what I think the best way to make money on Amazon currently is. After that, we're going to talk about how much it will actually cost you to start your Amazon FBA business, and I'm going to go over every single cost that you will have when starting your business. I'll also talk about the different upfront fees when selling on Amazon. But once you start selling, there are a lot of little hidden fees that a lot of people don't talk about that you need to be aware of. Things like account fees and pick and pack fees, referral fees. And during this section, I'm going to talk about how you can save money with all these different fees. The next section of this video, I'm going to answer the question. People always ask me, what is my favorite tool when selling on Amazon? And I compiled a list of my top 10 tools. If you are going to be selling on Amazon, use these tools. It's going to make your life so much easier. And one of the tools I'll be talking about during this section of the video makes it so that you can easily find products to sell on Amazon. If there's one secret for selling on Amazon, it's using this tool that I'll be talking about during that section. I'll also be sharing discount codes with a lot of these tools for you during that section. And some of these tools are free, so don't think that you have to pay a bunch of money for all this. And one of the most important parts about my YouTube channel, the reason I created this YouTube channel, is I want to be 100% honest and transparent with you. And so another question I get asked all the time is like, what are the most common mistakes? What are the biggest mistakes you've made, that I've made selling on Amazon? And I'm going to expose every single mistake I've ever made when selling on Amazon, including a mistake that cost me over $10,000. And I've made a ton of massive mistakes, but I like to think that I made these Amazon mistakes so that you don't have to. I'm hoping that you can learn from my mistakes. And honestly, by watching this video, if you plan on selling on Amazon and you watch this video, I'm pretty much can guarantee that it's going to save you thousands of dollars, because you're going to see the mistakes that I made and you're going to be able to avoid them. Another question that people always ask me is, how do I find a product to sell on Amazon? I'm going to go in depth. I'm going to show you exactly how you can find your own product. I'm going to show you some free methods that you can use to find products to sell on Amazon. I'll also tell you whether or not you need to pay for tools like Helium 10 or Jungle Scout. Another question that people always ask me is, how do I find a manufacturer for my product? Because once people have an idea of what they want to sell on Amazon, the next question is like, okay, cool. Now, how do I find a manufacturer? And I got you. I have an entire section on step-by-step how you can find your own manufacturer for the product that you're going to be selling. After that, I'm going to show you how you can create the perfect Amazon listing, because people always wonder, like, how important is your listing when you're selling on Amazon? And spoiler, it's very important. It's very important that you spend a lot of time and energy making the perfect Amazon listing. And I have a section in this video where we're gonna go in depth about showing you how to create the perfect Amazon listing. Again, there are timestamps down below. Feel free to skip around. We're also gonna talk about how to launch your product, how to use Amazon PPC, how to hire virtual assistants, how you can beat burnout, and even how you can get on Shark Tank. I did a video where I auditioned for Shark Tank. People always ask me about that. And that's one of those things that a lot of people haven't, it's one of my older videos and a lot of people haven't seen. So make sure you grab a piece of paper, a pen, and let's start answering your questions. And feel free to skip around during this video. Watch this video at 2x. You can always slow down the speed, whatever you need to do, but I highly recommend watching this entire video. But the first question people always have for me is, what is Amazon FBA? How does Amazon FBA work? And before I get into that first video and I explain exactly what Amazon FBA is, if you do want extra help in starting your Amazon FBA business, I do have a coaching program, and this program comes with a weekly Q&A call. And when you join, you also get access to over 200 of the most frequently asked questions. So at any point, if you join my coaching program, anytime you have a question, anytime you get stuck, you're able to either ask myself or one of my coaches for feedback on your exact specific problem. We have a weekly Q&A call that you get on. So if you want more information about that coaching program, there is a link to that down below. And I believe in this program so much that if you go through the program, you follow all the steps and you don't have success, I will personally refund 100% of your money and give you $1,000 out of my own pocket. So it's a no-brainer. If you're serious about selling on Amazon, click on the link down below to learn more about that coaching program. But now let's talk about what Amazon FBA is. And in this next section, I'm gonna explain to you exactly what it is and how it can benefit you in just a few minutes. Amazon FBA is a way for you to make money off of Amazon. It's where you can sell a product on Amazon, but Amazon will store your product in their warehouse. And when you get an order, Amazon will ship it out. And Amazon is a $1 trillion company, but most of the sales, most of the items that are being sold on Amazon are not being sold by Amazon themselves. They're being sold by third-party sellers. These are people like me, and you can easily become one of these as well. Third-party sellers basically list their product on sale for Amazon. Then they get whatever products that they're going to be selling on Amazon, they get those, they send it to the Amazon warehouse, and when Amazon gets the order, Amazon will ship it out. This also makes it so that your product that you're selling is Prime eligible. In Amazon FBA just means fulfilled by Amazon. And it's a very simple process. Now you've probably seen how much money people are making off of Amazon. You've probably seen it on YouTube or on Instagram or heard stories about it. Now I wanna be very clear. Is Amazon FBA a get-rich-quick scheme? No, it's not. Are you going to become a millionaire overnight? No, probably not. Amazon does take work, but it's worth it. It is the best way to start a legitimate business that I've ever found. It makes it so much easier because Amazon already has the customers. So there's already people looking to buy your product. On top of that, Amazon takes out the headache of having to ship the products, which is a big pain in the butt, and it takes out all the headache of storing your products as well. The future of Amazon FBA is going to be creating your own product. It's going to be taking either existing Amazon FBA products and making them better, or it's going to be completely creating something from scratch, something that did not exist. You can take existing products, but you need to make them better. Now, one way you can make a product better is by creating a better brand around it. But that's not always going to be enough. Think about how can you make this product, how can you improve the product? And there's a lot of things you can do. One, look at the 3-star, 2-star, 1-star reviews of an existing product and try to figure out how you can improve it. But even better than that is try to figure out how can you make a product that does not yet exist? How do you create something that you wish existed in the world? And this is what I did, and this is how I had success on Amazon. Now, a bonus tip, I'm gonna be honest with you, if you're just trying to do this to make money, it's going to be harder. I think the biggest opportunity on Amazon right now is creating a product that you're passionate about. Because if you're really passionate, you really believe in the product you're trying to sell, it's gonna make this entire process easier. Now, don't get me wrong, even if you're not passionate about the product you're selling, can you still make money on Amazon? Absolutely. 2 months after I launched my product on Amazon, I was making over $300 a day passive income. And the thing that I did with my product, and I think the future of Amazon FBA, is I made a unique product and I branded it properly. So I took existing products out there and I made a more premium version of that, and I made branding that was also more premium. The next most important question I get all the time is it too late to sell on Amazon FBA in 2024, in 2025, whatever year it is? People are constantly asking me. And I've been selling on Amazon for around 8 years now, and every single year, people have said, it's too late, Amazon FBA is over. So in this next section, I want to answer the question, is it too late to sell on Amazon? And the answer might surprise you because it's not all rainbows and sunshine. And I'm going to tell you right now that it's not too late to sell on Amazon if you do it the right way. If you follow the correct method for selling on Amazon and creating a product. And this is something that I teach in depth in my Amazon FBA program. Again, there's a link to that down below if you want to get on the wait list. It's not open right now, but I do open it up every couple months or so. So link to that down below. But now let's talk about, is it too late to sell on Amazon? Amazon FBA is not worth starting in 2024 if you're still trying to do old school private label or wholesale techniques. And that's because there's over 9 million Amazon sellers with 4,000 new sellers joining every day. And Amazon is getting really saturated. But Amazon is a $1.6 trillion company. That's not a $1 million company. That's not a $1 billion company. That's a $1.6 trillion company. And Amazon makes up 50% of all e-commerce sales that happen here in the United States. But still, there are 5 reasons why many people think it's too late to sell on Amazon in 2024. Amazon is oversaturated. China can steal your product. The coming recession is going to kill all your sales. Plus 2 other massive reasons I'll reveal. And if you are looking to start an Amazon FBA business, you need to know how worried you should be about each of these different issues. And I will tell you how concerned you should be about each of these on a scale from 1 to 10, and how you can still succeed on Amazon in 2024, because 66% of all the sales that happen on Amazon.com's website are by third-party sellers. That's people like you and me selling our products on Amazon.com. And over 400,000 people have made at least $100,000 selling on Amazon. But maybe the most important reason why I don't think it's too late to sell on Amazon is this one chart here. And Amazon.com was started in July 1994. For the first 3 years, they only sold books on their website. Then they started to expand and started to sell CDs, toys, and electronics. But it wasn't until the year 2000 that Amazon.com started allowing third-party sellers, that's people like you and me, to start selling our products on their website. And at this point, they only had around 20 million customers coming to their website. But since there was no one selling products on the website, all you had to do was start an Amazon seller account, put up any junk product, and you would make a ton of money. And so yes, selling on Amazon has gotten harder. But nowadays, instead of there only being 20 million customers, there's over 300 million customers with over 200 million Prime customers. And even though there are 9 million Amazon sellers, there's only about 2 million that are active Amazon sellers. And of those 2 million active Amazon sellers, only 1 million of them are in the United States. But the most important reason why it's not too late to sell on Amazon is because every single year, Amazon's revenue is growing. In 2010, Amazon only did $34 billion in sales. Compare that to last year where they did over $700 billion in sales, and this year where they're projected to do over $800 billion in sales, and every single year their sales are going to be growing. On top of that, e-commerce, which is people buying things online, is growing every single year. In 2022, e-commerce made up about 16% of all retail sales. Last year, it was over 17%. And this year, it's projected to be almost 20%, and it's going to continue to grow every single year. So right now is the perfect time to start selling products online. But I don't want you to take my word for it. Let's go over the most common concerns that people have with starting Amazon right now in 2024. And I'm gonna rate them for you out of 10, how worried you should be, as well as show you how you can avoid some of the common traps that people fall into when selling on Amazon. The first reason why people say it's too late to sell on Amazon is because Amazon is oversaturated. And we've talked about that a lot in this video. As I've mentioned, over 9 million sellers, but there's only really 1 million active sellers. And considering that over 43% of all sellers have made at least $100,000, I don't really think that Amazon is oversaturated. The problem is, it's not that Amazon's oversaturated, it's that certain products, certain product categories are oversaturated, and everyone's trying to sell the same thing. And if everyone's zigging, you need to zag. And the way to do that is to find a unique product, an interesting product that no one else is selling. Now you might be wondering, how do you find these products? You need to understand that the key to success on Amazon is to understand that Amazon.com is just a search engine that people go to and they type in what they want to buy. If you can find out what people are typing into the search bar in Amazon, you can find out what they want to buy. And if you know what they want to buy, you can sell them that exact same product. For instance, with my first real Amazon FBA passion product, in my first year, I did over $300,000 in sales, over $120,000 in profit. The next year, I had a bunch of competitors come in and it actually increased my sales. That next year, I did over $400,000 in sales, over $150,000 in profit. And that's because when you're the first to market, when competitors come in, they don't steal your market share, they actually grow the entire pie. My product was the first keto nut butter on Amazon, and when other people started marketing their keto nut butters on Amazon, it actually made it so that there was more customers and that everyone ended up winning. The next fear people have when selling on Amazon is China. And this is a 10 out of 10 thing that you should be concerned about. But I'll share with you some tips on how you can get this down to a 2 out of 10 about how concerned you should be. And the problem with China is if you have a successful product, they will copy your product, they will sell it for cheaper, and sometimes your own manufacturer will even rip off your product idea and sell it on Amazon for a discounted price, making it so you will pretty much go out of business. But there are solutions to stopping your manufacturer or anyone in China from copying your product. The first option is to get a patent on your product, and you can actually get a provisional patent which gives you protection for up to a year for just $75. Another option is you can have your manufacturer sign an NNN. An NNN stands for non-disclosure, non-use, and non-circumvention. This is basically like an NDA, but NDAs don't actually work in China, where the NNN will effectively stop your manufacturer from copying your product. You can even go as far as getting your product patented in China. But the real secret here, and the reason that in the long run, China won't win, is because you are better at branding and social media than China will ever be. When you're selling your passion product on Amazon, you will understand the market. You'll understand the customers better than China will, which means that you can create better branding. And if you want to, you can create better marketing using things like social media that'll promote your product. So even though you should be worried about China when you're selling on Amazon, if you follow all the steps I talk about, you really shouldn't be that worried. Not to mention that you can use sites like thomasnet.com to find a manufacturer here in the United States. But I know a lot of people are concerned that there's going to be a recession and that inflation is getting out of control. And it's true, the stock market was crashing, crypto was crashing, but a lot of those things are starting to rebound. Though according to experts, we're still not out of the woods yet. But one thing you should understand is that 50% of all Fortune 500 companies, these are the 500 most successful companies in the world, 50% of them were started during a recession. So just because there's a recession doesn't mean that you can't start a successful business. In fact, when we look at how the stock market performs compared to how Amazon sales have been, it doesn't matter. Whether it's good times or bad times, Amazon sales have been going up every single year. And that's because even if people are buying things less, every year they're buying more and more things online. So it ends up balancing out and making it so that right now is the perfect time to start selling your products online. Now, inflation is a whole nother thing. Shipping costs have been going up like crazy. They're up 23%. On top of that, a lot of raw materials and goods have been going up in price as well. And this is one of the best parts about being a business owner, because if you have a salary job and prices go up, tough luck. You're probably not going to get a raise. But if you're a business owner and prices are going up, guess what? You get to also raise your prices, which means that your profit margins are going to be about the same. And this is why I always tell people it's better to be a business owner than work for a business. And I would rate this a 5 out of 10 as far as concerns, because there are certain categories that during a recession will go down in sales. But there's certain products that you can sell that even during a recession, people are still going to want to buy. Things like groceries or items for their babies or pets. And during a recession, people still want pleasure, so they'll buy things like candy. So if you really think that there's going to be a recession, create products that will thrive during a recession. The truth about this is none of us actually know. Every single year, people are saying the economy is going to collapse, and then it continues to go up. So don't focus on the worst case scenario. That's what most people do. They get stuck in analysis paralysis and they never actually start their online business because they're too afraid that it might fail. And I understand that it's scary because there are a lot of costs involved. And this is the fourth reason why a lot of people say that it's too late to sell on Amazon. And yes, when you're starting an Amazon business, it does cost money. And around 11% of people were able to start on Amazon for less than $500. 13% of people were able to start their Amazon business with between $500 to $1,000. 15% were able to start it with between $1,000 to $2,500. 18% with between $2,500 to $5,000. 19% between $5,000 and $10,000. And around 22% of Amazon sellers started their business with more than $10,000. And when selling on Amazon, not only do you have the startup costs, you also have the 15% Amazon selling fee. When you sell on Amazon's platform, they charge you 15% of the total cost of your product as a fee. Though there is a trick, you can use the brand referral program to get that percentage from 15% down to 5%. There's also the optional Amazon FBA fee. And the cost for the FBA fee depends on the size of your product. It also covers the cost of postage. A lot of people think that Amazon is ripping them off because they're charging so much money. But let me tell you right now, I used to send all my products myself to customers, and it was a lot of work, plus you still had to pay for postage. So yes, even though Amazon does charge a fee for this, it makes your life so much better. I would send all my products directly from my manufacturer into the Amazon warehouse, which meant that I didn't even need to live in the United States. I actually spent the first few years of my Amazon business traveling the world, living in a bunch of different locations. I even, with the money that I made from my Amazon business, bought a beach house down in Mexico, lived there for about 6 months, and my business kept running. And so overall, I would give this concern of costs a rating of 3 out of 10 because a lot of people tell me Amazon is taking so much money. But last year alone, Amazon spent over $40 billion getting new customers. So they spend a lot of money to get those customers. They make it easy for you to sell on their website. Think about that 15% Amazon selling fee as a cost of marketing. And trust me, that's a lot less money than most people spend on their marketing. The fifth common reason why people say it's too late to sell on Amazon is because it used to be easier. And it's true. 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was easier to sell on Amazon than it is now. But 66% of Amazon sellers say that they wish they would have started sooner. And every year for the last 4 years, people have asked me this question, is it too late to sell on Amazon? And every year I say no. Get started now. And most of those same people end up coming back to me the next year and say, oh, I wish I would have started last year. What about now? Now is it too late? And the truth is, it's not too late to start selling on Amazon. But every single moment, every single year that you wait to start your journey, it's gonna get a little bit harder. And most people, including myself, struggle with analysis paralysis. You hear about a great opportunity and you think to yourself, oh, this must be too good to be true. So you wait and you analyze and you try to figure out, do you wanna jump into the deep end? And I wanna let you know that this mistake is costing you hundreds of thousands of dollars. I did this with my first Amazon FBA product. I had the idea a year before I ever launched it. And when I launched my product, I made over $100,000 in profit in my first year, which means that if I would have actually taken action and launched my product a year earlier, I would have an extra $100,000 in my bank account today. But I was scared because I didn't know if my product was going to be successful. And I was so focused on the small amount of money that I had to spend to start my business, and I was afraid that I was going to lose it, that I didn't think about the possibility about how much money I could actually make. And this is a common mistake that new Amazon sellers fall victim to. So right now, I want to help you to make sure that you don't make the same mistake. Most people are stuck in that analysis paralysis because they don't know the exact formula that they should use to launch a product. Other people are scared because they don't know anyone that's actually had success making money online. And this is the three things that you need. You need a step-by-step formula. You need someone that's going to show you how to do it. And you need a community of other people, because you're going to have questions along the journey, and you need to make sure that you have people that are there for you to answer your questions. And as I mentioned, the longer it takes you, the more money that you're missing out on. People say that Amazon FBA is dead, but 43% of Amazon sellers make over $100,000 a year. But you must choose the right way to sell, or your entire business might fail. There's 5 steps to selling on Amazon, and the first step is to pick a model. Each of the different models for selling on Amazon has a pro and a con to it. And by the end of this video, you'll know exactly which model you should use. Then you'll pick a product, and I'm gonna share with you a free product research method that beats a lot of the paid services out there. Step 3 is to create your listing, and I'm gonna share with you 10 different secrets on how to make a product listing on Amazon that people will wanna buy. And I'm gonna share with you the biggest mistake that most Amazon sellers make and how to avoid it. The next step is one of the most important steps, and I wanna share with you exactly what my product launch strategy was. And I do something different than what anybody else out there is doing. I call it a product launch group. And using a product launch group is how I was able to get 75 reviews within the first few weeks and do $30,000 revenue by my second month. Finally, the last step is to keep selling and keep growing on Amazon. And I have some really cool techniques I'll share with you on how to do that. There's 4 different models for selling on Amazon: retail arbitrage, wholesale, private label, and creating your own product. Each of them have pros and cons. Retail arbitrage is where you go out, you buy things that are on sale, and you basically flip it on Amazon and make a little bit of a profit. Now, the benefit of this is it's very easy to get started. It doesn't take that much money to get started, but the downside is it's not really a scalable business. Wholesale is where you go to manufacturers, you buy things for wholesale prices, and again, you pretty much flip it on Amazon. The benefit with this is it's relatively easy to get started, and it takes less money than it does for private label or creating your own product. The downside is there's nothing stopping the manufacturer from going directly onto Amazon. There's also a good chance that you might have competitors enter the market, because there's no reason that that wholesaler couldn't sell to one of your competitors, which makes it tough to create a sustainable business from this business model. The next business model is private label, and this is where you find products that people buy off Amazon, and you basically create your own version of it. You slap your private label onto an already existing product. The pros of this is you can create a product and be the only one selling it. But the downside is there's probably going to be a lot of other competitors that can do the same thing. Obviously, they can't sell your brand of that product, but they can sell their own brand. So the moat around your castle isn't that big. And finally, there's my favorite business model, which is creating your own product. This is what I do, and this is what I teach. You can take existing products and make them better, or just create a product that does not yet exist in the world. I'll talk about what my product is and my method for this in the next step. But the pros of this is you're creating a better product, or a product that does not yet exist, which means you're creating a whole new category and you won't have any competitors. It also means you'll have a bigger moat around your castle, because let's be honest, if you have a cool enough product that's making sales, eventually a competitor will come in, but you do have a bigger moat around your castle, so it's gonna be a little bit harder for them to copy your product than it would with a typical private label product. Once you pick your business model, you need to find a product to sell on Amazon. Now, how you pick a product will be different depending on what business model you're using on Amazon. If you're doing retail arbitrage, basically you're gonna wanna look for something that's on sale, that's cheap, that you can make a profit on Amazon. It's pretty simple. If you pick the wholesale business model, what you're gonna try to do is find a product that isn't already being sold on Amazon, go to the manufacturer and ask to wholesale it, and basically just sell it on Amazon. If you're looking to private label, ideally what you'd find is a product that has a lot of sales, but a crappy listing. You'd make your own version of this product and go on to make a much better listing. And this is all the secrets we're gonna talk about in step number 3. Now, to find a product, if you wanna save time, there's Jungle Scout and Viral Launch, which will help you do product research. Or if you wanna save money, you can do it the manual way for free. Basically, you can use the 999 technique or a free version of Jungle Scout, not a lot of people know about. But down to my favorite way to select a product to sell on Amazon, and that's to create your own product. Ideally, what you do is scratch your own itch. figure out a product that you wish existed in the world. This is what I did with my product. I was looking for a healthy, fat, on-the-go snack, and I couldn't find it, so I created my own. And to find out what my next product that I'd sell on Amazon, I asked my product launch group, what do they wish existed in the world, or how can I make my product better? And in step 4, we'll talk about a product launch group, which is the most powerful tool nobody is teaching, nobody is talking about. This means that even if you don't have any money, you can sell on Amazon by crowdfunding your idea. Okay, now that we have your product, it's time to create your listing. And I'm gonna rapid fire teach you 10 different secrets to create a great listing. The main image is the most important thing most beginners mess up. You wanna have as little white space around your image as possible. It's also better to use a computer rendered image, in my opinion, than a real photo. For your title, you wanna include keywords and talk about the benefits of your product. Same thing for the bullet points. You wanna also include keywords here and talk about the benefit of your product and why people should buy. Description is your last chance to convince people to buy your product, so really hype it up and talk about the benefits. Make sure you're utilizing all 9 images that Amazon allows you to have. You can do things like showing your product in use, showing the benefits of your product, and just showing your product from different angles. The question and answer section is a chance for you to get rid of all the fears people might have about buying your product. If you want to get people to buy more than one of your products, you can use a coupon stack, which gives discounts if people buy multiples. If you have a trademark, make sure that you get branded content, which allows you to put images in your description. You should also add a video, which is a chance for you to connect with your audience and really sell them on why your product is perfect. Adding a coupon code is a good way to make your product pop on the search results and make people feel like they're getting a good deal. And finally, there's reviews, which may be the most important part of your product page. You wanna do whatever you can to get 5 stars, but make sure you're within Amazon's terms of service. Now that your product page is dialed in, it's time to get excited and it's time to launch your product. Now the key is to get as many sales, as many reviews as fast as possible. And there's a lot of different methods that people use to get sales and reviews right away, but most of them stink. What I recommend doing is using a product launch group. And ideally you build your product launch group 1, 2, 3 months before you launch your product. In fact, they help you make a better product. When I was creating Performance Nut Butter, they helped me choose a logo. They helped me with the design of my packaging. They gave me insights that I never would have came up on my own. So when I finally went to launch my product on Amazon, they were happy to buy one. They were happy to leave a review. They shared it with their friends. There's so many benefits to a product launch group. They even helped me come up with what my next flavor for Performance Nut Butter should be. I simply did a poll in the Facebook launch group and I saw overwhelming results. Again, if you want more information on how to create your own product launch group, links down below. There's 2 methods that I recommend to make sure that your sales on Amazon continue to grow. The first one, which is an insanely powerful tool, is Amazon's PPC platform. Basically tell Amazon where you want your ads to show up, and every time someone clicks on your ad, you pay a little bit. It's your goal to make sure that your ads are profitable, but this is one of the easiest ways I've found to make money online, period. The other method for growing your sales is to drive external traffic to your product page. You can drive traffic from Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, anywhere you can think of where you can put a link, you can drive external traffic, and Amazon will reward you with more sales and putting your product higher up in the search results. In my opinion, by far the best way to make money online is to create and sell a passion product on Amazon. Now that you have an overview of the process, let's go over the biggest mistakes that people make. If you can avoid these mistakes, you can pretty much guarantee success on Amazon. There's 5 main reasons why 99% of people fail on Amazon. And if you can avoid these 5 things, you can pretty much guarantee your success on Amazon. And I'm gonna start with some of the more technical reasons why people fail, but number 4 and number 5 are by far the biggest reasons why people fail once they get started with Amazon. But number 1, let's start with the biggest reason why I think so many people fail on Amazon is they never get started. Now this might sound obvious, but a lot of people get stuck in analysis paralysis. I've even got stuck in analysis paralysis, and I'm gonna show you how to get out of that and why it's so important that you at least try, especially if you're interested in Amazon. And one of the biggest examples I have is a lot of people, including myself, are scared to make mistakes. They're scared to lose money. But I honestly believe if you do Amazon right, it can be so profitable that it almost doesn't matter if you make some early mistakes. For instance, my product does about $10,000 a month profit. And what that means is for every month I delayed launching my product, it actually cost me $10,000. So let's say I wanted to save $1,000, but it would take me an extra month to make a decision. That was a waste of money. So an example would be, even if I made a ridiculous amount of mistakes, let's say $30,000 worth of mistakes, which would almost be impossible. But in exchange, I was able to get my product out 6 months earlier because I was doing things fast and I was actually trying. I still would have made a profit of $30,000, as opposed to if I would have waited and waited those 6 months, then I would have made $0. So obviously $30,000 is better than $0. And a lot of people don't get started because they want to know how to do everything perfectly. You're gonna figure it out. Like once you get started, you'll figure it out as you go. And don't get me wrong, there are some really big technical mistakes that people make, and I'm gonna share all of them with you. But the last thing I want to say on this is a lot of people I see, they're not really sure how they want to make money online. They're not really sure what the best route is. So they try a little bit over here and a little bit over there, and they're dabblers. Most people, when it comes to making money, are dabblers. Don't be one of those people. You have to have laser focus. You have to focus on this. So for the next 3 to 6 months, focus on this one way of making money. Do it like 100%. And then once you launch your product, you're gonna figure out how things go. Now, there are 2 different big technical mistakes, and one is selecting a bad product, and then the other one is having a bad listing. And I've done a lot of consulting, I've worked with a lot of people, and these 2 mistakes are probably, of the people that get started, 2 of the biggest ones that people make. And let's start with a bad product. A lot of people select a product to sell, and from the start, they've selected a terrible product. It's a product that as soon as they show it to me, I look at them and I say, you're never gonna have success with this. For a few different reasons. Sometimes people pick products that are just way too competitive. Other times, people just really don't understand how their margins will work and all the costs associated with selling on Amazon. But by far, the most common problem I see is people are selling junk. People are private labeling from Alibaba. They're just taking standard private label products, slapping their brand on it, and maybe they're not even doing a good job on branding it, which is another thing. Like if you think you can just take a product from Alibaba, slap a sticker on it that's your brand, and throw it on Amazon in 2020, 2021 and beyond. But I think nowadays you need to have something special about your product, something that makes it stand out from the competition. And the more unique it is, the more likely you are gonna be to succeed. Don't get me wrong, I think there is still opportunity to make money off private labeling. It's not what it used to be. And so you're gonna have to start thinking about how can you make your product stand out. And maybe that is by just making a really killer brand. Maybe it is by you have a better way to get a ton of reviews. Maybe there's a lot of different little things, but keep in mind the easier it is for you to do this, the easier it's gonna be for someone else to copy your product and do it just as well, if not better than you. So the more unique you can make the product that you're selling, the better. But then there is an issue with that. You wanna make sure that your product's going to sell. And I highly recommend before you sell a product on Amazon, test it out. Start an Instagram, start some kind of social media. See if people are interested in your product there. Maybe even do what I did. I did a Kickstarter. I raised $15,000 for my product before I ever launched on Amazon. And the whole point of doing this was to test the market, see are people actually interested in this. And my product was relatively unique. So I had to, I couldn't just jungle scout and figure out what the sales numbers were for an existing product. I had to actually test the market by doing a Kickstarter. But in exchange, that $15,000 helped me pay for my first production run. But even if you have a perfect product, you found the perfect product that's really an amazing product, it shocks me how many people show me listings of their product and it's just terrible. One of the first things you want to look at is the keyword research. Really try to figure out what are people searching in Amazon to find your product? Like what are the perfect keywords that you want to rank for? Like that's the foundation, and there are tools, Helium 10, Jungle Scout, that can help with this. You don't need them, but they can help. You can also try using the Google keyword tool. It's not perfect, but what it basically allows you to do is figure out what is the search volume? How many people are searching for certain keywords on Google? So it's not how many people are searching for those keywords on Amazon, but it can still be helpful. Some other ideas for doing keyword research is figure out what your competitors, figure out what similar products, what keywords are they going after? Look at their title, look at their bullet points everywhere. Maybe even talk to some customers. Find some people that would buy your product and ask them, what would you search for on Amazon? And keep asking them questions until you get every single keyword that you can think of. Then once you have these keywords, and this is the next big mistake people make, is in the title. Make sure you put those keywords in the title. And now that might sound obvious, but let me tell you this as well. The closer to the front of the title they are, the better. Also, something very important is your title needs to be something that people want to click on. When they're searching for those keywords, your title needs to reflect what people are searching for. A lot of people make the mistake of putting their brand at the beginning of their title. Nobody cares about your brand unless you are Nike or some majorly established brand. But even then, if you're Nike, what does Nike do? They put the product first. Like, what is the product? Now, technically this might be against the rules for Amazon. Amazon has weird rules on how you're supposed to format your title, but I'm gonna tell you from experience, they don't really care that much as long as you're not being totally scammy about it. So don't start with your brand. Think about what is the main keyword you're trying to go after and put that at the beginning of your title, because think about this. First off, Amazon weighs that more heavily, but from the user perspective, if they're searching for rustic wooden table and the first 3 words of your product title are rustic wooden table, then they know that it's a good match. Like, if they have to search through your title to try to figure out what your product's about, they're not gonna be as interested in clicking it. One of the big principles of online marketing is don't make your users think. Don't make other people think. The more obvious things can be, the more likely they are to purchase your product. Related to that is your main image. Your main image should be as clean, as clear, as big as possible. You wanna make sure there's not too much white space on the outside. I see so many people do this. You wanna also make sure that your product image is going to pop. Remember that your product is gonna be shown on a white background, so as little white space as possible is gonna help make your product pop, and you wanna make it very clear from your product image, what is it? Don't show your branding and your logos, like, at least predominantly. Like, that could be a small subset of it, but that shouldn't be the main thing. I've seen a lot of people that they have their brand logo or the box as the big thing, and then the product really small. Nobody cares about what your box looks like. I mean, they do, but that's not as important as what's inside the box. It's the product that they're going to buy. The third biggest thing is reviews. So many people come to me and they've got 3 reviews and they're like, hey, why is my product not selling? I'm like, it's got 3 reviews. You can't find some people that can review your product. Now, this is against terms and service, but can't you find someone at your gym, someone that maybe you're a coworker or someone that you know loosely that can review your product? I know a lot of people that do this and I've never seen anyone get in trouble. Amazon can crack down on reviews in certain situations, but honestly, as long as they're not sharing the same internet you log into Seller Central, it really shouldn't be a problem. Now, a lot of people might disagree with me on this one, so go for it at your own risk. But if you can only get 3 people to review your product, or 4 or 5, then honestly, I wouldn't believe in that product. And most customers feel the same way. So you need to get a ton of reviews. There's a lot of different ways to do it. My favorite way in the world to get a lot of reviews from day one, it's how I got 75 reviews, is a product launch group. Get a lot of people into a Facebook group. It could be Instagram. Get a long email list. Get people really excited about your product before you ever launch it, so that when you go to launch it, you'll get a spike of sales from day one. You'll get a spike of reviews from day one, or it might take a few days for them to receive the product, but from at least the first week. Amazon's gonna see this and it's gonna shoot your ranking. It's gonna shoot your product to page 1, maybe even the first result, because it sees that, oh, wow, this product just came out and so many people have already bought it. So many people have already left reviews. So there's really no excuse not to be able to get reviews. Some other things I've seen people do is talk to maybe influencers in your space, like go on Instagram or wherever, YouTube, and ask those influencers to buy it and then reimburse them via Venmo. Again, technically against Amazon's terms of service, but you know, what's the chance that Amazon could find out about it? In worst case, the worst case I've ever seen is if Amazon does find out about something like this, they remove the review. And it would be very difficult for them to find out about it. Now, again, proceed at your own risk, but this is a huge reason why people don't fail. Look, the title, the main image, and the amount of reviews you have, those are the 3 most important things, other than, of course, selecting a good product. Those are the 3 most important things. And if you can do those right, people will click on your product and the chance that they will buy is really high. Amazon's conversion rate's really high, but to guarantee that you have a high conversion rate, some other things you might want to consider are bullet points. So what are the bullet points that represent your product? Now, in these bullet points, try to integrate your keywords, but remember, don't write your bullet points for the search algorithm, write them for the customer. Write them so that when customers look at your product page, that they're like, wow, this is an amazing product. Make sure to highlight the benefits. What are the benefits? Not the features, what are the benefits of your product? For instance, this product, like my product, I might say, it will give you energy all day long, sustainable, long-lasting energy. The feature would be 19 grams of fat. No one cares about 19 grams of fat. What they care about is that 19 grams of fat is going to lead into sustained, long-lasting energy. So make sure you hit the bullet points. Make sure your bullet points stand out. You can use things like 100% money-back guarantee if they're not satisfied. Here's a hint. All products on Amazon have a 100% money-back guarantee if they're not satisfied. So by putting in that guarantee as one of your bullet points, you're gonna make customers feel more at ease to buy your product. But Here's the truth, I've had that on my product for a year. I've only ever had one person say, hey, I wasn't satisfied with this, I want my money back. And honestly, that person was just kind of a scammer anyways. He probably would have found some other way to get money. It's very rare that people take you up on this guarantee, but it makes them feel better about buying your product. Some other things to help sell your product are the other images. This is probably the next most important thing, is all the other images. You want to show people what it's going to be like to own your product. Remember, they're buying your product online. They have no idea. They never held it in their hands. They don't know what it's going to be like. You have to convince them so they can mentally in their head imagine what it would be like to own the product that you're selling. And you do this through the other images. Again, try to highlight the benefits of your product. Show them what it would look like in the real world. Show real humans interacting with it. Show all the different benefits and try to highlight it in image form. For instance, for my product, I tried to show people how you could eat this, like all the different ways, because that's a big question people have. I try to show people like being active and fun recipes that they could make with it. The last element that I see people making is a description. You know what? Descriptions aren't as important as everything else we've talked about, but just put a little bit of effort into it. You know, maybe spend a few hours and think, how can you make your description unique and stand out? But 99% of people are going to be buying based on the main image, the reviews, and the title, and maybe the bullet points, or in the other images as well. Those 5 things are what 99% of people, that's how they make their decision. Next time you're on Amazon, try to figure out, like, why do you buy the products you buy? For me, I've noticed all these things. Reviews are so important, the main image is so important, like all these things determine which product I buy when I'm searching around on Amazon. Now, the next 2 reasons I'm gonna talk about are by far the biggest reasons why I see people fail on Amazon. And really quick, before I jump into that, I do wanna note that there are other technical reasons why people fail, such as Amazon PPC. Maybe their Amazon PPC is not dialed in. But honestly, if you have all the principles down, you have a good product and you have a good listing, you're gonna have success with Amazon as long as you follow these next 2 rules I'm gonna talk about. And one of the other reasons why I see so many people fail with Amazon, it's honestly one of the reasons I haven't been as successful on Amazon as I probably should have been, is fear. Fear cripples new Amazon FBA sellers for so many reasons. And I see this so often in the comment section of my YouTube videos. So many people that have this negative mindset, but the truth is, I've even been guilty of this at times. And I've talked about this before on this channel, but I've waited probably a year to launch my second Amazon FBA product, which is gonna be a cacao version of my original product. And the reason I've been holding back for so long, honestly, was fear. I was nervous I was gonna waste money. I was nervous that if it messed up and it didn't do well, I'd look bad because I'm very public. Like, I share everything. And if you're new to the channel, I share all my numbers, I share my products, I share everything. So make sure to subscribe because I'm gonna be releasing this cacao very soon, and if I do mess up, you'll be the first to know about it, but if I do well, obviously, I'll teach you everything I know and all the tactics I learned to be successful with that product. But recently on this channel, I've been getting a lot more negativity, a lot more negative comments, a lot more haters, and it really hurts me because when I see that, I know that those kind of people are never going to succeed, they're going to fail, and I know that from firsthand experience because when you have that mindset of everyone's out to get you and everything's going against you, it's almost guaranteed that you're gonna fail. And I'm gonna talk about at the end of this video how to guarantee success, but one of the biggest things is if in life you constantly think about, wow, like this is amazing that this happened because it's gonna open up some other door. If you have the theory that the entire universe is conspiring to help you achieve your dreams, it's almost guaranteed that you're gonna succeed. And I'm gonna point out something really quick. If you're watching this video, you're already successful. Like, you've got running water, you've got food. For 99% of human history, you're living in paradise. And there's gonna be some hard times with selling on Amazon, which leads into the last point I wanna talk about. Amazon is not a get-rich-quick scheme. You're not gonna become a millionaire overnight, but it is the easiest way to make money online. I've tried a lot of different ways to make money online. In my opinion, it's the easiest way to start a legitimate business that you could sell, that you could go travel and be on vacation, and it would still keep making money. It's like one of the only ways I've found that actually works to make passive income. And they say that 4 out of 5 businesses fail, but this is another mindset shift I want you to have. When I was quitting my corporate job, it was about 7 years ago, I had a corporate job, I got really depressed, I was hating life, and I was gonna do anything I could to quit so I could get my own freedom. Because the truth is, in my opinion, if you're in the corporate world, if someone's telling you when to wake up, when to go to work, you're a slave. And I wanted to get my freedom. And when I would tell people that, when I would tell my coworkers that, they would all say the same thing. 4 out of 5 businesses fail. And my response was, cool, I'll start 5. By the 5th one, statistically, I'm gonna be successful. And Obviously, I was joking by that, but that's the kind of mindset I think you need to have to be successful on any kind of business, because the truth is the first time you do something, it very well might be successful, but you know what? The second time you're gonna do it better, the third time you're gonna do it better. If you keep going and you start 5 businesses, one of those 5 would eventually be successful. And let's talk about how to guarantee success on Amazon, how to guarantee success on business. And I do have some principles I wanna share with you that if you follow these, I can guarantee that you'll be successful on Amazon. But really quick, before I do that, I do want to ask a favor. If in my future videos, if you see people like leaving negative comments, be nice to them, but just let them know in a nice of a way as you can that, hey, that's a failure mindset. Like, that's a negative mindset, because I firmly believe when you are willing to waste your time to leave negative comments, when you're willing to waste your time to try to put someone else down, the chances of you being successful, or I should say of that other person being successful, are almost zero. But if you're the kind of person that's willing to let people know and be gentle and remind them about that, and you're trying to build other people up, the chances of you being successful are almost 100%, because there's just this thing in your mind that switches. When you're trying to help other people, it helps you be successful. And that's, I think, one of the first principles. If you want to guarantee success on Amazon, you need to have a bigger purpose than just making money. Maybe it's like you're trying to help the world out by releasing a really cool product, or maybe the bigger purpose is you really are enjoying it, you're really loving it. But if your only goal is to purely just make the money, it's gonna be hell. It's gonna be hard. And the truth is, if your only goal is just make money, you're a slave again. Like, I was a slave to the corporate world, and then for the next 5 years, I was a slave to myself. I was a slave to my business. But if you can have a bigger reason why you're trying to do it, you'll be successful. Another thing is that starting a business on Amazon, starting a business in general, and again, even though Amazon is way easier than typical businesses like brick and mortar business or any other business model I've found, it's like climbing to the top of Mount Everest. It's not easy. And you don't want to be the first one to try to do that. You're not the first one to try to do that. So get a map, get some kind of a map. But one thing I would highly advise is get a mentor. Again, if you're gonna climb to the top of Mount Everest, you might wanna talk to someone that's done it before. You might wanna get some feedback along the way. And related to that is, you don't wanna try to do this by yourself. Like, you want a community around you. My biggest success started happening when I started getting mentors and when I started surrounding myself with a community of people that were all doing the same thing. And there's a lot of different ways to find a community. I have a Facebook group that's free that you can join. You can do this kind of work on your own. But I think the biggest way to guarantee success on Amazon is to get a good map. And I was too stubborn to do this. My entire entrepreneurial career, I thought I could do everything myself. I wanted to be the first one to blaze the trail, and that was so silly. And one of my biggest regrets was not investing in some kind of course. Like, other people have already done it. I should have learned from them. Again, don't think that you need to necessarily invest in a course or spend a ton of money, but what you should do is figure out someone else's method, and just, if it's your first time doing it, copy it step by step, and along the way, maybe try to make it your own, maybe try to make it better, but for the most part, you should follow the map. And my last piece of advice for you is, it's gonna be a struggle, but remember to enjoy it, enjoy the journey. At this point, you're already doing better than 99% of the sellers on Amazon. Most people aren't watching videos like this. They're not learning, they're not educating themselves. So many people just try to start selling on Amazon without learning anything about it. And spending the time to learn how to properly sell on Amazon is one of the best things that you can do with your time. And that's one of the reasons why I always recommend people, if you're serious about selling on Amazon, join a course, join a coaching program. And as I mentioned, I do have my own coaching program. There's a link to that down below to get more information. And my program comes with a 100% money back guarantee. And if you don't make money using my method for selling on Amazon, I will personally give you $1,000. Again, if you want more information about that, there is a link down below. But at this point, you know about how to sell on Amazon. You know that it's a good opportunity. You have to decide, do you want to do Amazon FBA or FBM? And only one of these do I really strongly recommend, but let's break down what the difference of these two are in the next section. Let's start with the pros of letting Amazon ship it for you. So this is called FBA, or Fulfilled by Amazon. And the first big pro is you don't have to ship it yourself. That's the whole point. Amazon does all the fulfillment for you. Now, this isn't the only pro, but it's a pretty big one. Once your sales volume gets to be pretty high, you're not gonna wanna package up each little individual item, go to the post office and send it every day. It's just a waste of your time. The second pro is you don't have to handle the returns. When you're doing Fulfilled by Merchant, or FBM, that means that every time there's a return, you gotta deal with it, you gotta handle all of that. But if you're doing FBA, Amazon takes care of all that for you. You don't have to lift a finger. The next pro, and maybe the biggest pro out of all of these, is you get more sales. When you put your product as an FBA product, it's Prime eligible. That means that people that pay for the Prime membership can get it within 2 days. There's a lot of other benefits as well with it, but it means ultimately you're gonna get more sales. And the theory goes that Amazon also promotes products that are Prime eligible for a number of different reasons. They know it's gonna make customers happier and they make more money off of them. Now, all of this being said, there are some benefits to doing fulfilled by merchant. The number one biggest pro of doing FBM is you don't have to pay the fee. Amazon does charge you to do FBA. Now, in my opinion, it's worth the money because you're gonna have to pay shipping anyways, and you're gonna have to pay someone to pack it up, and then you're gonna have to spend your time actually taking it to the post office. But that is a pro if you're very price sensitive, if you're very conscious about how much money you're spending, you might save a little bit of money by doing fulfilled by merchant. The next pro is you can offer more options. When you're doing FBA, that means that you have to ship everything to the warehouse. That means you have to guess how much you're gonna sell ahead of time. Another pro for fulfilled by merchant is you can do made to order items. And this is what we did at first with B Dancewear, the first company I created after quitting my corporate job. We'd sell on Amazon. I mean, first we only sold on our website, but then we sell on Amazon with fulfilled by merchant. And the reason, our thought process was, first off, we didn't know what was gonna sell. So we didn't wanna create a bunch of some items and send it in. But the next part is, once someone would order it, we would make it by hand. And then we'd fulfill it. And you can't do this with FBA. With FBA, you have to make it and send it in. Now let's talk about the cons of FBA and FBM. And there's some big cons, so make sure you pay attention during this section. The first con with FBA, and we already talked about this, is the higher fee. I think it's well justified. Both with B Dancewear and my other main company, Performance Nut Butter, I'm happy to pay the fee because I don't want to do the work of packaging it up and shipping it out. The next con is they may lose or damage items. Once again, this is okay though, because if they damage an item or lose an item, they will pay you for it, full price. So I don't really mind if they lose a few boxes of PNB. And the last con, the last downside of using fulfilled by Amazon is you really need to watch the inventory. Let me tell you a quick story. When I first launched Performance Nut Butter, I sent in what I thought would be 6 months worth of inventory to Amazon. Turns out it sold out in just 6 weeks. And I had to kind of scramble to get some more units into Amazon because, as a lot of my friends told me, if you're out of stock for too long, they'll ding you and your sales rank will go down. Luckily, I was only out of stock for a few days. I was able to scramble and get more inventory in, but the next 6 months I lived in fear of, I hope I'm gonna have enough inventory, and I was constantly trying to play catch up. So that is a downside of using FBA. Your sales might be so good that you have a hard time staying on top of refilling the inventory. It's a good problem to have. But there are some big cons with Fulfill by Merchant. The first one is, like I said, you have to ship your own product. And then the second one is you're not gonna get as many sales. So we talked about a lot of pros of FBA versus FBM. So now let's decide which one is right for you. And I'll give you some very specific formulas to help you decide. If you're doing private labeling, or if you're doing like I did, creating a passion product with Performance Nut Butter, or like how I taught my friend to do Vino cards, then doing FBA is a no-brainer. You only have one SKU, it's not that hard to track inventory, and you're gonna get way more sales, plus you don't have to do with all the shipping. But maybe you have a company more like my company, B Dancewear, where you have a ton of SKUs and you're not sure which ones are gonna sell. You can always start off with Fulfilled by Merchant and then move into FBA with certain select SKUs that end up being your best sellers. There's a bunch of other reasons you might want to use FBA versus FBM, but I think for 95% of the people watching this video, FBA makes sense. So at this point, you have to decide, how do you want to sell on Amazon? We know that Amazon FBA is a good opportunity, but warning, not all ways of selling on Amazon are the same. We're going to be talking about the 4 different ways that you can sell on Amazon. This includes retail arbitrage, wholesale, private label, and what I recommend doing, which is creating your own passion product. And there are pros and cons to all these methods. Like, I'm gonna go in depth. We're gonna talk about the pros and cons in the next section so that you can honestly decide which method is best for you. Selling on Amazon is a bit of a spectrum. You have the resale online arbitrage down here, wholesaling on Amazon, private labeling, and finally, in my opinion, creating your own product. Now, which one of these is right for you will depend on a few different things, and we're gonna go over the pros and cons of each of them. Let's start with the resale online arbitrage pros and cons. For those of you that don't know, resale/online arbitrage is where you find something that you can buy for cheap. Maybe Walmart's having a big sale, maybe there's a store that's going out of business. You buy a lot of stuff and you resell it on Amazon. This could also work if you can find a website that's selling something for really cheap, and this is what online arbitrage is, and you can sell it for more on Amazon. It's an easy way to get started, and it's pretty much guaranteed money. Another pro is it costs very little to get started. The only startup cost is buying the product that you want to resell. So if a store is going out of business and they have 50 units each for $1 that you know you can sell for $10, it only costs you $50 to get started as a hypothetical situation. Now, there is one big con with this method. It's pretty much not scalable at all. It takes you going out, buying stuff, and reselling it on Amazon. And you constantly have to be hunting and finding new sales or new cheap opportunities that you can then go and resell. So it's not scalable. Next up is wholesale. And wholesale is where you find a company and you buy a lot of their product and you sell it on Amazon and you make the difference in the price. Again, a big pro with this is it's easy to get started. All you have to do is find someone that's willing to sell you at wholesale price, which isn't that hard to do, and then create the listing and start selling on Amazon. Another big pro for this is it's somewhat predictable income. Once you've started purchasing from a wholesaler, you know about how much you should buy, you know how much you're gonna sell, compared to online arbitrage or reselling, which you really have no idea if you're gonna find a good deal or not. Wholesale is pretty predictable way to make money online. One of the big cons with this method is it takes more money to get started. With the resale online arbitrage, you can buy as little or as much as you want of a product. With wholesale, they're usually gonna have higher minimums, so it's gonna take more money on your end because you have to buy the product, send it into Amazon, and then later you will make your money. Another con is the person that you're buying wholesale from can cut you off at any point. Maybe they decide that they want to start selling on Amazon, or they just don't like you for whatever reason. And so that's why it's only somewhat predictable income, because at any point your supply chain could get completely disrupted. The last big con is it's hard to sell off of Amazon. You're not going to really be able to sell these products on your own website. It only really works with Amazon, and if Amazon kicks you off, you're pretty much done. Next up is private labeling, and private labeling is really hot right now. A lot of people are talking about how to private label online. And the basic version of what private labeling is where you find a product, you find a manufacturer, and you put your own brand on it or your own label on it. Now, private labeling itself is its own spectrum, but for the purposes of this video, we're gonna talk about private labeling in the way that most people talk about it, where you find a product that already exists and you create your own version of it by putting your label on it. Now, there's some big pros with this, there's also some cons. The first pro with private labeling is it has the best margins out of any of the methods so far we've talked about, which means for every $100 of sales you get, you'll make $50, $60. You'll make the most money back, which is a huge pro. The next pro is your supplier can't just cut you off. What I mean by this is if you find a manufacturer that will private label for you, and for some reason they do cut you off, you can probably go out and find a different manufacturer. With wholesale, if you're wholesaling a product and that supplier cuts you off, you're done because that's the sole supplier. So private labeling is different in that regard. And the last pro is this method has the most predictable income out of anything we've talked about. You know how much you're gonna sell pretty regularly, you'll get that data, and then if something happens to your manufacturer, you can switch to another one, and you're pretty set, pretty predictable income. With private labeling, there are some big cons. The first one is there's nothing special about you. If you're just taking a typical product and putting your label on it, then there's nothing stopping someone else from doing that same thing. So if it's easy for you to get started, that means it's easy for other people to get started as well. It's also hard to sell off Amazon. Once again, you're stuck with Amazon. No one's gonna buy cheap junk private label products off of Amazon unless there's something really special about them, unless you are doing a really good job of creating a brand, which means that if Amazon kicks you off the platform, you're done. Your source of income is completely gone. And that's a big con for me. And the last con is it does cost a decent amount of money to get started. You're manufacturing a product the manufacturers usually are gonna want a decent amount of money for your first production run. The last method, and my personal favorite way to sell on Amazon, is creating your own product. What I mean by this is not just taking what already is being sold on Amazon and slapping a label on it like private labeling is. I mean creating something unique that doesn't yet exist in the world. And this is not as hard as you think. This is what I did for my company, Performance Nut Butter. There was already other nut butter companies that existed, but I tweaked a recipe, made something unique, and completely branded it different than any nut butter that was on there. It's also how I taught my girlfriend to sell on Amazon with her company Vino Cards, which is basically wine flashcards, which also did not exist on Amazon when we got started. There are a bunch of pros to this method, but the first one is it has the best margins out of anything we've talked about. And one of the reasons why it has the best margins is because your product is unique, it's a premium product, and you can charge more money for it. It's not just a commodity product like a typical private label or wholesale product. You can also create a brand around your product, which means you'll get brand loyalty, and you can do fun things like advertise on social media. You can have an Instagram if you have your own brand, and you can sell outside of Amazon. You can create your own website using Shopify or whatever platform you prefer, which means you're not totally reliant on Amazon. If something happens to Amazon, you'll have a backup plan. And out of all the methods we've talked about so far, this is gonna be your most predictable income because you'll have a lot more repeat purchasers, you'll have a lot more brand equity, and you'll be able to sell off of Amazon as well. So by far, out of everything we've talked about, this will be the most predictable way to make money. And the last big pro is you can crowdfund your first production run. With typical private labeling, you have to pay out of pocket for your first production run. But if you're creating a unique product that doesn't yet exist, you can use Kickstarter or Indiegogo and raise a bunch of money and then use that money to pay for your first production run. Now stop. There is one big con about creating your own product, and that is that it takes more creativity. A lot of people struggle with how do you come up with an idea for creating your own unique product? Now I do have a lot of different methods on how to come up with an idea for a product, but the first and maybe most important one is think about what do you wish existed in the world? What would you buy, but it just doesn't exist yet? And go create that. And it doesn't have to be super complicated. So let's talk about which one of these you should do and when you should do them. But before we get into that, let me tell you a quick story. I had a corporate job. It was absolutely a soul-sucking corporate job. And the reason for me was I just didn't care about the work I was doing. So I ended up quitting that job about 5-6 years ago and created my first online company, was selling dance clothing. But I just wasn't passionate about what we were selling, dance clothing. I had no interest in it. It wasn't until I created my first passion product, Performance Nut Butter, where I really started making a ton of money online. And it was because I really believed in what I was selling. I was selling something unique. I wasn't selling just another generic thing. So yes, I might be a little bit biased about what I think the best method to make money off Amazon is, but that's because this is what's worked for me, and it's worked much easier than anything else I've done. That being said, I do think that each of these different ways of selling on Amazon has their place. For instance, if you are really tight on cash and you just need quick money, then retail arbitrage might make more sense. If you want to just dip your toe into the water, then wholesaling on Amazon could work. For me personally, I think if you don't have a lot of creativity and can't think of a unique idea, but you still want to try your hand at all the rest of the pieces and sell on Amazon, then private labeling makes sense. But if you want to create a real brand, a real business, then creating a product, creating a passion product, by far is the best way, in my opinion, to make money both on Amazon and off Amazon. Just make money on the internet. Now we're going to talk about how much it actually is going to cost for you to start selling on Amazon. How much it's going to cost you to start your first Amazon business.
It costs at least $3,500 to start selling on Amazon if you're doing private labeling.
It'll cost you at least $2,700 to start selling on Amazon if you choose to do wholesale.
$200 if you're doing retail arbitrage.
And if you want to put in the hard work and create your own unique product, you can start selling on Amazon for $0. We're going to break down Ariana's real numbers, how much it actually cost her to start selling on Amazon. We're going to share every single startup cost she had. Then we're gonna break down exactly how much you should expect to spend to start selling on Amazon and go over the typical costs to start selling on Amazon. And finally, at the end of this video, we're gonna share the biggest things we wish we would have known when we started selling on Amazon. So make sure you stick around till the end. There's some big gems in there. Selling on Amazon is a no-brainer. And that's what I taught Ariana, to create a unique product and sell it on Amazon. We're gonna break down all the costs right now of how much it actually costs her to start selling on Amazon. But this is Ariana being really vulnerable and really honest about a lot of different things. The first cost when selling on Amazon is the $39.99 Amazon FBA fee.
It's a monthly fee, and if you choose the Amazon FBA so that they take care of all the shipping for you, that's just a monthly cost.
Another fee on top of that is a DBA. You need to either do a DBA or an LLC or some kind of legal entity to be able to sell on Amazon. And you chose a DBA. How much did that cost?
That was about $150.
And we went through LegalZoom, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's a relatively easy process, relatively cheap.
Yeah, I didn't have to do much on my end. They pretty much took care of all of the legal parts of it, and then you just paid that cost.
And it also allows you to open up a bank account. The next fee is, this is an optional fee. And some of the fees we're gonna talk about are mandatory and some are optional.
Yeah.
One of the optional ones was to get a trademark. So you trademarked your logo. How much did that cost?
That was about $225. And the good thing about trademarking is that later on you can get brand registry on Amazon, so it's kind of legitimizing your business and gets more traction for customers to find
it opens up a lot of different features for your listing. It allows you to have enhanced brand content, videos,
description points, and all that.
Another optional fee to consider around this time is hiring a lawyer to do your trademark, but you don't need to do that. It's very easy. You did your own trademark, very easy.
Yeah, on my own, and there are steps to follow online, very self-explanatory.
The next fee to consider is hiring a designer. Now, for most people, hiring a designer, it's only gonna be maybe $100. Maybe you only need to pay for a logo or pay for a little bit of different things to design like the box of your product. But with Ariana, since her product is Vino cards, which is wine flashcards, we actually spent a lot of money on a designer because your product has so much, it's all design.
Yeah, that's the main focus of the product and the main selling point. So that cost alone was $2,000.
And so it sounds like a lot of money, but keep in mind, her product is basically just cardboard and design elements. So it was worth it to spend that $2,000.
Absolutely.
The next fee you had is, once you design, especially a product like yours, you want to hire someone to check it. And you hired a sommelier to check it. How much did that cost?
Yes, that was $150. And again, that's unique to my product. I wanted to have correct wine facts. And you can find sommeliers if you need one, or any other help through Upwork or Fiverr. There are options. I used Upwork personally, but yeah.
And it's also important to mention, you can find a designer through Upwork, 99 Designs, Fiverr, like all these different spots. The next fee is, once you have your product designed and you have everything ready to go, you actually want to get a sample made. And we had samples made in China. And I think, how much did it cost? It was free for them to make the sample. And how much was it for you to ship it over?
Yeah, that was about $50 if I wanted to get a blank box without any design on it. And I think a little more if you wanted to have like the total final, what that final product would look like.
So yeah, they just sent a blank box so you could see what the sizing would be. But if you want to see what it actually looked like with the design, I think it was going to be $350.
Quite a bit more. So I skipped that part just for money purposes, but the blank sample I highly recommend doing. You can see in real time what it's going to look like and if you want to make any adjustment.
Another cost to keep in mind if you're creating your own unique product to sell on Amazon, or if you're doing private labeling, is barcodes. And there's a lot of different places online to get barcodes that aren't so legitimate. You can save some money by going for some of the more shady options that may work, but I recommend going with GS1 and getting the legitimate barcodes. These are the UPC codes. Amazon requires all products to have a UPC code. And how much did that cost for you?
That was $250.
And that gets you 10 barcodes. Once you've done all this work, it's time for you to actually get your product manufactured. And this is one of the first mistakes that we made with this product, is we manufactured way too many units. We decided to do 2,000 units. And how much did it cost to manufacture those 2,000 units?
2,000 units came out to $11,000.
So it's a lot of money. And honestly, we could have saved a lot of money on the initial startup cost for Amazon if we would have only done 300 units or 400 units.
Yeah.
We chose to do 2,000 units because as you produce more units, you get a lower per unit cost. So if we would have only done 400 units, it might have cost $10 per unit. But at 2,000 units, it was around...
It cut it in half.
It was like $5 per unit. And her product is shelf stable. and we basically just stored the units in her parents' garage. And we know that she has the rest of her life to sell it. So we were able to order more, knowing that eventually we'll at least make the money back.
Yes, but why we don't recommend this is because if you order that many and you don't get a sample of what the design will look like, you might run into mistakes. So I personally had some spelling mistakes that I had to live with for 2 years before I could do another production run after I've sold all of my units. So little things like that, if they bother you or you want to make sure to perfect it as much as you can, probably order less units, and the only thing I would recommend is just to keep track of your inventory so that you know when to reorder.
And once you have your products manufactured, especially if you're manufacturing them in China, you have to ship them to the Amazon warehouse. And you have two options. You can either do sea shipping or air shipping. And for most of the products, we decided to do sea shipping. How much did that cost?
That was about $1,400.
And something to keep in mind if you are going to do sea shipping is you have to pay for an annual bond. Now you can get a one-time bond for around $100. We ended up buying the multi-use bond because we thought we might need it, and that was around $400, I think. So that's some other fees to keep in mind. Obviously, you can see there's already lots of ways we could have saved money when starting on Amazon. The next fee is once you have the products and you're ready to list them on Amazon, you need photos for your Amazon listing. Specifically, the main photo is the most important. Now, we chose to do a computer rendering instead of taking photos like with a camera. We did a photo rendering, a 3D rendering of it. And you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, the reason that's important is because you won't get the best quality photos with your camera most of the time. So having someone be able to showcase what the product looks like up close, there's no like blurriness or anything. That costs about $100 to do ours. But yeah, it looks much better on the listing.
And the good thing about it too is with a 3D rendering, you can show angles and you can show things like we had the cards fanned out, which to do that with a typical camera would have been pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
But it is important to note that all the other side photos on the Amazon listing, we just took ourselves. We just used a camera. We had our friends come over. We showed the designs of the cards. It was just, that was all actually free.
Yeah, but the main image is what you should focus on. That's what's going to be drawing in customers, so you want it to look as great as possible.
On top of all these other fees we've covered, keep in mind there's always other random costs with starting a business. And you want to talk about some of the other random costs?
Yeah, so supplies. Any like typical office supplies can cost a lot. Any extra boxes or bubble wrap.
Gas to go to the store, gas to go to the post office to ship your products into Amazon.
Printing of barcodes, all sorts of things. So I would definitely budget around $200. It all depends on your product, but definitely around $200, $250.
Now, one thing to keep in mind when Ariana was launching her product on Amazon is she actually did a Kickstarter and raised over $5,000 on a Kickstarter and took that money and used it to lower her costs to start on Amazon. And I highly recommend, if you're creating a unique product, if you're doing something different than what else is already out there, launch your product first as a Kickstarter. And this does two things. One, it gives you a bunch of money to use towards your first production run. And two, it validates your idea. Because if you're not able to raise any money on a Kickstarter, then you probably don't have that interesting or unique of a product. But if you are able to raise money on a Kickstarter, you know you've got a winning product. So in total, it costs around $12,000 once you add up all these expenses for Ariana to get started. But something important to note about that is, if we would have ordered less units, if we would have found a cheaper designer, if we would have not trademarked, and if we would have found some different ways to cut some costs, we could have actually started this company for under $1,000. And that's the cool thing about launching a Kickstarter, is it can basically make it so you can start Amazon even if you have $0 in the bank. And it's important to keep in mind that Ariana's story of it costing $12,000 to start on Amazon is not typical. I have a friend, Troy, that's a student in the Passion Product Formula, that started his Amazon business for $4,500, which is still kind of expensive, but it's not crazy. I have another friend, Mina, who started Amazon for $1,500. So even if you don't have a lot of money, you can always do a Kickstarter. There's always ways to save money. But now I want to talk about how much you should expect to spend to start selling on Amazon. And we're going to break down all the costs and try to give a little bit more realistic numbers. Now we're going to break down every single startup cost you should expect to spend on average when starting to sell on Amazon. If you're doing private label or creating your own product, it's going to be around $3,500. And the first fee we talked about is the Amazon FBA selling fee. You want to upgrade to the professional selling plan because this allows you to do FBA. This allows you to send product into Amazon's warehouse. It allows you to be eligible for Prime, and it makes it so you can do a lot less work. The next fee would be design. And Obviously, Ariana spent around $2,000 on her design, but typical private label products would be around $150, would you say?
Much, much lower. Another cost to expect is getting a sample, and that can run you about $100.
And keep in mind, right now we're talking about mandatory fees. There's also optional fees. One optional fee that a lot of people choose to do is buying product research tools. These are things like Viral Launch, Jungle Scout, Helium 10, but sometimes buying a product research tool can be very powerful. The next fee that people should expect to spend when starting their company is for inventory. Now, this fee is going to depend on how much your product costs to manufacture, and it's going to depend on how many units you produce. But for most people, how much would you expect they should budget for this?
I would budget at least $2,000. And again, like Travis said, it depends on what your product is and how much you expect to sell.
And a typical, for this example, let's say $2,400. Let's say you have a $6 product and you're doing 400 units. Obviously, you can do less units, but then you run the risk of running out of inventory. And a $6 product is pretty middle of the road. Some products are going to be more expensive, some products are going to be less expensive. Another optional cost is buying a course. A lot of people decide to buy a course, and it's going to run you around $1,000. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it can be very valuable, especially if you're a beginner and need some guidance along the way. I think a course is great.
And when she was starting, she had a lot of my guidance, and I highly recommend it. When I first started selling on Amazon, I did not buy a course. I don't think it's a mandatory thing. This is completely optional. The next mandatory fee you should expect to pay for when you start selling on Amazon is shipping your product from your manufacturer to the warehouse. What are your thoughts on this? How much should they budget for this?
It depends again on how many units you're ordering, but I would say around $300, and there are going to be cost variations depending on air shipping versus sea shipping.
And for your first time doing it, it might be worth it just to do air shipping because sea shipping could take 4 or 5 weeks. You have to deal with customs, you have to deal with buying the annual bond, you have to deal with all these different issues, where air shipping takes like a few days to a week or so.
And you can select your carrier, whatever you're comfortable with.
DHL, FedEx, there's a few other options as well. I tend to go with DHL. And if you decide to go with sea shipping, one thing to keep in mind is you may want to hire a freight forwarder, which Ariana did, because they help out with all the different forms.
Yes, and especially when you're dealing with customs and things of that nature, that can change a lot. So they are up to date with all of that, making less work for you.
So we'll put a freight forwarder in the optional category. You don't really need to deal with this if you're doing air shipping because air shipping is pretty straightforward. But if you do decide to go with sea shipping, it's something you may want to consider. Another optional fee related to that you may want to budget for if you're doing sea shipping is that $100 bond. So again, we'll put that in the optional category. But the next mandatory fee is getting a DBA or some kind of a legal entity, which would be
$150.
So that's something that if you are going to be starting a legitimate business, you do need, so you can start a business bank account, so you can open up a credit card in the business name. And it's very helpful because it allows Amazon to know that you're a legitimate company. Other mandatory fees that we talked about earlier is barcodes, GS1 barcodes, that's $250. And as always, you should budget at least $100 in other random fees, bringing the total mandatory cost to around $3,500. And again, this is just an average. This is just kind of what I've seen. It could be more, it could be less, it depends. But keep in mind, there is some other optional fees that not a lot of people talk about. And this is things like product giveaways. When you first start your Amazon business, a lot of people choose to give away free product in exchange for reviews. Now, this is technically against the terms of service. A lot of people do it anyways. You don't need to do any product giveaways. Basically, you can get the hype up about your product before you launch on Amazon. You get a bunch of emails, you get a big social media following, you get a lot of people into a Facebook group, and you hype up your product so that when you launch it from day one, people buy your product and they're so excited and they're so invested in your story that they will leave reviews without you having to give them a free product.
Another optional cost is Amazon PPC, which is basically marketing and advertisement. I would budget around $1,000 for that.
And Amazon PPC is one of the best ways to market your product. It's some of the best ROI you can get on the internet.
You can also apply for a trademark, which will give you access to enhanced brand content, and that's around $225.
This will also give you some protection on Amazon and off Amazon, basically trademarking your logo so other people can't copy it. And as we mentioned, you don't need to hire a lawyer to handle your trademark, but that could cost, if you want to hire a lawyer, up to $1,000. Please do not hire a lawyer to handle your trademark. It is so straightforward that I don't think it's worth it to do it, but that is completely up to you. And in total, if you include all the mandatory and optional fees for starting on Amazon, you should expect to spend around $5,000. Now, again, This is assuming you don't do a Kickstarter, because if you do a Kickstarter, you can raise enough money where you can spend next to nothing to start your Amazon business. And I highly recommend don't just private label a junk product. Create something unique, something different, which gives you access to be able to crowdfund your product. One huge mistake that a lot of people make is they don't understand all the fees that are associated with selling on Amazon. In this next section, we're gonna talk about all the fees, all the hidden costs, everything you should be aware of when selling on Amazon, as well as how you can avoid some of these fees. There's some secrets I'm gonna share in this next section that's gonna save you thousands of dollars, so make sure you pay attention. There's 3 big fees when selling on Amazon FBA. The first is the Amazon referral fee, and this is a flat percentage just to sell on the Amazon platform. And this fee will depend on the price of your product. For example, if your product costs $27.99, you would pay a referral fee of $4.20 for every unit you sell. The second is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And this is the fee that you have to pay every time Amazon picks, packs, and ships your product from its warehouse to your customer's door. And this fee depends on the size and the weight of your product. And this fee is typically going to cost you around $2.16 per unit, all the way up to $5.68 per unit. And I'll show you in depth later in this video exactly how you can calculate how much you will be paying for this fee, as well as some secrets on how you can save a lot of money on this fee. The third is the Amazon storage fee, and this is the fee that you have to pay to store your inventory in Amazon's warehouse. There's also 4 other smaller Amazon FBA fees that no one talks about, and I'm gonna show you how to save money on all these different Amazon FBA fees with a few hacks that I've learned, as well as show you in depth how much each of these different Amazon FBA fees are going to cost you so that you're prepared to sell on Amazon. And what I usually tell people is assume that you're gonna spend 33% of your margin on your product costs, 33% on Amazon FBA fees, and the other 33% is your profit. For example, in the last 3.5 years of selling this product on Amazon, I've done $1.2 million in sales. And the first fee that I had to pay so that I could list my product on Amazon and make all these sales was $172,000 in Amazon referral fees. I also had to pay over $150,000 in Amazon FBA pick and pack fees. I also spent another $23,000 in other Amazon fees, including storage fees and some other things we'll go into later in this video. I also spent $319,000 on actually purchasing my product that I was selling on Amazon, and another $30,000 on just other random business expenses. And in total, selling this one product on Amazon, I did over $380,000 in profit over these last few years. Now let's break down all these different fees and show you exactly how much it's gonna cost you to sell on Amazon, as well as I'm gonna show you a bunch of hacks on how you can save money on all these different fees. The first small fee you're gonna have to pay if you wanna sell on Amazon is the Amazon account fee. And there's 2 different options. There's the individual selling plan and the professional selling plan. Now the benefit of the individual selling plan is that it's free, but every time you do sell an item on Amazon, you have to pay a fee of 99 cents. On the other hand, the professional selling plan costs $39.99 a month, and you can sell unlimited products for free. There are also a lot of benefits to having a professional selling plan. You get access to promotions, reports, and just a ton of other benefits. But I'd recommend starting with the individual selling plan if you're planning on selling less than 40 items a month, but once you plan to get serious about your Amazon business, it's worth it to upgrade to the Amazon professional plan. The next fee is the Amazon referral fee, and it's a flat 15% fee just to sell on the Amazon platform. But there is a trick that you can use to get that percentage down to 5%, and I'm gonna show you that hack in just a minute. And whether you're using the Amazon FBA program or you're using FBM, which is fulfilled by merchant, which means that you're actually packaging up the items yourself and shipping them out to your customer, either way, you're going to have to pay this 15% fee, because this is the fee that allows you to list your product on Amazon, and it allows you to get access to Amazon's million Prime customers. Now, a lot of people get upset about this 15% fee and think that it's too high and that Amazon is taking too much of their earnings. But I actually think that paying Amazon this fee is 100% worth it, because they've spent billions of dollars marketing the website of Amazon. They spent billions of dollars getting customers to their website and getting people to actually trust their website. And by paying that relatively small fee of 15%, it gives you access to millions upon millions of Amazon customers. Now compare that with if you were to start your own website, you'd have to spend a lot of money in marketing just to get people to your website. You'd also have to spend a lot of time and energy trying to convince people once they're on your website to trust your website and to actually put their credit card information into your website. Amazon already has built-in customers and built-in trust. So in my opinion, they've earned that 15% referral fee. But here's a hack that you can use to get that referral fee down to 5%. And that's by using the Brand Referral Bonus Program. By signing up for this program, you can create a special link that anytime you send a customer to your Amazon store, Amazon will register it and realize that you actually sent the traffic there, and they'll lower that percentage from 15% down to 5%, which again, it's 100% worth it just to pay this small 5% fee, because the chance that someone's actually gonna buy your product if it's on Amazon is a lot higher than if you were to send those same customers to your own website. I have a lot more secrets I'm going to share with you throughout this video on how to save money on your Amazon FBA fees. The next fee we're going to talk about is the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. And again, this is the fee for Amazon basically to pack up your item in the warehouse and ship it out to the customer. It includes the postage and all the handling, all the different salaries of the Amazon employees, all that kind of stuff. And this fee is going to depend on the size and weight of your product. And generally speaking, there's two different sizes. There's small standard and there's large standard. To be considered small standard, on the longest side, your package can't be longer than 15 inches. On the medium side, it can't be longer than 12 inches. And on the smallest side, it can't be longer than 0.75 inches. It also has to weigh under 1 pound. On the other hand, for large standard, on the longest side, it can't be over 18 inches. On the median side, it can't be longer than 14 inches. And on the shortest side, it can't be longer than 8 inches. And it also has to weigh under 20 pounds. Then depending on how much your product weighs, you can calculate your fees. For instance, for small standard, there'd be one fee if your product's under 6 ounces, a different fee if your product's 6 ounces to 12 ounces, and another fee if it's 12 ounces to 16 ounces. The same thing applies if your product's considered large standard. There'd be different charges depending on how much your product weighs. Now, I will show you a really simple way to calculate how much you're going to be paying in your Amazon FBA fees in just a minute. But another thing to keep in mind is that this pricing tier applies to most products, but you'll have a different pricing tier if you're in the category of apparel. It costs around 30 to 40 cents more per item that Amazon ships for you if you're in the apparel category. Same thing if you're selling dangerous goods, there is a different fee for that as well. Now, for 98% of people, they'll either be in the small standard or the large standard tier, but there is also an oversized tier. Now, an example of how much you would pay for your Amazon pick and pack fee is my product right here. I have to pay a fee of $4.25 every time I get a sale so that Amazon can pick, pack, and ship out my product to the customer. And that's because it's considered large standard and it weighs somewhere between 12 to 16 ounces. On the other hand, this product, Cocktail Cards, actually weighs over 1 pound. It weighs between 1 to 2 pounds and it's still considered large standard. And we have to pay a fee of $4.95 for the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee. Now, a really simple way to figure out how much your Amazon FBA fees will be is to use this free Amazon FBA calculator. And what you're going to do is find a product that's a similar size and dimension to your product, put in your item price, and click calculate. And this will tell you how much your Amazon referral fee will be, as well as how much your Amazon FBA pick and pack fee will be. It will even tell you how much your monthly storage cost per unit will be, which is the next major fee that we're going to talk about, and that is the Amazon storage fee. And this is something that a lot of people forget about, but it's very important because Amazon actually charges you every month that you have inventory in their warehouse. And from January to September of every year, they charge 70 cents per cubic foot worth of inventory that you have at the Amazon warehouse. And from October to December, they actually charge you $2.40 for every cubic foot worth of inventory that you have stored at their warehouse. Now, the reason that they do this is from October to December, you're going to be making a lot of money in Q4 sales. People are buying things for the holidays, and generally speaking, people see a huge increase in sales during this month. And so what happens is a lot of people want to send in a lot of products into Amazon's warehouse, and to discourage people from sending in too much, they raise the fee that they charge during this time. And the way to calculate how much your Amazon FBA storage fees are going to be is to take the product that you're going to sell on Amazon, measure the height, the width, and the depth of your product. For example, let's say we were selling a product that is 3 inches by 4 inches by 5 inches. That product would be 60 cubic inches. Now, Amazon, as we mentioned, charges 75 cents for every cubic foot. Now, a cubic foot is 12 inches by 12 inches by 12 inches, or 1,728 cubic inches. So we'd simply divide the cubic inches of our product, which is 60 cubic inches, divided by the cubic inches of 1 foot, which is 1,728, and multiply that by the 75 cents per cubic foot that Amazon charges. And you can see that Amazon will charge us around 2.6 cents per unit per month that we have this stored. So if we knew that we were going to store this product in Amazon for 4 months, that'd be 2.6 cents per month. It's going to cost us around 10 cents in storage fees just to store this one product in Amazon's warehouse. And of course, remember that it would cost a little bit more if the product was stored during the months of October through December. Now, here's a way to save a lot of money, and that's to avoid the long-term storage fee. And if you keep inventory in their warehouse for longer than 365 days, they're going to charge you $6.90 per cubic foot, or 15 cents per item, whichever number is greater. Now keep in mind, the long-term storage fee only applies if you send a lot of inventory into the warehouse and your products just aren't selling. If, for instance, you were to send in 100 units into the Amazon warehouse and you sold 50 of them in 1 month, so you sent in another 100 and you sold another 50 the next month, the clock has reset because your original inventory is gone and you're into the new inventory. But on the other hand, let's say you sent in 100 units into the warehouse and you were only selling about 10 a month. Then after 12 months, you'd still have 20 units in there, and they'll start tacking on those long-term storage fees. And one hack that you can use to avoid long-term storage fees is watch your inventory. And if you see it's not selling and you see it's getting close to that 1-year mark, ask Amazon to send you back your inventory, even if that means that you're just gonna package it up again and send it right back into the Amazon warehouse. But ideally, the best way to avoid long-term storage fees is to figure out exactly how much inventory you should send into Amazon. And I go into depth about that and a bunch of other secrets for selling on Amazon in my free Amazon FBA course. I'll put a link down below. It is a ton of content, a ton of valuable information. If you're just starting on Amazon, I highly recommend checking it out. And now I'm going to get into the 4 Amazon FBA fees that no one talks about that you need to be aware of. But before I do that, make sure to subscribe because I have a ton of free content on this YouTube channel teaching you step-by-step how you can sell on Amazon. I also share a lot of different real stories from Amazon sellers. So hit that subscribe button and let's get into the first fee that no one talks about, and that is the return fee. We've already talked about every time Amazon ships a product to your customer, they're going to charge you the pick and pack fee. But if your customer decides within 30 days that they want to return the product, you have to pay another fee. And this fee, again, depends on the size and the weight of the product that you're selling. But this fee basically covers the cost of the return shipping and the processing in the Amazon warehouse. And if your product is in good condition, you can actually tell Amazon just to put it back into your inventory, meaning that as soon as you get another order, that same product will be shipped out to a new customer. Or you can ask Amazon to dispose of the product, and that's going to cost around 50 cents per unit, which is another fee that a lot of people don't consider. But both these fees are relatively small, and it's relatively uncommon, depending on what kind of product that you're selling, that you'll have to deal with these fees, but it is something to keep in mind. Another optional fee and a way to save a lot of money is by avoiding the prepping fee. When you send products into the Amazon warehouse, every product that you send needs to have an FNSKU barcode sticker on it. Now, usually you can have your manufacturer put these stickers on the product for really inexpensive, or you can even have your manufacturer print the barcode on the actual box of your product. But if you don't do either one of those and you still want to send in products into Amazon, what you need to do is either put on every single sticker on every single unit that you're sending in yourself, or you can pay Amazon 30 cents per unit to put the FNSKU sticker on the product. Now, I don't recommend doing this. Just pay your manufacturer to do it, or usually what I recommend is just print the actual barcode right on your product. There's also other preparation that Amazon can do for you, like putting your products in plastic bags, but I don't recommend having Amazon do either one of those. They're going to charge you between 50 cents to $2 to do things like this. Just read the requirements for your product and just make sure that it's prepped correctly. Now, before I share with you some secrets that I've learned on how to save money on all these different Amazon FBA fees from my years of experience, one other thing I do want to point out is there's always just a lot of other fees associated with selling on Amazon, associated with starting any kind of business. And these are things that you want to keep in mind. For instance, you might have to pay for a DBA or an LLC to actually start your business. You might have to pay for a trademark or samples of the product that you're going to sell. There's always little random fees that people generally don't consider. I highly recommend checking out this video. I'll link up here that I did talking about how much it actually costs to start selling on Amazon. And you'll want to watch that video to make sure that there aren't some hidden fees that you haven't thought about. But let's talk about how to save money. And I've already mentioned a few. You want to avoid long-term storage fees. You want to use the brand referral bonus program to send traffic to your listings so you can lower the referral fee from 15% down to 5% on all that traffic and all those sales that you generate on your own. You also want to make sure you start with the individual selling account and only upgrade your account once you're ready to actually send inventory into Amazon and start selling. A lot of people make the mistake of spending that $39.99 a month every single month, and they're not even selling a product on Amazon. They've just thought about starting to sell on Amazon, but they're not even ready to send in their inventory yet. You want to wait to upgrade until you're ready to actually start selling. Another thing that you'll want to do is make your product packaging smaller. For instance, I recently started selling jars of my product on Amazon. Now, most people would probably sell a 16-ounce jar on Amazon of the product, but I realized that I'd have to pay a lot more in fees. So instead we made a smaller jar and made it under 10 ounces so we could save money on the Amazon FBA pick and pack fees. Another hack is if you're selling a low priced, lightweight product, you can use the Amazon FBA Small and Light program to save a lot of money. And if your product qualifies, you would pay reduced fees. For example, you might pay $2.16 per unit once your product is approved for the Small and Light program instead of $2.70 per unit. That is a savings of 64 cents per unit. And Troy did this with his product and was able to save hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. There's also a lot of other ways to save money on Amazon FBA fees, like removing undeliverable products from the Amazon warehouse. You'll also want to make sure that Amazon has the correct size of your product. Sometimes what they do is they put your product in a higher tier than it's supposed to be. You want to catch this as soon as possible and contact them and let them know that they made a mistake, and sometimes they'll even reimburse you for the charges that they've been charging to you. I know we're answering a lot of questions for you right now, and you might have more questions that we're not answering. Again, if you do have any questions that we're not answering, first, you can leave them in the comments down below, but I highly recommend checking out the Passion Product Formula course. It's my coaching program. Click on the link down below for more information about that. Again, we have a weekly Q&A call that you can jump on. You can get live with myself or one of the coaches and ask all of your questions. But now I want to share with you my top 10 tools that you should use when selling on Amazon. Now, I do have discount codes for some of these tools, but a couple of these tools gave me extra special discount codes, and they told me you can't share this on YouTube. You can only share this with people that are in your coaching program. So for instance, Helium 10 is one of the tools I'll be talking about. That tool, I've got a great freaking deal. I'm not even allowed to say what it is, but when you join my coaching program, it is a better deal than I can give you on YouTube. But even on YouTube, I do have a coupon code. But let's talk about the top 10 Amazon FBA tools right now. The first tool, and one of the most popular tools for Amazon FBA, is Helium 10. And you hear about Helium 10 all over the place. And I do have to say, it is really expensive. At $97, I would not recommend it for everyone. And in fact, a lot of the features that Helium 10 has, you can get for free. It's still a very valuable tool, and it's something that I would recommend for more professional sellers, or maybe pay for it for a month or two when you're first starting out. And what Helium 10 is, it's basically a suite of a bunch of different tools. It has a product research tool, it has a keyword research tool, it has a keyword tracking tool, it has Refund Genie, which is a really cool thing I'll talk about in a second. It's basically got all these different tools in it. You don't necessarily need this. What I personally would do is if you're using it for product research, I'd sign up for a month and then do your product research and you can cancel it. The main thing I use it for actually is keyword research, figuring out what keywords I want to target, and it also has the keyword tracking. Now, the one reason it might be worth paying that $97 a month after month, is because of Refund Genie. And what Refund Genie does is basically, Amazon screws up a lot. When someone returns an item of yours, Amazon's supposed to give you some of your money back. When they lose inventory on Amazon, in the Amazon warehouse, Amazon is supposed to give you money for that lost inventory, and they don't always do this. So what Refund Genie does is it goes in and it looks for any kind of missing money. The other thing, the keyword tracker, is another tool that I actually find very helpful, because you can see, are your different marketing efforts working? Obviously in Amazon, you want to target certain keywords for your product, and the keyword tracker will let you know, hey, you know what, last week you were ranked number 5, this week you're ranked number 3, whatever you're doing is working. Or maybe it's the opposite, it lets you know that, hey, your rank's falling, you need to pay a little bit more attention. Now, as I mentioned, I am going to be doing a video on why you don't necessarily need Helium 10 and how to get a lot of the features for free. And a lot of the different tools I'm going to be talking about on this list are things that you can get a lesser version for free. And the example I give is, if you're building a house, you don't need to necessarily use a hammer to hammer in the nails. You can use a rock. And if you're tight on cash, use the rock. Don't go spend money on the hammer. And one example of a free tool that does something very similar to what Helium 10 does, as far as keyword research, is you can use Google Keyword Planner. And the Google Keyword Planner will let you know the search volume for different keywords. So Helium 10 has very advanced features that'll let you know people are searching a certain phrase, keto butter. The people are searching keto butter, 200 people are searching that a month. Maybe that's a keyword you should target. and the keyword planner will also let you know, but the difference is the Google Keyword Planner will let you know how much people are searching in Google, where Helium 10 will let you know how much people are searching in Amazon. Now, these two numbers should be pretty close, and this is why I'm saying it may be worth it to pay for Helium 10 because it's going to give you more accurate, better data. But if you're tight on cash, just use the Keyword Planner, the Google Keyword Planner. It is a free option. And the same thing is true with the Keyword Tracker and Refund Genie. You can do everything that Refund Genie does for you for free. It's just going to take some manual effort on your part. And if you're tight on cash, you have a lot of time, then spend your time doing that, save the money. And same thing, the keyword tracker, you can figure out what keywords you're targeting and just every day open up an incognito tab in Google Chrome and search on Amazon for whatever keyword you're tracking and figure out what your rank is. Or the other option you can do that also might save some money is hire a virtual assistant to do these repetitive, boring tasks for you. So software like Helium 10 can do these tasks, but also if you're maybe a smaller seller and you don't have a lot of keywords that you're tracking, hire a virtual assistant. Now, hiring a virtual assistant was one of the best things I've ever done for my business. It has literally tripled my productivity. I did a video on how it tripled my productivity, but when you hire someone else to do things for your business, a lot of the mundane, boring things, you can pass on to them. And onlinejobs.ph allows you to hire virtual assistants in the Philippines for about $2 to $3 an hour. Now, I personally have 4 virtual assistants. I have people that edit my videos. I have people that handle my Amazon FBA. I have people that reach out to influencers. But if you really want to grow your business, you are the bottleneck. The amount of time that you can spend growing your business is the bottleneck. And the way to get around this is to hire more people. Also, it just makes it more fun because honestly, a lot of the tasks I give to my virtual assistants, I find kind of boring because they're repetitive, they're algorithmic, and it's just not something I necessarily want to do. So I'd recommend if you're looking to hire someone, onlinejobs.ph is definitely, it is $79 for a month, but all you need is 1 month. Basically, you sign up for a month and you post your job. The next tool, which is a free tool, but it's extremely valuable, is Google Docs and Google Sheets. And if you're not using these two things, you're crazy. Because I know a lot of people still use Excel or Word documents. Don't do that. The good thing about having Google Docs or Google Sheets is you can access it from your phone. You can access it from the computer. If you have virtual assistants or other people that you're working with, you guys can all collaborate on the documents or the spreadsheets at the same time. This is one of those free tools that realistically, if it was $100 a month, I would easily pay that for it. Some other productivity and tools for working with your virtual assistant include things like LastPass, Dropbox, Slack, and Hubstaff. And LastPass is basically, it stores all your different passwords. I think you can get a free account, but there's also a paid plan. I do have the paid plan. I think it's like 12 bucks a year or something like that. I'll put a link to it down below. And what it allows you to do is it allows you to save all your passwords on all the different websites and share them with other people in a way that they can't see what your passwords is. Basically, it's an extension to the Chrome browser, or I think there's any different browser has it. And you can share your passwords with your virtual assistant, but they can't actually see what the password is. And the reason this is valuable is if you ever want to fire a virtual assistant or if a virtual assistant ever quits, you can easily delete them and they don't have access to any of your passwords. You don't have to go through and change all your passwords. The other reason it's really helpful is you can have stronger passwords, because if you try to memorize your passwords to all the different websites out there, it's almost impossible unless you use a very weak password, which I do not recommend doing. So LastPass allows you to use stronger passwords, and the only password you have to remember is your password for LastPass. That's why it's called LastPass. Another tool I found very helpful is Dropbox. And Dropbox, it allows me to work with my virtual assistants, but it also just allows me to store a lot of stuff in a folder on my computer. And if I ever get a new computer, it's all stored in the cloud. And so if I need to access it from my laptop, or if I need to access it from my computer, or if my virtual assistants need to access it, it's one folder, one drive that we can all share files on. Slack is one of those tools that I only recommend if you have more than one virtual, or at least one virtual assistant or more. And what it allows you to do is almost like a message board / chat / email all combined in one. And it's a lot more organized than just sending emails back and forth. It allows you to have different channels. So for instance, for me, I have a channel called Thumbnails, where my virtual assistants, we talk about our different thumbnails. Another one called Videos, where we share all the editing for the videos. Another channel for Performance Nut Butter. Another channel for different tasks that I give them. It allows us to organize our conversation much more effectively. And the last tool for virtual assistants I have for you is Hubstaff. And Hubstaff allows you to track time of your virtual assistants, and it takes random screenshots so you can actually check and make sure that they're actually doing their work. And this I find very helpful because I pay my virtual assistants by the hour. So if they work 40 hours, they can track it in Hubstaff, and I can go in and I can check and make sure that they're actually on task. The next tool is Shopify. And if you're selling on Amazon, Amazon can ban you at any point, and you don't want to go to zero overnight. So having a Shopify store allows you to make, first off, some extra side income, but it also gives you a little bit of a safety net. Now, you don't necessarily have to pay for Shopify. Shopify is around $29 a month. The other option you can do is use WooCommerce, which is technically free, but with WooCommerce, you do have to pay for hosting, and hosting is going to cost you $3, $4, $5 a month. If you are going to go with WooCommerce, I recommend using SiteGround to do your hosting. If you're not sure which one is right for you and you really want to scale your online store, then Shopify is probably the better option. But if you just want to have an online store and you just want to have the option and you're not as serious about it, WooCommerce is probably the better option. ManyChat is another extremely powerful tool for Amazon, and I think it goes beyond just Amazon. And what it is a Facebook Messenger bot. Now, this isn't something I have used yet, but it's on my very soon to-do list. It's one of those things that I really want to get on. And basically, instead of capturing people's emails, like the old school method of doing it is to get someone's email, the new school way is to try to get them on Facebook Messenger and get their Facebook messaging details. Now, it's not something I've done yet, but what a lot of people on Amazon do is they have a product insert. So they do an offer in their packaging for Amazon saying, hey, you want to get something for free? Then sign up and send me your Facebook Messenger details using ManyChat. Now, I'm not an expert on this. I did do a collaboration video with Sam Brax, and I'll link it down below as well, talking in detail about ManyChat, but trust me, this is something that I personally want to learn a lot more about, and I'd recommend highly that you learn more about it as well. We have two more tools left, and these are two of the most powerful tools. The next one is Feedback Genius. When someone orders something from you on Amazon, you should send a follow-up message, either trying to create some kind of a connection or trying to get them to leave a review. And Feedback Genius is a tool that I've been using for a long time to do this. So when someone orders my product, I send them a follow-up, I think a few days later, saying something to the effect of, hey, I hope everything was great, blah, 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 trying to create some kind of a connection. And then the next message I ask is, hey, could I ask you for a favor? And the favor is to leave a review. Now, this doesn't work as well as it used to work. And I will say as well, Helium 10 does have this feature built into the suite of tools. So if you are going to buy Helium 10, don't also buy Feedback Genius. But Feedback Genius is a little bit cheaper than Helium 10 if that's the only feature you want. And the last tool, and probably the tool I think people talk about more than any other tool, is Jungle Scout. And Jungle Scout is a product research tool. It has a lot of different functionality to it. Now, the only tool in Jungle Scout that I personally would recommend, that I personally think is actually super valuable, is their supplier database. So if you need to find a manufacturer for your product, the Jungle Scout supplier database can be very powerful.
Now let's talk about the biggest mistakes I've made when selling on Amazon. And these mistakes in total have cost me well over $100,000. Don't waste $100,000 of your own money. Just watch this next section to learn all the mistakes that I made.
If you can avoid these 7 mistakes, you can make an extra $10,000 to $100,000 a year with Amazon FBA. I've made almost every single mistake with Amazon FBA that you can make. These mistakes have cost me tens of thousands of dollars. You're gonna learn how to avoid all these mistakes and save a lot of money. Let's start with number 1, and this is the biggest mistake I made, and it is the most common mistake I see beginner Amazon sellers making, and that's waiting. Every month you wait to start your business, you're losing money. For instance, my first real Amazon business made about $360,000 in revenue in its first year, or around $120,000 in profit once you subtract out all the expenses, which is around $10,000 of profit per month. So if I would have launched my business a month earlier, I would have made an extra $10,000. If I would have launched my business a year earlier, it would have been an extra $120,000. And the problem is, people are so afraid of making mistakes that they delay the start of their business. And the thing about Amazon is, if you do it right, it can be so profitable that it doesn't even really matter if you make mistakes. For example, let's say I was deciding between 2 different manufacturers, and I took a month in deciding that. I lost out on a potential profit of $10,000. So even if I picked the wrong manufacturer, and the manufacturer I picked ended up costing me $5,000, and if I would have spent a month researching it, I would have been able to figure that out,
It doesn't matter because I launched my business a month earlier, which was $10,000 in profit, subtract the $5,000 mistake, and I still made $5,000 more than if I would have spent a month in analysis paralysis mode and eventually picked the correct manufacturer. Mistake number 2 is another mistake I made, and probably the second most common mistake I see new Amazon sellers making, and that's selling the wrong product. The first e-commerce business I ever started was a dance clothing company, and originally we were only selling our products on our own website. When I saw the opportunity that is and was Amazon, I started selling the products on Amazon and ended up making a decent amount of money. But the problem is, this wasn't the right kind of product to sell on Amazon for a number of reasons. I'm gonna give you a checklist on everything you should look at when deciding on what kind of product you're gonna sell. But one of them was, it's a product that's so easy for Chinese manufacturers to copy pretty much exactly and sell for a lot cheaper on Amazon. There was another reason that's even more important why this was a bad product to sell on Amazon that I'll get to in just a minute. Another product that was a mistake to sell on Amazon was jars of my product PNB. And the reason that this was a mistake is because the jars were glass jars that would break during shipping. On top of that, the seal on the lid in the bottom wasn't tight enough, and so sometimes the jars would leak. Because the jars were leaking, I ended up having to throw away half of my production run. I had to throw away 1,000 units of this product. So I lost around $5,000 or $6,000 of product that I had to throw away. But the crazy thing about this is, even though I threw away 1,000 units, I did a total production run of around 2,000 units. And since I was able to sell the first 1,000 units for around $18 a piece, after all the different Amazon FBA fees and everything, with those first 1,000, I made a profit of around $6,000, $7,000. So even though I lost money on all that product I had to throw away, in total, I actually didn't lose any money by pursuing this product. Even though I made a major mistake and had a product that was leaking, I still broke even and I learned a very valuable lesson. So if you're selling an item on Amazon, make sure that it's easy to ship, that it's not gonna break, that it's not gonna leak, that it's gonna be easy for Amazon to ship this product to your customers. But a few things that you wanna make sure that your product has when finding a product to sell on Amazon is make sure that it's a product that you can sell for $15 or more, at a minimum $15. The problem is, if it's $15 or less, you're gonna have to pay all the Amazon fees, all the shipping, all the other stuff, and it's very hard to find a profitable product under $15. You also ideally wanna sell a product that's under 20 pounds, because if it's over 20 pounds, the shipping expenses, the Amazon FBA fees start to get really high. I also recommend selling a premium product. You want your product to be the best product on the market, because if your product's the best product on the market, that means that you can charge the most, which means more profit for you. But in my opinion, the most important thing to look for in a product that you're gonna sell on Amazon, and the reason why the first products I sold on Amazon kind of failed, is I highly recommend selling a product that you're actually passionate about. Because if you're passionate about the product, you understand the product, and it's something that you would buy yourself, it's gonna be a lot easier to market. And here's the truth about starting an Amazon business. It's hard. There's ups and downs. And when you're in the down phase, if it's something that you're really excited about, it's gonna be a lot easier to overcome those obstacles and get your product launched on Amazon. The third mistake I made, and a mistake that probably cost me over $100,000, is selling my products using FBM instead of FBA. Now, the mistake that I made is, for the first couple years that I was selling on Amazon, we were doing fulfilled by merchant, because I had a warehouse for the dance clothing company, and we already had people that could ship things out, and I didn't want to pay the FBA fees. I also didn't want to send product into the warehouse because I was nervous that they would charge storage fees and things like that, and that was a huge mistake. Because the thing is, when you send your products into the Amazon warehouse and you take advantage of the FBA program, your products all become Prime eligible, meaning that people that buy your products on Amazon can get that product shipped to them in 2 days. And most people that shop on Amazon are Prime members, and most people that are Prime members only want to buy Prime eligible products. So eventually we stopped doing FBM and we switched over a lot of our products to FBA, and our sales for those products increased by 4 to 5 times. And the truth is, the Amazon FBA fees were actually less than we were paying in postage. So we actually saved money by switching to FBA. Mistake number 4 is manufacturing issues. And I've lost a lot of money with different issues with manufacturing my product and working with manufacturers. And I'm gonna share all the most common ways that people end up running into issues with manufacturers and how you can avoid them. For instance, with PNB, the first production run that my manufacturer did, there was no tear notch. That cost me $2,000 because I had to hire people to come in and individually cut tear notches on every single pouch. They also sent me pouches that were leaking, which meant I had to throw away a lot of my product, and on top of that, I had to hire people to come in and clean the other pouches. I had another $5,000 I lost on the leaky jars. I also had the film that my product goes in damaged during shipping, which cost me $2,000. I also picked a manufacturer that ended up having long lead times, and I ended up running out of inventory, and I lost out on around $5,000 in sales because my manufacturer was taking so long to manufacture my product. But probably the biggest way that I lost out on a lot of money with the manufacturer is I got scammed by a manufacturer for $10,000. But keep in mind, it's actually not that common for a manufacturer to scam someone. And the manufacturer that scammed me was actually located in the United States. Now, to their credit, they didn't completely scam me in their eyes, but what they did have is a long, complicated contract, and it turned out that there were some fees buried in that contract that they didn't really make that clear to me. I even hired a lawyer to look over this contract, and even the lawyer didn't see that this was a potential issue. So some things to consider when finding a manufacturer is you want to make sure that they have simple pricing. Most manufacturers that you're going to work with, they're going to tell you how much it's going to cost per unit. I at one point picked a manufacturer that told me, well, it depends on how long it's going to take us to make this product. We think it's going to take about a day, but you pay per day. And then later they said, no, it took like 5 days. You're also going to want to find a manufacturer with as short of a lead time as possible, because as soon as you see that you're about to run out of inventory, you want to place an order and know that you can get it as quickly as possible. Mistake number 5 is inventory issues. Specifically, at times, I've ordered too much inventory and had to pay a lot of fees, or on the other side, I have not ordered enough inventory and lost out on a lot of sales. And one of the big things is if you run out of inventory, that's usually really bad. Amazon's not happy if you run out of inventory. And sometimes they can even blacklist you or make it so you show up lower on the search results, which leads to less sales for your product. Now, the first mistake I made in this category is ordering too much inventory. The bad thing about this is if you send in too much inventory into the Amazon warehouse, you're having to pay storage fees every single month that your inventory is in their warehouse. And those fees depend on a few factors, but it costs around 75 cents per cubic foot per month that you have inventory in Amazon. Another thing that's very important that you want to watch out for is if you have inventory in the Amazon warehouse for too long, you start getting long-term storage fees. And these long-term storage fees are a lot more expensive. We're talking around $6 per cubic foot. Now that only applies if you have the same products, the actual same units in the Amazon warehouse for over a year. If, however, let's say you sell out of some of them and then you replace them and you keep selling out, you will never incur that long-term storage fee. It's only if you send in more units than you sell within that next year. And I've spent a few $1,000s by mistake on these long-term storage fees. What you want to do is if you see that you have product that's been in the Amazon warehouse for too long, and you can easily check this in Amazon Seller Central, you want to contact Amazon, have them ship the products back to you, and then just send them right back into the Amazon warehouse. That way you can avoid the long-term storage fee. And the truth is, the cost of the shipping back and forth is usually going to be less than the long-term storage fee would have been anyways. So even though there's a little extra cost in the shipping, you're going to save money in the long run. I also had a product that I had to throw away a bunch of units because they expired. It's actually this product right back here. I ordered too much, I didn't sell them fast enough, and what ended up happening was I had to throw away a few hundred units. But the interesting thing is, again, even though I made a mistake and ordered a little bit too much of this product, I still ended up doing $80,000 in revenue from the production run of this product. And once you subtract out all the fees and the startup costs, I still made a profit of close to $10,000, even though I had to throw some away. So it's another example of how you can make mistakes with Amazon and still end up making money. So obviously it's bad if you order too much inventory, but the other really common problem that people run into is they actually order too little inventory. And the first time this happened to me was with my first real Amazon product, P&B. It ended up selling way better than I thought it would have. And I ended up selling out of all my inventory within about 2 months. I thought that inventory was gonna last me 6 months. And selling out of all your inventory a lot faster than you think you were going to is a good problem to have, but it's still a problem. You see, my product was out of stock for about a week. And during that week, I lost out on at least $3,000 worth of sales. But another example, and an even bigger example of this, is AJ and I partnered on this product called Cocktail Cards, and he crushed it. He did such an amazing job marketing this product that in his first month alone, he ended up doing over $50,000 in sales and $20,000 in profit after you subtract all the expenses. But the problem is he ended up running out of inventory. In fact, he's ran out of inventory multiple times. And again, that sounds really cool that the product sold faster than he thought it would, but every time he runs out of inventory, he ends up losing out on a ton of sales. So you want to make sure that you order around 6 months worth of inventory, because if you see that it's selling really fast, you have enough time to go to your manufacturer and place another order. But figuring out this number is a little bit more of a complicated topic. We got 2 more common mistakes, and stay with me because trust me, I spent a lot of sleepless nights because of these mistakes, and I'm going to show you how to avoid all of them. Mistake number 6 is issues working with Amazon. And trust me, anyone that's ever worked with Amazon, ever sold something on Amazon, knows that sometimes you can run into some issues, especially if you don't read the terms of service, if you don't know all the different rules and regulations, but I'm gonna break it down for you right here. A very common issue that people have when selling on Amazon is that Amazon will overcharge them for all kinds of different fees, storage fees, FBA fees, you name it, you have to watch Amazon. And I probably lost over $3,000 on Amazon overcharging me for fees. Now the good news is, usually if you catch them overcharging you, you can call them out and send them an email and they'll usually fix it for you. But if you wait too long, sometimes they won't reimburse you for the overcharge of fees. And there are software programs that will go through your account and try to figure out where Amazon's overcharging you or where Amazon owes you money and handle it for you. And sadly, when I was first selling on Amazon, I didn't know about these software programs, so I ended up losing out on thousands of dollars of Amazon overcharging me. You can use tools like Helium 10's Refund Genie, but this tool and other tools like it go through your account and make sure that Amazon's not overcharging you. Another issue I had with Amazon is I sent them a pallet of my product into their warehouse and they claimed that they never got it. They lost this pallet and they asked me for the BOL, which stands for Bill of Lading, which is the piece of paper that the truck driver gives to you when he picks up the pallet from your warehouse. Now the problem is I actually wasn't there when the pallet was picked up. I had someone else that was handling this for me because I was out of the country, and sadly they weren't sure where they put this paper. And this is a big warning. Anytime you have any kind of paper or receipt or anything like that for your business, make sure that you keep it safe. And I know that this sounds obvious, but this is just a reminder that you want to keep every single scrap of paper that you ever get associated with your business. And finally, mistake number 7, and this is probably the most expensive, biggest mistake that I've ever made in my life, at least when it comes to business. In my first year selling this product on Amazon, as I mentioned, I did over $360,000 in sales, $120,000 in profit. But in my second year selling this exact same product, I did over $400,000 in sales, $150,000 in profit. But something interesting happened by year 3. My sales actually went down. I did around $200,000 in sales, around $60,000 in profit. The big question is why? And the reason is I had always dreamed about making $100,000 per year passive income, because I figured if I could make $100,000 per year, but I had the freedom to spend my time doing whatever I wanted to do, I could travel and really enjoy life. And after launching this product on Amazon, I pretty much automated and systematized my entire business. And as I said, I did $120,000 in profit. And even though I wasn't actively working on my business, in my second year, my profit actually went up. So instead of working on my business and trying to increase my revenue, increase my profit every single year, I coasted and I enjoyed life. And that is the benefit of Amazon. Once you launch your product, once you get the sales going and get everything automated, you can spend your time traveling, enjoying life, and doing whatever you want to do. But the key thing here is eventually your sales are going to drop. That's not going to last forever. And for me, it led to me having 3 years where on average I was making over $100,000 profit per year, and I wasn't really having to work that hard. But the truth is, if I would have doubled down on my business, I probably could have blown this up to a multi-million-dollar company. So even though I had a lot of success with this business, it was kind of a failure because it could have been a lot bigger.
Now let's talk about what I think are the 7 secrets to success when selling on Amazon. This next section, I'm going to share with you all my top tips, all the secrets. People always are coming up to me like, how do I have success on Amazon? Well, I compiled it into this next video.
Create a launch group before you even launch your product on Amazon. This will blow up your sales from day one and get you a ton of reviews right away. Your product page needs to be optimized for sales. I'm gonna share with you 10 secrets on how to dramatically increase your product's conversion rate. And I'm gonna show you the #1 mistake that beginners make when creating their product. This one little secret of creating a coupon code can increase your sales by 50% if you do it correctly. PPC is the secret that the professionals are using to get more sales. And in my opinion, this is the most powerful, most profitable advertising tool in the world. And I'll share with you these secrets on how to properly use Amazon's PPC platform. The coupon stack is a ninja trick that will make your customers want to buy multiples of your product. This will increase your sales, which will increase your sales rank, which will in turn get you even more sales. The number 6 secret is you need to make your Amazon product stand out. And this is the biggest mistake I see beginners making, and this is why so many beginners fail at Amazon. And I'm gonna show you how to completely avoid this. But by far, the biggest secret to success on Amazon is picking the perfect product. And at the end of this video, I'm gonna share with you exactly how I found my 6-figure passive income product. And I'm even gonna share with you what my product is. And by using this method, you can get started selling on Amazon with almost no money. And this is the biggest secret and by far the best way to make money online that I've ever found. And I wanna see you succeed and avoid all the pain I had to go through finding out these secrets. So let's get started with number 1, which is one of the most important secrets, one of the most powerful tips nobody is talking about, and that is a launch group. A launch group is where you basically get a group of potential customers, people that would potentially buy your product, into a Facebook group. It can also be on an Instagram page or an email list. Personally, I recommend doing all of them, but by putting people in a Facebook group, it's very powerful. This allows you to share your product, get feedback on your product, on your logo, on your design, every aspect of it, so that when you do go to launch on Amazon, the people in your launch group are gonna feel invested in your product. They're gonna buy it on day 1. They're gonna also be more likely to leave reviews. Amazon will see this spike in sales, these high quality reviews, and they're gonna know that you have a great product. On top of that, by leveraging the launch group, you're gonna make a better product because you're gonna be showing them the design and they're gonna be giving you real-time feedback so that when you do go to launch, you're gonna have an amazing product to sell. But launching your product is only part of the battle. You need to have an optimized product page. You need to have a good title and you need to make sure it contains lots of keywords, things that people would search for on Amazon to find your product. But that's not enough. You need to make sure that it's enticing to your customers as well. You also get 5 bullet points, and this is a chance for you to highlight the benefits of your product. Again, make sure it contains lots of keywords that your customers might be searching for. By putting keywords in the title, in the bullet points, Amazon knows what your product's about and it's more likely to rank you higher up in the search results. The main image is probably the most important part of your product page, and this is where most beginners make a mistake. Put as much energy and effort into making a good main image as you can, because this is what people look at before they click on your product. I recommend using a high quality computer generated image, and if you need a referral to someone, you can join my Facebook group and I'm happy to share with you who I personally use. This allows you to get the perfect picture, and one more note about the main image is you want as little white space as possible. You want your image to take up as much room as possible. It'll make your product look bigger in the search results and pop more. You also want to add as many other images as you possibly can. Your product from different angles and all the benefits, all the ways to use your product. This is important because not everyone's gonna read your description or your bullet points, so highlight the benefits of your product as best you can. Other than the title and the main image, the review section is probably the next most important. You need to do everything you can to get as many good reviews as possible. If you haven't yet, get a trademark as early as possible. This will allow you to get brand registered in Amazon, which will allow you to add branded content. And this is just another chance for you to sell your product. Put images in there, put nice descriptions, and again, use the section to convince potential customers to buy your product. You can also add a video, and this allows you to convey things you might not be able to in images. And I also highly recommend putting yourself in the video, letting people know that they're buying from a real person. And you can use the questions and answers section to alleviate any concerns potential customers might have about buying your product. The third secret is to add a coupon code. And this is a ninja hack I only recently found out about, and it does a lot of amazing things. The first thing it does is it makes your product stand out in the search results. People are more likely to click on your product if it has a coupon code because that little green badge that says save 5, 10, 15%. And then when people do click on your product, they're more likely to convert into a sale because they feel like they're getting a deal. It's easy to set up a coupon code. I'll put a link to a video down below on some more information on how to properly set up your coupon code. PPC advertising with Amazon is extremely powerful, extremely profitable, and there's 2 main types. There's sponsored products and there's sponsored brands. Let's talk about sponsored products first. Within sponsored products, you can either do product targeting or keyword targeting. And keyword targeting is basically where you say, I want to show my ad in the search results when people type in certain keywords. For instance, you might tell Amazon, every time someone types in peanut butter, I want to show my ad, and I'm willing to pay $1 for every time someone clicks on my ad and goes to my product page. Now contrast that with product targeting, which is where you tell Amazon which products that you want to show your ad on. And it could be products that are competitors of yours, or it could just be other products that you know that if someone buys that product, they'd also be interested in your peanut butter. Now, banner ads, on the other hand, is very similar to keyword targeting product ads, but instead of just showing your product, it's actually a complete banner at the top of the search result. With all these different types of campaigns, they have manual bidding where you pick the keywords or the products that you want to target, but they also have a really nifty feature called automatic targeting, which you basically tell Amazon, I'm willing to pay $1 a click, you do what you think's best. And surprisingly, that actually works really well. Amazon actually does a really good job at finding you profitable traffic. I have a complete video diving way deeper into PPC. I'll link up here. I'll put a link down below as well. The coupon stack is another hack that my mentor actually taught me. And the way it works is you basically give a discount anytime someone buys more than one of your products. And what this does is it makes people want to buy more. When you know you're gonna save money, there's a part of your brain that gets triggered and you say, maybe I do need 2 of these, or maybe I can give one to a friend. Again, this is very powerful because Amazon sees that you're selling more, which means that it's more likely to put you higher up in the search results, which in turn means you're going to sell more product. We're almost at what I consider the most important secret, but this secret is still very important, and that's that you need to make your product stand out. This is why old school private labeling is dead. No longer can you just take a boring product, put it up on Amazon, and expect to be a millionaire overnight. You need to make your product stand out, because if your product doesn't stand out, nobody's gonna click on it. And if nobody clicks on it from the search results, no one's gonna buy your product. I've already talked about a lot of ways to make your product stand out. A good main image, a good title, lots of reviews, but by far the most important way to make your product stand out is secret number 7, and that's to be selling the perfect product. To me, the perfect product to sell on Amazon is a product that you create. It's gotta be unique. There's gotta be something different about it. Ideally, the product that you sell on Amazon would be a product that you are passionate about, something that you really wish existed in the world. This will make it so much easier to do every step of this.
Now, you might want to find a product to sell on Amazon, but you don't have a lot of money and you're looking for a free way to find products to sell on Amazon. In this next section, I'm going to show you how you can find a profitable product to sell on Amazon without spending a dime on any of these tools. I obviously go into more depth about how you can find products to sell on Amazon in my Amazon FBA program. Again, there's a link to that down below in the description. But let me show you a teaser of how you can find your own product to sell on Amazon in this next section right now.
So let's start with step 1, and that's find out what you want. So what makes this different than what everyone else is doing is I want you to figure out something that you wish existed in the world, a product that you would personally buy, and then create that product. And it doesn't have to be mind-blowing, it doesn't have to be game-changing. For instance, my passion product is performance nut butter. It's a macadamia coconut cashew blended nut butter. It's not extremely crazy. There was already nut butters that existed, but what I did is took my own blend, my own formula. It's a premium product. I was looking for an all-natural, high-quality, healthy fat snack, and I couldn't find anything out there. And so I thought to myself, well, if no one is currently making this, I should make it and I should sell it. So here's the key. Figure out what you would pay money for and then make that product. Now, a lot of people get stuck on this and they think, oh, I don't have a good idea. Also keep track when you go to Amazon. Anytime you search for something, if it doesn't come up, that's an idea. That's something that you were looking to purchase that didn't exist. And remember, if you were looking to buy something and it wasn't there, there's probably a lot of other people that were looking to buy that same thing. That's like a big warning sign that you should turn this into a product. Step 2 is use the free tools. And there's a lot of free product research tools. Jungle Scout and Viral Launch are great if you're just doing, boring private label stuff. It makes sense then. But if you're creating your own product from scratch, we have some pretty good free tools that you can use. One of which is the free version of Jungle Scout. Using the free version of Jungle Scout, you can find out how well any product on Amazon is selling. Basically, all you do is you find a similar product to what you're gonna be selling, or something that's in the same niche. You get the best-selling rank, put it into the Jungle Scout tool, and it'll tell you approximately how many units that specific product is selling. So you know if your category, if your niche is one that people purchase a lot of online. So this is a great way to do some product research, validate your idea. Another method you can do, another free method, is the 999 trick. Basically, any product on Amazon, you add 999 of them to your cart, and then Amazon will automatically tell you how much that seller actually has in inventory. You could do this day by day by day, and you can see how much that seller is actually selling. Now, this method does have some issues. It's not a perfect way to do it, but it is an option. Another free product research tool is using the Google Keyword Planner. You can use this to see how often people are searching keywords related to your product. So for instance, with performance nut butter, I'd see how much people were searching healthy fat snacks, keto snacks, paleo snacks, and I saw that, okay, there's a decent amount of demand. With vino cards, we looked at wine education, wine flashcards, wine hosting party kit, anything like that. And we saw that, once again, there's a decent amount of demand. It basically tells you how often people are searching for whatever keywords you put there in Google, and that lets you know the amount of demand. And the last tool is the Google Trends tool. And this will show you how often over time people are searching or Googling certain keywords. So for instance, with keto snack, I saw that over time, people have been searching it more and more often. And that's a really good sign. It lets you know that this is a trending topic and it's snowballing. It's becoming more and more powerful. So I knew when I started Performance Nut Butter that this was a trend. This was something that was going to be growing over time. But by far the most powerful product research tool that no one seems to be talking about on the internet is step 3, and that's talk to real people. Everyone wants to just look at the data and just look at all the metrics and try to determine how to create a new product. And that's a good way to get started. But if you really want to get some valuable insight on if you have a good idea or how to make your idea as good as possible, talk to real people. The way I recommend doing this and the way I did it for Performance Nut Butter is through what I call a product launch group. Basically what you do is you start a Facebook group. You get all your friends and family in there, of course, but you also try to get soon-to-be customers in there. You can use Instagram to do this, you can capture emails, you can do paid advertising. There's a lot of different ways to do this, but the end goal is not only to get people on an email list, but also to get them in a Facebook group. Then what you do is you show people ideas for your product. You show people logo designs. You show people every aspect of your product. You get feedback, which will help you make as good of a product as possible, but it also engages them. The benefit of this is they feel like they created the product as well, and they did. They helped you create it, and so when you go to launch it on Amazon, you're gonna get a ton of customers right away. And those people are gonna be dedicated to your product. They're gonna give you reviews as well, which if you ever have sold anything on Amazon, you know that getting a lot of sales and a lot of reviews right away is huge. That will snowball to more and more success, and your sales metrics will just increase over time.
And now that I showed you a quick snippet about how to find your own products on Amazon for free, let's talk about Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout, because these tools can be very powerful. Now, one thing I want to mention is in my coaching program, in the link down below, there is over 100 step-by-step lessons showing you much more in depth about how to find products, talking about Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout. Basically, on my YouTube channel, I share a lot of information, a ton of information for free. I go into way more depth in the coaching program. But let's now talk about Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout, which one you should use. Both these tools will help you find a product to sell on Amazon. Like this product that I found that's doing $60,000 in revenue every single month. And here's the secret. You can actually find out how much any product on Amazon is making using Jungle Scout or Helium 10. But you can do this for free, and here's the trick. You go to the page of the product that you want to know how much it's making. You scroll down to the best selling rank number. You're going to copy that, and then you'll go over into the free Jungle Scout Sales Estimator tool. You're going to paste that number in. You're going to select your marketplace and what category the product's in, and then it's going to tell you how many units per month that product is selling. You're then going to take that number and multiply it by the cost of the product, and you can see that this product is making over $60,000 in revenue every single month. And Helium 10 actually has a free extension that you can click on for any product, and it'll show you how much that product is making in sales per month. Another tool that you can get for free is the Amazon FBA Fee Calculator. And this will tell you how much profit a product is making, because just because that one product was making $60,000 in revenue, you have to remember when you're selling on Amazon, revenue is not profit. There's going to be costs. For instance, you're going to have to pay 15% for the Amazon selling fee. You're also going to have to pay for the Amazon FBA pick and pack fee, and there's going to be other costs.
And there is a free tool, the Amazon Fee Calculator, that will do the math for you and show you how much profit any product on Amazon is actually making. Now, both Jungle Scout and Helium 10 have a lot of other features in their paid plans, but here's a trick that you can use to get a free Helium 10 account. If you go to the link down below for Helium 10, you click on the link, you click on Get Started Today, and you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can actually click the button to get a free Helium 10 account. And I'll share more details about that free Helium 10 account in just a minute, but now let's get into the pros and the cons of Jungle Scout versus Helium 10. Let's get started with the pros and the cons of Helium 10. And one of the biggest pros of Helium 10 is that it does have a free plan. And using the free plan, you can use a lot of the tools, a lot of the features of the paid plans. There is some restrictions, but I actually had one student that was able to find a $100,000 per month product using the free plan. So don't think that you need to pay for either one of these tools. Another pro of Helium 10 is that it does have a lot more tools, and in my opinion, better, more in-depth tools than Jungle Scout, including a keyword research tool called the Magnet tool and the Cerebro tool. And what these tools do is they allow you to figure out exactly what people are searching for in Amazon. And if you can figure out what people are searching for in Amazon, you can figure out what kind of products to sell them. And the Magnet keyword tool allows you to put in what you think someone might be searching for, and it'll tell you how many people per month are searching for that keyword phrase. On top of that, it's going to give you a list of a bunch of other related things, and you're going to end up finding a bunch of different ideas for products and keywords that you could add to your Amazon listing. There's also the Cerebro tool, and this is a reverse ASIN lookup. What that means is you take the ASIN, which is the Amazon Standard Identification Number, and every product on Amazon has this. You're going to copy this and you're going to put it into the Cerebro tool, and it's going to tell you exactly what people are searching for in Amazon before they find and buy this product. And this allows you to look into your competitors and figure out exactly how they're making so much money. There's other tools also like Black Box that'll help you find a product, as well as X-Ray and a profitability calculator. But one of my favorite tools that Helium 10 has that Jungle Scout does not have is the Refund Genie. And you need to be careful when you're selling on Amazon, because at times Amazon will screw you over. Amazon will not always send you the money that it owes you. Amazon makes a lot of mistakes and it ends up costing you money. And this Refund Genie tool will go through and it'll figure out exactly how much money Amazon owes you, and it'll do all the work and it'll get you that money from Amazon. There's also a ton of tools in Helium 10 that's going to make it so that your Amazon listing is completely optimized, and you know that it's very important if you want to have success on Amazon to get to the top of the search results. And Helium 10 has a ton of different tools that'll help you to do exactly that. Another powerful tool that's only available on the Platinum plan or higher is Adtomic. And this is a way to completely automate all your Amazon PPC. And for those that don't know, PPC stands for pay per click. This is a way for you to advertise on Amazon where you pay every time someone clicks on your ad. And this can be really tedious and this can take a lot of work, and Adtomic automates this entire process for you. And Jungle Scout does not have an equivalent tool to Adtomic, so this is a huge feature of Helium 10. There's also an inventory protector tool, and you know if you're selling on Amazon that you do not want to run out of inventory. If you run out of inventory, Amazon might blacklist you because they're going to think that maybe you're not a reliable business, that you're not actually a professional seller. And this tool is going to help to make sure that you never run out of inventory. Another pro with Helium 10 is they do offer monthly pricing, or they offer discounted yearly pricing. And even though I do recommend the yearly pricing if you know you're going to have this tool for a year or longer, for most of you out there, if you're just starting out with Amazon and you're just looking to do some product research, I'd recommend just sticking with the monthly plan. But there are 3 different paid plans with Helium 10. There's the Starter, the Platinum, and the Diamond. And for most beginners, I actually recommend going with the Platinum plan, though you can always try the Starter plan. The problem with the Starter plan is it's a little bit limited in its features, and if you upgrade to Platinum, it unlocks everything, and it's going to make it a lot faster for you to do product research and just use all the tools. But one of my favorite pros with Helium 10 is they do offer a 7-day money-back period. So I recommend, if you're on the fence, to sign up for Helium 10, do all your product research, and if you find a product in those 7 days and you want to cancel it, you can always cancel it. But wait a minute, Jungle Scout also does have some pretty big pros. And in my opinion, the biggest pro of Jungle Scout is their supplier database tool. This tool will allow you to figure out the manufacturer for your competitors. So you can go on and pretty much any product on Amazon, you can plug into this tool, and this tool will tell you who your competitor or who any product on Amazon uses as a manufacturer. This tool is magic. If you're stuck trying to figure out who you're going to use as your manufacturer, this tool can be extremely powerful, because not only can you go to your competitors, you can go to products that are kind of similar to yours, even if it's not directly a competitor, put it in this tool, contact that manufacturer, and see if they can produce your product. Jungle Scout also does have some great keyword research tools and some great product research tools. I will say, in my opinion, I like Helium 10's keyword and product research tools a little bit better. I think the data is a little bit better and there's more ways to filter the data. But that being said, Jungle Scout is still a very powerful tool. Another pro is that Jungle Scout is actually per month a little bit less expensive than Helium 10. And if you click on the link down below, you can get 3 months of Jungle Scout for $149, which if you divide it, that's $49 a month. And this plan is pretty much the same as Helium 10's $79 per month plan. But the problem, of course, is that you do have to buy 3 months up front. So it is more expensive up front, even though per month you're actually saving money. Another pro for Jungle Scout is the customer service and the team are extremely friendly, but I've also found that to be true with Helium 10. And now let's get into the cons of Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout, and pay attention because this is where things get really interesting. But the first real con of Helium 10 is that it is more expensive than Jungle Scout. Not by a lot, and I do think that it's worth it, but it's something to be aware of. Another con with Helium 10 is because they have so many tools and the tools have somewhat confusing names, it can be a little bit hard for beginners to navigate. And the last time I checked, Helium 10 does not have a really good mobile app, so if you're doing a lot of work on mobile, it's a little bit clunky in my opinion. Now for the cons with Jungle Scout, one of the first big cons is there's no free plan for you to try it out and see if it's a good fit for you. Another con is that it offers less features, including it does not actually offer any features or tools to help you launch your Amazon product. And if you've ever sold on Amazon, you know how important it is to launch a product on Amazon. When you launch a product on Amazon, you want to try to get as many sales as possible from day one. What this does is it lets Amazon know to put your Amazon listing at the top of the search results. And on Amazon, the products that are at the top of the search results get the most clicks, followed by second place, third place, and fourth place, and it's actually exponential. So getting to the top of the search results is extremely important. And in general, the biggest con with Jungle Scouts is I think the tools just aren't as accurate in their data, and there's just not as many ways to filter the data as there is with Helium 10. And before I announce the winner of which tool is best, Helium 10 or Jungle Scout, let me show you behind the scenes what it looks like if you decide to pay for these tools. And let me show you all the different tools that come with both Helium 10 and Jungle Scout over here. We're gonna go one by one. I'm gonna explain what these tools do. And as you can already see, Helium 10 has more tools than Jungle Scout does. And with Helium 10, the tools are organized in a few different categories. Product research, these tools will all help you to find a product to sell on Amazon. Keyword research, these tools will all help you to figure out what keywords you should put in your title and in your bullet point. But here's a secret, Cerebro and Magnet tool are actually how I do product research now. These are the most powerful product research tools and most people aren't even using them. There's also tools that'll help you market your product like Atomic and Amazon Attribution, as well as tools that'll help you optimize your listing. There's also analytics tools, things like a keyword tracker, and operation tools, things that'll help you avoid hijackers and Refund Genie, plus the follow-up tool. With Jungle Scout, things are organized by toolbox, product research, suppliers. This will help you to find suppliers for your product, keywords, marketing, sales analytics, and advertising. So let's look at some of these different tools, and I'll share with you what some of my favorite tools are with both Helium 10 and Jungle Scout. But the first one we'll talk about is Blackbox. And Blackbox is a product research tool. This is gonna help you to find products to sell on Amazon. And the way that this works is you can put in criteria of the kind of product that you're looking for, and this tool will tell you exactly what products you should sell. For instance, let's say that you wanna make at least $10,000 per month. You'd put $10,000 minimum per month that these products are making. And let's say you want to find products that aren't that competitive. So you want to say that they have under 400 reviews. And you can even pick which category you want to sell in. Let's say you want to sell in baby, for instance, which is a pretty hot category to sell in. You click search, and this tool will give you hundreds of different products that meet your criteria. And you can go through and you can figure out what kind of products you want to sell. There's also the Trendster tool, which will tell you what are the hot trends for selling on Amazon. Another tool that I like to use is the Cerebro tool. And this is one of the most powerful tools that most people aren't using. What you can do is you can go to Amazon, find a product that you are curious about. For instance, let's look at cocktail cards here. For those that don't know, cocktail cards is one of the products that I sell. I actually partnered with AJ on this product, and AJ was a bartender. He ended up losing his job during the pandemic. He joined my Amazon FBA course, and I saw that he had a passion for cocktails, and I actually found this product using the next tool I'm going to be talking about, which is the magnet tool. But in his first year, he did over $500,000 in sales on Amazon. And so the way the Cerebro tool works is if you go to any product on Amazon and you look for the ASIN number, and you can see the ASIN number down here. This is the Amazon Standard Identification Number. You take that and you can paste it into this Cerebro tool. And what this tool will do is it'll tell you the exact keywords that people are searching for in order to find and buy this product. And you can see right here, people are searching for recipe card deck, recipe cards, and other keywords like that. This is a really powerful way for you to find products to sell on Amazon. Another tool that I recommend from Helium 10 is the magnet tool. And this is how I found cocktail cards in the first place. With this tool, you can put in any keyword and it will tell you exactly how many searches per month that keyword is getting. So for instance, I see that cocktail cards is being searched over 1,000 times per month. And when you do that, it'll also tell you other ideas of keywords. For instance, you can see that over 200 people a month are searching for easy cocktail recipe book, and there's other things like that. You can actually put this in order of search volume, and we can see things like over 26,000 people per month are searching for card shuffler. There's some other tools here that are also powerful, like the misspellinator, and that's a tool that's going to help you to find common misspellings and put them in your back-end keywords, which is going to make it so you make more sales for your product. There's Atomic, which I mentioned earlier, Amazon Attribution, which is going to help you figure out how your off Amazon advertising is leading to sales. There's also Portals, which will help you build landing pages that'll allow you to collect emails and do things like that. The next tools we're going to talk about are the listing optimization tools. There's Frankenstein, which is going to help you to process your keywords, Scribbles, which is going to help you to optimize your listing in general, an index checker showing you how you index for different keywords. So basically seeing what rank are you and are you actually showing up on Amazon search for your different keywords. A listing analyzer, and what you can do with this is you can put your product into the listing analyzer and it'll tell you how good your listing is. You can also put in competitors and see how good they're doing. So if we run the analysis here, you can see it tells the sales for the last 7 days. In addition to that, it gives some historic data as well as giving the listing quality score, and we're only getting a 7.5. So I see that there's room for improvement. So this is a very powerful tool. They even recently added an AI-powered listing optimizer. This is something I've not used yet, but it's pretty interesting. Some other tools in the analytics section is the keyword tracker, which you can put in what keywords you want to rank for, and it'll track week by week, day by day, and tell you where you're ranking for that. There's the market tracker, which will show you how you compare to your competitors. Market Tracker 360, which will actually give you some more new and improved competitor intelligence. And there's a tool that'll help you to calculate your profits. There's also all these operation tools. There's Refund Genie, which I talked about earlier. This is going to help you to get all that money that Amazon owes you. There's the follow-up tool, and this is an automated email tool. So when someone buys a product from you, you can automatically follow up with them and say, hey, make sure to leave us a review. There's also some more advanced tools like the inventory management tool and the alerts tool, which will keep hijackers off of your listing. And you can see overall, there is a ton of very powerful tools here. But let's jump over to Jungle Scout and quickly look over all their tools. There's the sales estimator tool, and this is the same as the free tool. The difference is if you pay, you can use this multiple times a day. With the free tool, it actually caps you. You can only use it so many times before it tells you, hey, nah, you're done. There's also a listing grader, which is very similar to the listing grader from Helium 10, except for, as you can see, this isn't nearly as powerful as the Helium 10 one. It doesn't give you as much insights as Helium 10 does. There's also a bunch of different product research tools. There's the product database, product tracker, opportunity finder, and all these tools are going to help you to find products, category trends. Now, the most powerful tool with Jungle Scout, and the one reason why I would consider Jungle Scout over Helium 10, is the supplier database tool. And I know some people that sign up for Helium 10 and use all the product research tools, all the different tools over there, but then they come and they also sign up for Jungle Scout just because this supplier database tool is so powerful. And I know I already explained this earlier, but again, you can put in your competitor and it'll tell you who the manufacturer is for that competitor. There's also keywords tool, and all these tools are gonna help you to find the keywords that you wanna use for your listing. And let's take a look at Keyword Scout. When I click on this and I put in a keyword that I wanna get more information about, let's say cocktail cards, and click search, you can see that there's not as many filter possibilities with Jungle Scout as there is with Helium 10. If you count it, there's about 11 different filters here, and there's 14 different filters over here. In addition to that, with Helium 10, there's over 1,400 keyword ideas that it gives you. With Jungle Scout, it only gives you 49 keywords. And if we look in the columns, there's just not as many columns that you can filter with as there is with Helium 10. There's just way more information with Helium 10. With Jungle Scout, there's also some different marketing tools like promotions and review automation, which is similar to what you get with Helium 10. There's also some sales analytic data like profit overview, P&L statements, and there's some advertising functionality, but it's just ad analytics. They don't have the equivalent of Atomic, which will automate your Amazon PPC. So now it's time to announce the winner of Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout. And if you're deciding between these tools, keep in mind that they both actually have a 7-day money-back guarantee period. So you can try one tool out, see if it works for you, and if it doesn't, you can try the other tool out, and you can always go back to whichever one you think is best. And keep in mind that you don't actually need to pay for either one of these tools. I was able to find my first Amazon FBA passion product that made over $1 million without using either one of these tools. But if I had to go back and do it again, I would 100% pick one of these tools, pay for it, because the thing about these and any tools is it's gonna make your life easier. The example I give is that you don't need a hammer if you're building a doghouse. You could always just use a rock and hammer in those nails. But if you're trying to build a mansion, it might be worth investing in a tool. It's gonna make the entire process easier. So many beginners make the mistake of thinking that early on in their business that spending money means that they're losing money, but what I actually see is the opposite. Most of the people that aren't willing to spend money on their business in the early days end up making mistakes that end up losing them thousands of dollars later down the line in their business. Drum roll please, let's announce the winner of Helium 10 versus Jungle Scout. And in my opinion, I'd recommend that you sign up for Helium 10 because it has way more tools than Jungle Scout, and the tools are better. The data is more accurate, there's more way that you can filter the results, and overall, Helium 10 is a better tool for beginners. That being said, there is nothing wrong with Jungle Scout. Jungle Scout is still a great tool.
So at this point in the video, you maybe already have an idea of what you want to sell on Amazon, but it's time, once you know what you want to sell, to find a manufacturer that's actually going to be able to create the product so that you can create the product and send it into the Amazon warehouse. In this next section, I'm gonna show you step by step how you can find your own manufacturer. But again, and I know I'm saying this a lot, but in my Amazon FBA program, we actually have templates of exactly what to send to manufacturers. We have my exact conversations so you can see with the back and forth that we have. We have tools for how to negotiate with manufacturers. But this next section is gonna give you an overview of how you can find a manufacturer. And honestly, you don't need to join my coaching program. You can just watch these free videos and it's probably gonna give you enough information to get started. The coaching program is really for people that are looking for some extra help, some extra hand holding. And basically the coaching program is gonna make it so that you have success faster, that you make less mistakes. And I think it's a no-brainer, but now let me show you how you can find your own manufacturer.
There's 6 steps to finding a manufacturer and getting your product made.
The first website that I recommend you going to is Alibaba.com. And Alibaba.com will connect you with manufacturers overseas. All you have to do is type in what you're looking for right here and click on search. Now, I don't generally recommend getting food or consumable products manufactured overseas. However, for other types of products, it makes a lot of sense to get it manufactured overseas because it's going to be a lot cheaper than having it made in the United States. An example of the type of product that you should use Alibaba in order to find a manufacturer is one like the one that Brent made. And Brent created a product called SearPro. He came to me, he said, hey, I'm a first responder helicopter pilot. I've got 2 kids, but I want to make more money. I want to create an online business. How do I do it? And I told him to use this website, Alibaba.com. And so what he did is he had this idea for his product, SearPro. And he went in here and he typed in a sear torch, which is the type of product that he's selling, and clicked on manufacturers, clicked on search. Alibaba will give you a list of a bunch of different manufacturers overseas that can make your product. And one of the first things you want to look for is you want to make sure that the manufacturer you're going to work with is a verified supplier. This means that Alibaba has sent a person to their manufacturing facility to verify that it's a legitimate company. The next thing you're going to look at is the reviews. This company has 5 reviews with a 4.2 star rating, which means that maybe one person has had an issue with them, but overall it seems like they're a pretty reputable business. They've had 15 orders with an 88% delivery time and an average response time of 9 hours. So once you find a manufacturer that you think could make your product, you're going to want to click on Chat Now, or you can click on this button and send them a message telling them exactly what you want to order. From there, you'll have a back and forth conversation. You'll ask them what is their MOQ, which stands for minimum order quantity. And most companies are going to have a minimum amount of product that you have to order. Around 300 to 500 is a pretty typical minimum order quantity. And keep in mind, what we're trying to do here is we're buying our products in bulk. We're buying 300, 500 at a time in order to get that discounted price. We're then going to take those products and sell them on Amazon for an increased price. So maybe we can order our product for $10 a unit and we can turn around and sell that exact same product for $60 a unit on Amazon. One thing to keep in mind is that the more products that you order, the bigger the discount you're going to get. So instead of ordering 500 units, if you order 2,000 units, your price per unit's going to go down, but yet you can still sell it for the same price on Amazon, which means more profit for you. Now, since with carnivore electrolytes, I didn't want to get this product manufactured overseas, I used a website called thomasnet.com. And thomasnet.com is very similar, except for it allows you to find manufacturers in the US. And since I'm trying to create an electrolyte drink mix here, I'm going to type that in and I'm going to click on search, and we're going to get a list of a bunch of manufacturers that can make that exact product. In fact, there's 68 different suppliers. And so from here, what I'm going to do is go through this list and find all the manufacturers that I want to work with and click on contact supplier and tell them about the product that we're trying to create. However, a pro tip is I wouldn't just recommend checking out thomasnet.com if you're looking to get products manufactured in the United States. I'd also go to google.com and just type in exactly the same thing, but then space manufacturer. And you can see that there are a ton of people here. Custom supplement manufacturer, electrolyte powders in stock, beverage manufacturing, drink formulation company, our powder mixes. There are pages and pages of different manufacturers that would be willing to work with you. And all I recommend you do is send them a message letting them know about the type of product that you're looking to create and asking them some questions such as what is their minimum order quantity, what is their price per unit, and here's another pro tip. I don't think you should just ask about the minimum order quantity. I think you should say, what is your price if we order 500 units, 2,000 units, and 10,000 units? That allows them to know that you're a serious business looking to buy at high volumes eventually.
But when you actually call someone, it develops a lot stronger of a connection. It makes you seem like a lot more serious of a potential client. Remember, these manufacturers are busy. They probably get a lot of messages, and by picking up the phone and calling, you seem like a more legitimate business. The other benefit of calling is if they can't help you, there's a higher probability that they can recommend someone that can help you, and it allows you to rapidly ask other questions, where if you send an email or a message and they say, hey, sorry, we can't do this, they're probably gonna end the conversation there. They're not really as invested in helping you find other people that can help you do manufacturing. Now, some tips when contacting a manufacturer: you wanna sound like as legitimate of a business, as serious as a potential customer as you can. Now, I'm not saying to lie. Now, some people do give the advice that you should say that, hey, I'm part of a bigger company. Not call yourself the founder or CEO. Maybe call yourself the COO, which is Chief Operations Officer, or some other ideas as you could be the Chief Purchasing Agent, or come up with whatever title you want. Now, the benefit of this is it makes it seem like you're part of a larger company. Another big benefit when it comes to negotiation, which I'll talk about in just a second, it allows you to say, hey, that sounds like a great deal, but my boss is saying no. So then the manufacturer, when they're negotiating with you, they don't take things as personal. I have had people tell me that when you say that, hey, my boss says it's not a good number, that it's easier to negotiate with that because people don't take it as personal. Now, that's up to you. I've also had a lot of success by doing the opposite and calling up companies and say, hey, I'm the founder, I'm super passionate, I really want to get this thing started, but truth is, I'm somewhat new to this, and asking for their help in educating me. And that's a double-edged sword. I've found that it helps because people they empathize and they want to help me out as a beginner, but they could also potentially take advantage of you. Another important thing to note is when you're first starting out, you probably don't want to buy too much inventory. So you may at some point in the conversation want to ask, what is the minimum order quantity, or MOQ? You'll see this a lot of times. And that is, what's the minimum that they're willing to sell you, basically. Now, I would not recommend opening a conversation with this because they're less likely to take you serious. In fact, again, a lot of people say you should say, hey, I'm looking to order 50,000 units, even if you're only looking to order 500, because it makes you seem more serious. And then later on down the line, you say, you know what, we could do a test run of those 500 units. And this is a negotiation tactic because there is a chance that the manufacturer is going to say, well, for $50,000, it's $1 a piece. And then you say, okay, well, let's just start out with 500 and try to negotiate your way into getting that $1 per unit price. That doesn't always work. And in general, I recommend ordering around 3 to 6 months worth of inventory. Figure out how much you think you're going to sell within that 3 to 6 month range and start with that as an order. And there's a lot of reasons for this. One of the reasons is if there is a problem with the order, well, at least you're not out too much money. It's not that big of a deal. Also, you need to store all that inventory somewhere. If you order more than 3 to 6 months worth of inventory, where are you going to store it? And you might have to pay storage fees. But you also don't want to order too little inventory. If you only order 1 month's worth of inventory, by the time you realize that you're selling out, you'll have to place another order anyways, and you might as well take advantage of a discount for buying lots of items. And I haven't mentioned that yet, but generally speaking, the more you buy, the lower per unit price you're gonna get. And this can make it so your business can be a lot more profitable if you can order a larger quantity of items. I have 3 other quick things to keep in mind before we move on to the next step of this process. The first is whenever communicating, whenever sending messages or emails with your manufacturer, make sure to spell check, to grammar check, to make sure your email looks as professional as possible. If you look like a beginner, they're gonna treat you like a beginner. The second tip is make sure to establish a connection with them. This is something I've historically been fairly bad at with my manufacturers. A lot of people treat their manufacturer as just a business transaction, but if you can somehow create a real relationship, maybe send them a small gift. Not, don't do this in a way that seems manipulative, but once you've had your first successful production run, send them a small gift, a thank you, something really heartfelt. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna be more likely that they're gonna wanna help you out in the future. And then the third tip I have for you is the cheapest company isn't always the best. Part of the reason it took me 1.5 years to get this product manufactured is my manufacturer that I was working with, even though they were a really good deal and they produced pretty good products, they were not organized. And when I tried to create a new flavor, they were just too disorganized to be able to do it. They had a lot of different moving parts, a lot of other clients that they were prioritizing. So I switched to someone that's slightly more expensive, but they're a lot more professional. And my hope is, even though I'm gonna be paying more money working with these people, that the stress that I'm gonna save because they're more professional is gonna be worth it. Though I will talk about this later, but so far it's been a really bumpy road, even with the new manufacturer, getting this product manufactured. I've lost probably close to $15,000 in R&D and trying to get up and running with this new manufacturer, which I'll talk about all those issues later in this video. The next step is to smash that like button. By hitting the like button, it lets YouTube and the algorithm know that this is a good video. And the real next step is to design your product. And I mean this in a lot of different ways. First off, you're gonna have to design the dimensions, you're gonna have to design the look and feel of what you want, but you're also gonna wanna design a logo and all the different graphical elements. Now, the first step of this that people often get hung up on, and they really shouldn't, is how do they design their product? Do they have to hire a CAD professional, all these different things? First thing I'd recommend is emailing, messaging with the manufacturer and telling them in words, maybe write out some sketches, show them exactly what you want. They can help you. Their entire business model is around helping you because they need to make it as easy as possible for people to work with them. So what you can do is you can email them and say, hey, you've got this product on Alibaba that looks like this. What I want to do is change the dimensions, maybe make it a little bit longer, maybe make it a little bit taller, change some of the graphical elements. Tell your manufacturer exactly what you want. Now, there is a chance that they're going to say, hey, that's outside of our realm of being able to help you with this. You need to go hire some kind of a CAD designer or something like that. And that's really easy to do. You can go to Fiverr or Upwork and you can find someone where you can tell them in plain old English exactly like what you're trying to do, and they can help you out. Just keep in mind, the manufacturers, even if you're working with a Chinese manufacturer, they're really smart. This is what they do for a living. They can probably help you out. Chances are you won't need to go hire someone unless you're looking to do something extremely complex. The next part of this is the design and logos of your product, and do not skimp on this. This is an extremely important part that a lot of people forget about. Your logo is gonna represent your company, and ideally, you're not just gonna be selling on Amazon, you're gonna be selling on your own website, and you're gonna be promoting your product in social media. So a logo is really important. I personally recommend doing a 99 Designs campaign, or at least if you aren't gonna do that, hire someone on Upwork. Now you can find people on Fiverr. It's gonna be a lot cheaper to get a logo off Fiverr, but you usually get what you pay for in this scenario. Now the benefit of 99 Designs, if you're not familiar with it, is that you run a contest and you have hundreds of different people. You tell the designers exactly what you're looking for, and you have hundreds of different designers submit logo ideas for your product based on what you're saying, and you get to pick the winner. And you pick a winner, and then you say, hey everyone, these are the winners for the first round. Let's do a second round based on these designs and see if someone can come up with an even better logo. And then you can do a second round. There's different pricing models. Highly recommend using 99 Designs. If not, you can go to Upwork or even Fiverr. Same thing with the box design. Think about how Apple can charge so much more for their computers. It's because every single part of the process feels like it was a lot of thought and attention was put into it, including the box. People love this whole unboxing experience. People love feeling like they're purchasing a premium product. So put a lot of thought, energy, and attention into what your design of your actual product, the box, everything is gonna look like. And again, even if you're not a creative person, you can hire creative people to help you. You can tell them the ideas, the concepts that you have in mind. You can tell them what kind of demographics your product is for. Obviously, if it's more feminine, you might wanna do more of like the pink type colors. If it's more masculine, you might wanna do more like the black masculine type colors. And obviously there's a lot of different variations of this, but find products that you like the way they look, that you think you want your product to look very similar to, and show that to a designer, and they can help you create your own branding. The next step is to get a sample sent to you. And I highly recommend doing this. I have in the past not done this, and every time I've not gotten a sample, it's come back to bite me in the butt. So I highly recommend telling your manufacturer you want a sample. Now, a lot of times they'll send you a sample for free. You'll just have to pay shipping. For instance, I helped my girlfriend start this company. It's called Vino Cards. And with this company, they sent us a sample that was blank. So we could at least see the dimensions, and that was free to do. And if we wanted to get a sample with the logo, the design on all the different cards, that was $300. We decided we didn't want to pay the $300, that we just wanted to get the regular sample. And that was beneficial because we got to see the dimensions of it, but we should have paid the $300. It turns out there were some tiny little mistakes that we would have caught if we would have just paid the $300 for the sample. Now, how much it costs you to get one sample made from your manufacturer is going to depend wildly on a bunch of different variables. Sometimes they're not able to do one for that cheap. It's gonna cost a lot of money. For instance, I've lost about $15,000 in doing the R&D just to get one sample of my product, the new Performance Nut Butter Cacao. And I am gonna be doing an in-depth video about all the mistakes I've made in this last year and a half on trying to create this product. Now you can say the $15,000 I spent in R&D and getting this product developed and switching to this new manufacturer, you could say that's an investment, and I do agree with you. But here's the thing, I wanna be completely honest. In this moment in time, it feels like that money's lost. I don't know yet if this product's gonna be a success. So obviously, depending on your different product categories, it's gonna cost you a different amount. For me, for instance, to get just the nut butter made in using their machinery, it cost around $600. But then to get it into the pouch, because that takes a different set of machinery, and to get the design and the film, it's way more expensive. It's a few $1,000s to get one unit of my product. So ask from early on how much it's gonna cost for you to get one sample, and realize a sample doesn't necessarily have to be quote unquote your finished product. Realistically, I could have got the nut butter product made and just tasted it, and I know what the pouches are already like. I don't necessarily need the full finalized product to say yes, but I decided to play it safe and get the product made in the pouch. So again, I'm gonna be talking about all the different mistakes I made, how I lost $15,000 on this Amazon product so far in next week's video. So make sure to subscribe. But the next step is how to actually pay for your products, because this is probably the scariest part of the entire thing.
because this is the part where you actually have to put your money on the line. Everything else we've talked about, sure, it might cost a little bit of money here and there, but usually to get your product manufactured, it's gonna be a few $1,000s at least. It could be more expensive if you have a more custom product, and there is of course a chance that it could be slightly less. For me personally, the hardest part has always been when I have to send a wire, when I have to actually send the money to the manufacturer, because that's the moment of truth. That's the black and white moment of entering the cave and there's no turning back anymore. And there's different ways to send money to your manufacturer. Historically, for all my manufacturers, I've done a wire transfer. And a wire transfer, to be honest with you, is really scary because unlike a credit card transaction where you can call up the bank and say, hey, that was fraud, I want my money back, with a wire transfer, there's none of that. Once you send the wire, even if you send it to the wrong person, you accidentally put in the wrong bank account number, it's gone forever. And I personally use US Bank to send a wire. It costs around, I think, $25 or so if it's domestic. It's something like $75 to $95 to send a wire over to China. And what you do, you can either go into a bank and do this. You also have to give them the routing number or the SWIFT number if it's an international bank account. And again, like I said, it's scary because if you accidentally mistype one of those numbers, they can send it to the wrong person. You're never getting that money back. Now, a little bit safer way to do it is PayPal. And I do know that some manufacturers accept PayPal, some overseas manufacturers. Most of the ones I've worked with, they don't want to deal with that because they know that if you send a PayPal transaction, you can contact PayPal and say, hey, this was fraud, and it's very hard for them to fight. Some manufacturers even do take credit card, though that's pretty rare. Keep in mind, when you pay with something with credit card, there's a transaction fee that the manufacturer would have to pay of around 3%. So most manufacturers don't want to deal with that. They want you to send a wire transfer. And as I said, this is the hardest part of manufacturing a product, at least from an emotional standpoint. It's scary when you have to send that money and know that it's not coming back unless your business is successful. It's really hard. And the reason I'm saying this is just to let you know that this is a common fear that a lot of people have. And to be honest, it's why in some ways I feel like I've lost $15,000 on this product, even though logically I know this product's eventually going to be successful. I'm going to make my money back and probably make a lot more money. In this moment in time, I don't know. And it's terrifying. And I'm just saying this to let you know that there probably is gonna be that moment in manufacturing your product where you are terrified, and that's okay. But keep moving on, keep going through it, because once you send the wire, something magical happens. You have no choice but to make your business successful, and that's a really powerful tool. And that brings us to the next step, which is actually getting your product shipped either to your warehouse or the Amazon warehouse. And this is another one of those things that a lot of people aren't sure how to do. It seems really complicated and hard, but it's actually extremely simple. And there's different options, obviously. If you are ordering your products and you're getting them manufactured in China, you can use DHL or FedEx to get your product shipped via air. And that's gonna be a lot faster. It's only gonna take a few days, but it's gonna be a lot more expensive. The other option is you can do sea shipping, which is gonna take about 4 to 6 weeks. And it also has to go through customs. It's gonna be cheaper, but you're also gonna have to pay for an annual bond, which is $100 if you want a single-use bond, or $400 if you want a bond that'll last you for the entire year. And the reason you do the $400 bond is if you're doing multiple shipments from China, then you can use that multiple entry bond. And to be honest with all this, I don't recommend dealing with this yourself. I recommend finding and hiring a freight forwarder. If you want to join my Facebook group, then I do have a freight forwarder I can recommend to you, but otherwise you can find a freight forwarder, just Google it, someone local in your area that you can talk to, and they can help you find a ship to send your products on. They can help you with the logistics from getting your product from the manufacturer's warehouse to the ship, dealing with customs, dealing with all those different things. And there is, last I checked, I think it's around like a 10 to 20% duty from sending products from China to the US. It depends on your product category, but keep that in mind. Manufacturing in China isn't as cheap as it once was because of the duty, because of the shipping, because of all those other costs. Sometimes manufacturing in the US can be just as affordable depending on the different product category. A lot of things are still much cheaper in China, but that's something to keep in mind. And if you do have a US-based manufacturer, you're gonna have to hire some kind of a trucking company. And a lot of them, they do what's called less than truckload, LTL shipping, which is usually a pallet, 2 pallets, something like that. And that's gonna cost, it really depends on how far away you are. If it's a 6-hour drive from you to your manufacturer, it's gonna be maybe $150 to get a pallet shipped.
If it's a 2-day drive, maybe $300. It depends on things like that. And if you want to get LTL shipments, you can use freightquote.com. You can also get truckload shipments, or the other thing is, if you're doing extremely small shipments, you can ask your manufacturer to ship it to you or to Amazon using UPS, FedEx, USPS, like all those different things. Now, the last thing that a lot of people get hung up on is, how do you actually send your products into the Amazon warehouse? Now, I am planning on doing a separate video on this, but it's extremely simple. Literally, Amazon makes it as easy as possible for you. Basically, you just have to follow a step-by-step thing where you put in the information and they'll send a truck to come to your house to pick up the pallet or your warehouse or wherever the pallet is of your items. Or if you're gonna send in items that are just, smaller than that, it's basically just like FedExing a package to your friend. The last thing, and probably the most important thing, as I said, if you watch any part of this video, this is gonna be the most important part, is the biggest mistakes I've made and how you can avoid these mistakes. And I have to be honest, I'm not the best Amazon FBA seller. I'm not selling the most units, but my focus is, and how I wanna help you out is, every time I make a mistake, to me, it's a learning experience. I used to get really upset. I used to really beat myself up when I made a mistake that lost me money. But now the way I look at it is, when I make a mistake, it's a learning experience that I get to share with you. And my goal is not to be the Michael Jordan of Amazon FBA. My goal isn't to be the best Amazon FBA seller out there. My goal is to help other people create amazing passion products and sell them on Amazon, sell them on their own website. So that is my goal. And with that in mind, I've made a lot of freaking mistakes on Amazon. I've made a lot of mistakes in manufacturing my product. But one of the biggest mistakes I've made with a past product is that we ordered too much. Please be very mindful when you're ordering. Figure out how much you think you're gonna sell per month and only purchase 3 to 6 months worth of inventory. For this product, Vino cards, we probably should have ordered around 400 units. That would have probably cost us around $2,500 or something like that. But instead, I was cocky and I thought we could really blow up this company. So we ended up ordering 2,000 units. Now, most of those units are just sitting in Ariana's parents' garage. Now, that's not the end of the world. The good thing about this product is it's shelf stable. It's not like my product that could potentially go bad. She has the rest of her life to sell those products, but still, it's an issue because that's money that we could have been using towards something else. Now, the benefit of ordering a lot of products, and the reason we did this, is your price per unit's gonna go way down. So it makes it so that product's more profitable. But still, as I mentioned earlier, we did make some mistakes on the cards that now we have to wait till we sell all 2,000 units before we get a chance to fix them. The next big mistake that I made with my product, Performance Nut Butter, is not making it clear with the manufacturer who's responsible when something goes wrong. If a product is defective, do I have to just take that as a loss, or do they have to pay for it? And with my first manufacturer I worked with, anytime there was an issue with the products, I had to pay for it. It was a loss, and I just dealt with it. To be honest, the reason I did this is because I didn't have a backup manufacturer. I felt like I was kind of backed into a corner. I had no choice but to work with my manufacturer, because what I'm trying to do with my product is very specific. I need someone that's gonna grind nut butters and put them into a pouch, and I couldn't find anyone else that was willing to work with me. Now, that being said, that's another tip, is always try to find a backup manufacturer. This is something I've seen a lot of people have issues with because China shut down a lot of their manufacturing, and because people didn't have any kind of backup source, they were out of luck for a decent amount of time. So always have a backup manufacturer as well.
Before you launch on Amazon, the next step is to create your listing. And in this next section, I'm going to show you exactly how you can create your listing for selling on Amazon. Now, again, we go into more depth about how to create a listing for your product on Amazon in my Amazon FBA program. But this next video, it goes into some great information. It tells you pretty much everything that you need to know. If you do still have questions, obviously feel free to leave it in the comments down below, or join the program and you get access to those weekly Q&A calls, as well as I show step-by-step for some of my products, how I created the listing, why I chose the keywords I chose, why I created certain descriptions, and why I chose certain images. So it's a no-brainer. So if you do get stuck on this next section,
feel free to join the coaching program to get unstuck, basically. But let's talk about how you can create your perfect Amazon product listing.
The first step to creating the perfect Amazon product listing is to add your product. And once you add your product to Amazon, you're gonna have to add the main image. And the main image is what shows up in the search results when people are actually searching for whatever your product is. It's gonna show up here in the search results. And I'm gonna show you how to make a main image that's gonna make people want to click on your listing. Then I'll talk about some of the side images here, and these help you to sell your product. When people are looking at your Amazon product page, the main thing they're looking at is the main image, the side images, the reviews, and the title. So the next thing I'm gonna talk about is how to create a title. Again, when people are searching for your product on Amazon, this is the next thing they see. And we're gonna talk about how to include search terms, keyword search terms in your title in a way that's gonna make not only the algorithm put you to the top of the search results, but also make a title that's gonna make people wanna click on your listing. After that, we're gonna talk about all the bullet points here because this is another way for you to sell your product. When people are looking at your product listing, they're gonna look at the bullet points and you're gonna wanna convey the benefits of your product. And I'll show you some ninja hacks on how to do that. But also, you're gonna wanna make sure you add in the different keywords to your bullet points. We'll talk about all this in depth later. So if this is really fast, don't worry about it. We're gonna go into more detail later. And then we're also gonna talk about the description for your product listing. I'm also gonna throw in some bonus things here that I don't see a lot of people talking about. Things like enhanced brand content, this A+ content, and some other tricks, including like some tricks on the Q&As on how to get more traffic, how to get more sales to your product listing. So let's get started. The first step is to go here and click add a product. Now, when you're adding your product, if you're selling a product that already exists, you're gonna search for the product that already exists on the Amazon platform. But that's not what I recommend. I personally don't recommend selling products that already exist on the Amazon platform. That's wholesale, that's retail arbitrage. Those aren't the models that I like to do. I'm all about creating what I call a passion product. And a passion product and private labeling, either one of those, you're gonna have to click, I'm adding a product not sold on Amazon. And for anyone that doesn't know, a passion product to me is a unique product, something different, something that's better than the competition, ideally a product that you're passionate about. And my product right here, this is a product I've been selling for a while now. It's a product that I'm passionate about. But in today's video, what I'm gonna be showing you is step-by-step how I'm creating a listing for a product I'm not even selling yet. So this is the product that we're gonna be adding to Amazon. And some notes, we don't have a lot of other images here, but that's okay, don't worry about that. The first thing Amazon's gonna ask you is to pick what your product category is gonna be. And this doesn't have to be perfect. You can always change it later. But what I recommend doing is just searching for your product in the search, like something that you think is similar to your product, and picking that as your category. If you're still unsure of what category your product should be, you can look at similar products to yours and see what category they make their product. So for me, my product's not a cashew butter. It's actually a macadamia coconut cashew butter with cacao added to it, but this is the closest category, so I'm just gonna go ahead and click that and say that that's the category. The next thing we're gonna do is just fill out all this information. I'm gonna explain what all this is. We'll put a temporary product name and we'll just call it Performance Nut Butter Cacao. And we'll change that later. Obviously, in just a minute, I'm gonna show you a more in-depth way on how to come up with the title. And your product name is gonna be the title for your product here. The next thing we're gonna look at is the brand name. And I have another video where I've talked in depth about this, but if you are brand registered, you're going to be able to use whatever your brand registered name is. If you're not brand registered, go ahead and put in whatever your brand name is there. For the manufacturer, I'm gonna put Better Nut Butter, which is my LLC company. And then the unit count. So my product comes in little pouches and there's 10 pouches in a box and each pouch is 1 ounce. Now, one thing I didn't mention is this product ID. And the product ID, there's a few different ways you can do this, but most people are gonna use UPC codes. And you can buy UPC codes from this gs1us.org, or I don't recommend doing this, but you can go to eBay and get them for a lot cheaper. I've had some friends that have had success doing this, but technically it's against the rules for Amazon. Amazon wants you to buy the legit GS1 barcodes, but those can be expensive. These are around $250 for I think 10 of them or so, where the barcodes from eBay are a lot cheaper. But it's up to you if you want to do it the legitimate way or the kind of shady way. But you'll select UPC code.
If you're not using UPC code, there is ISBN if you're doing books and a few other values that you can use. After that, you're going to go over to the offer thing, and you're going to have to select what you want your seller SKU to be. And you can put whatever you want. This is an internal thing. It's just for you. So I could just put PNB cacao box. Condition is probably going to be new if you're selling a new product. And the price, I'm going to put $27.99. And for the quantity, so quantity, if you're doing fulfilled by merchant or saying that you're willing to ship it yourself, put in the quantity that you have in your house. Now, I don't recommend doing this. I highly recommend doing fulfilled by Amazon. And this is going to increase your sales. This is how you get on Amazon Prime. By far, this is the way to do it. So the next thing we're going to want to look at here is an image. And you're going to want to add a main image for your product. And for me, I like using computer rendered images. And what I mean by that is some people prefer to use photographs. They prefer to take an actual photograph with an old school camera, but I don't think that's the best way to do it. I think this computer rendered image is actually, it looks more professional. It looks a little bit more polished. You can get angles and you can get things that you can't get with a typical camera. Let me give you an example of this. I actually helped my girlfriend create this product that's called Vino Cards. And this whole setup right here, you see how we have all the cards fanned out? We could do that potentially with a camera, but it'd be a lot more complicated. I think we got this image for maybe $50, $100, a computer rendered image. And it looks, from this point of view, it looks like a real image of the product, but it looks a lot more professional. So I recommend getting computer rendered images, at least for the main photo. And another point that I want to add is you want as little white space on the edge of your photo as possible. As you can see here, I cropped it so that right at the edge of the product, it's cropped. And the reason for this is if there's a lot of white space, your image is going to be really small. It's going to be in the middle. If there's less white space, it's going to make your product image bigger. And this is a big mistake I see a lot of people making. Another thing you want to do is you want to show not just your box, not just the outside of the box, but like what's on the inside. You can see that we did that here, where this package here, they didn't really show it. I mean, their box is okay, so they can get away with that because these cards will get you drunk. That's pretty funny, and that's not bad. But a lot of times I see people showing just the outside of the box when people are actually buying the thing that's inside the box. Another thing you're going to want to do is add all these side images, all these other images. And the way to do that is just go here and click upload and add more images. So you can add quite a lot of images here. It looks like you can add the main image and about eight side images. And they've changed this every once in a while. So you can have about 9 photos total. Now, I haven't done this yet for Performance Nut Butter Cacao, and I'll tell you, there's a few different things that I'm looking to add. I'm looking to add things like action shots, showing people using it in action, showing how the product can be used. So my product it's a nut butter product, and you can eat it straight out of the pouch. You can put it on toast. You can blend it up with coffee, or you can add it on top of your favorite dessert. I'd also show it like, okay, this is how you rip it. The whole point of adding all these side photos is to make people understand what it's going to be like to own your product. That's the problem with buying things online is they can't hold it in their hand. They can't decide like, oh, how much does this weigh? What does this feel like? So you need to replicate that experience with all these other images. And you can see one thing I did here with this image is adding the nutrition facts. What are the questions that people are going to have about your product? And to be honest with you, with my product right here, I didn't do a great job, but I do have a friend that he is a friend and mentor that actually, he does a really good job. So his extra images, he has things like this where it's like, oh, it's successfully funded on Kickstarter. I really love this image. It shows you how to use it. Step 1, 2, 3. He also talks about what's in the box. So he shows the box and he shows what's inside of it. Okay, 1 apparel unit, 2 N2O chargers, all this different stuff. So what I'd recommend doing is going and looking on Amazon for similar products to yours and see who does a really good job and replicate that and do it better as much as possible. The next key to a perfect Amazon product listing that's actually going to help you sell your product is the title. And it's important to remember that at the end of the day, Amazon is a search engine. So for instance, if someone searches for wine flashcards, that's exactly what my girlfriend's product is. We want that product to show up to the top of the search results. So how do you do this? Well, first off, something that I want to note is this right here, these search terms that people are searching for, these are called keywords. So you need to figure out what are the keywords people are searching for that when they find your product, they're going to be like, wow, that's the perfect product. That's exactly what I want. The way to do this is to use software, and one software that I recommend is Helium 10. And I'm going to do a video in a few weeks where I talk about how to actually do keyword research for your Amazon product listing. So make sure to hit that subscribe button to get that. But what I already did is I came up with a list of keywords that I thought people, when they search, they're going to want to find my product. They're going to find my product and they're going to be happy about it. Keto nut butter, that describes my product. Vegan-friendly snack, ketogenic snack, cacao, 100% cacao. When people type in 100% cacao into the Amazon search engine, I want my product to come up first. So basically, I looked up all these different keywords that describe my product, and at the same time, keywords that in Amazon, I want to rank at the top of the search results for, and I crafted a title. And the title that I came up with, I'll show you right here, is Performance Nut Butter Cacao, Macadamia, Coconut, Cashew, 100% Cacao, Chocolate, Keto, Nut Butter, Fat Bomb, Paleo and Vegan Friendly, Plant-Based, and Whole30 Approved Ketogenic Snack. Now, that's all right. I did this right before the video. It's not the best title. As you could hear, as I was reading it, it's not very friendly. It's not very human friendly. But on the plus side, it's stuffed full with a lot of keywords. And Amazon determines how high up in the search results they're going to put your product based partially on your title. And so if Amazon, for instance, sees, wine tasting game, they're more likely to put Vino cards at the top of the search results when someone types in wine tasting game. Now, another key is the closer to the front of your title your keywords are, the more likely that Amazon's going to rank it higher up in the search results. Normally speaking, I would not recommend using the brand name as the start of your title. Now, my title's not the best right now. This is just a rough draft, and that's a key part of this whole thing I want to let you know. You can always go back and change it. So I'm going to start with this as my title because I'm already selling a product on Amazon called Performance Nut Butter, and I want to make sure I rank for my own keyword Performance Nut Butter. And a lot of people I know are going to be searching Performance Nut Butter Cacao because I'm doing an entire marketing campaign, an entire launch strategy campaign around Performance Nut Butter Cacao. And I have another video I'll link where I talk about my launch strategy. But what you're going to do is once you've crafted your title, go ahead and copy it, go here, and let's go back to the vital info and paste it in there. Now, after this, the next thing we need to talk about is the bullet points. And this is something that a lot of people overlook. And one thing I like to do with the bullet points is for the first line, I like to put it in all caps, which makes it really attention grabbing. And a big mistake I see a lot of people making with their bullet points is they talk about technical facts of their product. They say, 10 1-ounce pouches. Nobody cares about that. Talk about the benefits. Why do people want your product? So one thing I did is delicious and satisfying. Fuels your power, not your cravings. The reason for this is a lot of people are buying this product because they want something that's going to make them feel good, make them feel stronger. So I made it very clear it fuels your power, not your cravings. Another reason why, another benefit of my product is it's 100% real, 100% natural. And I do want to mention that I like, whenever possible, adding numbers, because if you look at a big block of text, the thing that really stands out is the numbers, 100% real, 100% natural. So go through and try to think of why are people buying your product and try to elicit emotions in them. People don't buy, and despite what we think, they don't buy for logical reasons. People ultimately buy with a thing that's going to make them feel good, or at least they think is going to make them feel good. So really hit hard the emotions that they want to feel. Now, one ninja hack is at the end, your last bullet point, make sure that you say 100% satisfaction guaranteed or have some kind of money back guarantee. Now, here's the trick. On Amazon, everything has a 30-day money back guarantee. If someone buys your product and they don't like it, they're going to be able to get their money back within 30 days anyways. So why not hit them over the head and make it very obvious that if they buy your product, it's not going to be a risky thing, that they can buy your product and not have any fear. And there's a lot of psychology behind this. People are scared to buy things because you're spending your hard-earned money. This is one of the reasons why with my Amazon course, I have a 30-day trial. I let people try it out for 30 days, and if it's not right for them, hey, I'll give you all your money back. But it's called a risk reversal. Because normally when people buy something, all the risk is on them. It's I'm spending my money, I'm taking this risky opportunity. But what you're gonna do in your bullet points is what's called a risk reversal and say, no, I'm the seller of this product. I'm the owner of this company. I'm taking all the risk. I believe in this product so much that if you try it and for any reason you want your money back, I'll give you your money back in a second. So once you've written out all your bullet points, which I've done here, you're going to copy them and you're going to paste them into, well, actually, here's a thing. You're going to need to click the Advanced View tab. This is going to show you some more things here. And you're going to need to go into the description, and then under Key Product Features, this is the bullet points, you're going to paste, click Add More, and then go through and paste the rest of your bullet points. Once you've done that, it's time to start working on your description. And the description, there's two different types of descriptions that you can have. You can have the enhanced brand content, and you need to be brand registered to do that. Again, I did a video about that. I'll link up here. And it's to get brand registered is pretty easy. You need to have a trademark though. So if you don't have a trademark, you're not going to be able to get brand registered. But brand registry lets you have this A+ enhanced brand content, which looks really cool. It allows you to add images. It allows you to do a lot of great stuff. Another thing by being brand registered, it allows you to do is actually have a video on your page. So I've got this video right here on my page. So you want to try to get brand registered if you can. In fact, in my opinion, the only reason to get a trademark is to get brand registry. But if you're not able to do that, you're going to be able to do a description like this. And I recommend, if you're going to do your description, again, talk about the benefits of your product. The whole point of the description, the whole point of your Amazon product listing is to convince people to buy your product. So focus on the benefits. And there's a lot of different strategies to do this. I like this strategy of kind of a main title and then little sub bullet points. And what you can do is you can type out in a Word document what your description, what you want it to look like. Now, you do need to add some HTML, but Amazon doesn't accept bolding HTML. They don't accept a lot of different things. So what you're going to do is copy whatever you type out as your description, go over to this site, wordhtml.com, go ahead and paste it in, and you can paste as plain text, click on HTML, and boom, it'll format it for you properly. So let's go back over here, and we'll paste that in here. Now, before I talk about some of the more advanced like ninja hacks, one thing I do want to mention is variations. And the way that variations work is if, for instance, you want to sell a lot of different colors, then you're going to want to set up variations because you have the main product page, but within that you have what's called child variations and all these different colors. And I'll show you quickly how to set that up, but most people aren't going to have to worry about this. So let's say you wanted to have blue and then you wanted to have black, red, and so on. You just click Add Variations. And that way, if you want to do different prices for each one, you could do different prices. But one thing to note is each one of these variations is going to need a different UPC code. But this allows you to add variations if you feel like that's something you need to do for your product. Again, most people aren't going to have to deal with this. For instance, my product, it's just one product. It's just, there's no variations. It's just a single product. So it's not a big deal. And in fact, generally speaking, if you only have a few variations, I'd recommend doing it as different complete product listing pages. Now that's up for debate and there's different things to consider for that. Another thing we didn't touch on in depth in this video that I do want to mention is the keywords. And you can go into this, you want to find what you want to rank for in Amazon and paste it into this search terms, because this allows Amazon to know what keywords you think you should be ranking for. And I'm not saying it's going to rank you, but it's going to take that into consideration. And again, I'll do a video in a few weeks talking in depth about how to find search terms for your product. But now I want to talk about some of the ninja hack features that not a lot of people are talking about. And obviously I've already talked a little bit about enhanced brand content. Let's talk about how to get that set up. And you'll go back to your Amazon Seller Central page, and then you'll go up to advertising and A+ content. And I'll do a much more in-depth video about that if that's something you guys are interested in, but you'll start creating A+ content and it'll allow you to add this kind of amazing content. Another ninja hack when setting up your product listing is think about the questions and answers. Now, I will be honest, this is probably somewhat against terms of service, so do it at your own risk, but I know a lot of people that they'll have their friends ask questions like, are these Whole30 compliant? Now, I don't do this because I'm very public, so I make sure not to do anything that would be a little bit shady. But you can have your friends ask questions and then answer them. And that way, anybody that looks on your product listing and if they have a question about your product, they'll go down here, because you got to keep in mind, most people on the internet love reading reviews. They love reading the questions and answer sections, but they're not going to ask the questions themselves. So if from day one you have a bunch of questions answered already, it'll help alleviate people's concern. Another little ninja hack is you can actually offer your product if they buy in bulk for a discount. Basically, you go into advertising, and then I believe you go into promotions, and there's a few other steps to set that up.
Now that you have your listing up, the next step, if you want to make sure that your listing doesn't get hijacked, that there isn't any issues, is you're going to want to register for brand registry. And in this next video, I'm going to show you how to register for brand registry.
We're going to talk about something that has helped so many Amazon FBA sellers prevent their product from being changed or edited by other Amazon sellers. Now, it doesn't guarantee that your product will not be sold by other Amazon sellers. A lot of people think that that's not true, but it does give you an extra level of protection from a lot of issues that people experience on Amazon. Amazon created this a little while ago, and it's called Amazon Brand Registry. And it used to be a little bit easier to apply. They've made it a little bit more complicated. Now you have to get a trademark before you apply for brand registry. And there's some other little tips and tricks on how you will have to apply. I'm talking about why you need brand registry, how to apply for brand registry, and what to do after you've been approved for brand registry. Some things to note is you can enroll multiple brands in brand registry, and it doesn't have to be the same name that whatever your Amazon store name or your username is. You can enroll different brand names. It doesn't matter about that. A lot of different functions and features are not available unless you're in brand registry. Applying for brand registry is crucial if you're going to be selling on Amazon. By having brand registry, it makes it so that nobody can change or edit your product. If you don't register your brand, people can come in, they can change your title, they can change your bullet points, your main image. But the other thing that it does is it gives you access to enhanced brand content or A+ brand content. So all these different things down here, if you don't have brand registry, you're just gonna have boring text. But instead, I am registered for brand registry, so I'm able to use all this enhanced brand content. I also get access to videos, so I'm able to add a video to my listing. The first step is to apply for brand registry, and one shortcut to get there is if you go to inventory and upload managed videos. There's other ways to get there. It'll take you to this page and say, hey, do you want to register your brand? And of course we do. So we're going to click the Get Started button. And we'll click Get Started again. And this is a free process. So here are the requirements. You need to have a trademark. So it needs to either be a text-based trademark or an image-based trademark. You can go to the United States Patent and Trademark Office. You can get a trademark, and it's down at the T's form. Go through here, and there's all the instructions right here. It's pretty simple to do. To get brand registry, you're going to need a trademark. And then there's some other things that you're going to need to do here, but let's go ahead and click Enroll Now. So United States, for me, that's the marketplace we're going to enroll this brand into. We've got to enroll a new brand. Now you're able to have more than one brand. So if you're selling more than one brand on your account, that's fine. For this account, this is the first brand. So do your products and packaging have permanently affixed brand name or logo? Yes. On our packaging, it's the logo. Do you intend to enroll more than 10 brands in brand registry? No, I don't. And if at any time in the future this account ends up enrolling more brands, then I'll change that. Brand name to be registered is Vino Cards. Select the trademark type. Now, I always recommend doing an image trademark. It's a lot harder to get a word mark. Basically, an image has a lot more complexity to it, so you can pretty much trademark almost any logo. Now, the word Vino Cards, we would not be able to get that as a text mark because it's pretty generic. But what's not generic is the way we use those words in our logo. So let's go here. So now, next, you got to put the trademark number. And then select what trademark office. For us, it's going to be United States office. And please provide a high quality image of your design or mark. So we just add that, upload that in, an image of that. And then hit next. All right, so now they have a lot of questions for you, and this might get overwhelming, but just stick with me. It's going to make a lot of sense. So the first question is, do your products have UPC codes, GTINs, one of those different things? And the answer is probably yes. And then you put in what category your product is. For us, it's going to be kitchen and dining. Next question is an optional one. And if you have a website, I recommend just putting whatever your website is right there. Does your brand have an existing seller or vendor relationship with Amazon? We're a seller account. You're probably a seller account. I'm assuming most people are. Go ahead and put the seller email in here. Does your brand manufacture products? Well, if you're making your own product, the answer is yes. Does your brand sell to distributors? For us, it's no. We don't sell to anyone else that can sell for us, right? Like we're the only, basically what we're saying is we make the product and we're the only one that's going to be selling it. So last, does your brand license trademarks to others who manufacture products associated with your intellectual property? No, because we're not giving out our trademarks to anyone else. Like we don't license it. If you're Disney, for instance, you might license your products to other people. All right, where are your brand's products manufactured? You know what? For this, I'm going to put United States. And then submit application. At this point, I've submitted the application and we're just going to wait. I think it takes a few days before we hear from Amazon whether or not they've accepted our brand. But once you do, you can go into here and you can actually create some A+ content, which is the enhanced brand content that I showed you earlier on your product page. You can also go over to here and upload and manage videos, which allows you to upload a video to your product page, which is a great way to make your product stand out, a great way to explain a little bit more about your product than you can with just typical images. I also think it's a great way to create a connection with people that are going to be buying your product, because if someone's deciding between two different identical products, but one of them has a video and the founder is in the video and they're explaining how to use the product, you know that they're going to go with the one with the video in that.
A question I get all the time is, all right, how do I launch my product on Amazon? And now I'm going to show you how step by step you can launch your product on Amazon. This is one of the most important steps that a lot of people don't think about. But from day one, if you can get sales to your product on Amazon, Amazon's going to see that and they're going to promote your product. They're going to put it to the top of the search results, which is going to result in more sales for you. And this is such an important part. So please, if you have any questions on how to launch your brand or your product on Amazon, watch this next section.
I want to share with you my launch strategy, because what I'm doing is way different from what most people do when they're launching a product on Amazon. There's 5 things that I'm going to be doing to launch this product and try to get it to page 1 from basically day 1 of launching it. So the first thing I want to make very clear is that most people do this wrong. Most of the Amazon gurus, they haven't studied internet marketing properly. They've studied how to launch on Amazon. But what I'm going to teach you is how to actually launch a product. And the same principles are true no matter if you're launching a product on Amazon, if you're launching a course, if you're doing a movie premiere, if you're doing a book launch, it doesn't matter, because human psychology is the same no matter what type of a product you're launching. And there's a few principles. And one of the first things I want to make very clear is it's all about the buildup. It's all about months before you launch the product. It's about getting people interested in your idea. Then maybe a few weeks before, letting them know when the launch date is, and getting the hype up, getting them excited, so that when you finally do go to launch your product, people are banging at your door, banging on Amazon's door, trying to go in and buy your product. So really go from the point of view of how do you build up the hype. Think about like a movie launch. Think about if tomorrow the newest, greatest Star Wars movie came out and no one knew about it and it was just kind of like an instant thing. It would do well, but it wouldn't do as well as it would if they did a whole long build-up. So it's all about that build-up. That's the first thing. The second thing is a Facebook group. What you need to do is you need to get a group of people. You need to get a tribe of people that are going to go along the journey with you. And the whole point of a Facebook group is to start getting raving fans before you ever launch on Amazon. And the point of the Facebook group, again, is to help you design your product. So you can ask them questions, hey, which logo do you like the best? You can ask them questions of like, what should the packaging look like? And they're gonna give you answers. They're gonna help you out in so much more detail than you possibly think. You can also send them, for instance, if it's a food product, different samples to try, and they'll help you to figure out like what your flavor should be. But the key thing here is you're bringing them along on the journey so that on the day that you go to launch it, they're invested. I've had so many people reach out to me and say, hey, I just launched a Kickstarter. Do you want to go support it? And my thought is, no, I don't know anything about you. I don't know anything about your struggles. But if that same person would have told me 3 months ago, I'm working on this thing, and then 2 months later, they're saying, hey, it's gonna come out in a month, and they brought me on, by the time they finally launched, I'd be excited for them. I'd want that product. And here's another principle of human psychology, is that we want things that we can't have. And the whole point of the launch is letting people know it's gonna be coming out soon, you can't have it yet. And then so by the time they finally can have it, they're like, yes, please, I want this. So the Facebook group is a great way to do this. Another way to do this is an email list. And an email list is one of those things you need to be doing. Again, this is a core principle to internet marketing most Amazon gurus don't talk about because maybe they're not familiar with how the rest of the internet works. And so what you wanna be doing is you wanna have some kind of social media, some kind of way to get people's attention and capture emails. And you could do this on Instagram, you could do this on YouTube, you could do this by writing blog posts, you could go to all your friends and family, get their emails, but whatever you do, get a lot of emails. And what you're gonna do is, again, leading up to the launch, a month before, a week before, 5 days before, the day of, all that kind of stuff, you're gonna be releasing emails, letting them know. At the same time, you should be posting to Instagram. You should be posting to your Facebook group, sharing it on your personal Facebook. You could have a podcast or a YouTube channel, whatever it is. And another key here is you want as many touch points as possible, because a potential customer, when they go on the Instagram app, you want them to see that your product launch is 1 week away, like mine is. Like I posted my video, a video I did on Instagram. You wanna post it to Facebook. I did that as well. Whatever platform makes sense for you, you wanna let your customers know on as many of those platforms as possible that your product's going to be coming out soon. And this leads me to another thing I'm doing for the launch of my product. I actually started a podcast, which might sound crazy to a lot of people out there. You started a podcast to launch your product on Amazon. Again, this is like one of those outside the box thinking things that if you're gonna be launching on Amazon in 2020 and beyond, you need to be doing. And so what I would recommend is, it doesn't have to be a podcast, but the reason I did a podcast was not only so I could get listeners, not only so I could get an audience and market to them. The reason I did it, the bigger reason, was to connect with influencers. Now imagine this. Imagine you send a cold email out to an influencer and say, hey, will you share a post about my product on your Instagram, on your YouTube? The answer is gonna be no, or it's gonna be yeah for $1,000. Now let's flip this. What if instead you say, hey, you know what? I bet you wanna spread your message. I bet you wanna share with the world how amazing you are. I'd love to interview you because you are so cool. Would you want to come on my podcast so you can spread your message? The answer is more likely to be yes, because there's something in it for them. Then after an hour-long conversation where you go in depth talking about how amazing they are, at the end of that, you say, hey, can I send you a free box? So again, you're doing something nice for them of my product. And the answer is probably going to be yes. Like, who says no to free stuff? And then if they like your product and they think it's awesome, of course they're gonna post about it on their Instagram because you've developed a relationship with them. And that brings me to number 5, which is influencers. And one of the things I'm doing for the launch of Performance Nut Butter Cacao is I'm sending out a bunch of free product to micro influencers. These are people that are willing to do a post in exchange for a free product. I'm not paying them. These are people, a lot of the people that I'm using are just people I contacted on Instagram, just people I sent cold emails to via YouTube. Obviously, if you want to get higher level people, you might want to try what I talked about before with the podcasting situation. But this is something I'm doing. I'm going to be sending out something like 85 boxes for free to influencers. And I highly recommend, if you're launching a product on Amazon, the day that you launch it, you should be having all those influencers post at the same day, more or less the same time. And another element that I was kind of alluding to earlier, there needs to be some kind of scarcity with your launch. And what I recommend doing is, for the first week that you're launching a product, discount it. My product's normally going to be $27.99. For 1 week only, it's $19.99. Again, this is the scarcity. You want to help people realize this is a scarce opportunity, and you want to let them know you're not gonna be able to get this forever. You better act quickly.
Another important part about getting sales to your product is to use Amazon PPC. And in this next section, I'm gonna show you how to set up Amazon PPC, which stands for pay per click. It's a way for you to advertise your product on Amazon. As always, this is a little bit of information. I go into way more depth. I show an exact case study in my coaching program, link to that down below. But now let me show you how to set up Amazon PPC.
There's 5 steps to setting up Amazon PPC, and I'm gonna show you how to do it in just 4 minutes. Setting up Amazon PPC is easy and it's extremely powerful. And the reason that Amazon PPC is so powerful is because when people are searching for things on Amazon, you can show up right at the top of the search results. And in fact, sponsored products, you can tell it's an Amazon PPC product if it says sponsored on it. Sponsored products show up before the regular organic search results. So this is an extremely powerful tool to increase your sales. And there's 5 things that I'm going to go over. The first thing we're going to talk about is setting up an automatic campaign, which is the easiest campaign to set up. It's one of the most powerful, one of the most profitable campaigns, and it has some added bonuses. Then I'm going to talk about how to do keyword research, because the way Amazon PPC works is people search for different keywords. For instance, performance nut butter would be the keyword someone is searching for. Then that triggers certain ads. So when people search for this keyword, it triggers my ads. Obviously, there's other keywords as well that I target and I show up for, but you get to decide what keywords you want your product to show up for, and you have to pay for it. Now, keep that in mind. Every time someone clicks on an ad on Amazon PPC, it charges the company a certain amount of money. So if I were to click on this ad, which I won't do, it would charge this person probably $1 or so just for me to see their product page. So you pay every time. That's why it's pay per click. Then the third thing I'm going to show you is how to set up keyword targeted ads. So the automatic campaign just automatically targets different keywords that Amazon thinks that you'll make sales from. But you can also target specific keywords. You can also do product targeting, and product targeting campaigns are really powerful as well because they actually show up. They make it so your product will show up down here in the sponsored products related to this item. So if you want your product to show up on your competitors' products, this is a very powerful way to do it. And then the last thing I'm going to talk about is negative keywords, which is something that so many people forget about. But if you don't add negative keywords, you are wasting money. So let's dive into it and start the clock. The first thing you're going to do is go up here to Campaign Manager. Once you're in here, you're going to click Create Campaign. And the first campaign, as I mentioned, we're going to do is an automatic campaign, which is so easy to set up. You're going to click Sponsored Products. Sponsored Products is the easiest type of campaign to set up. And honestly, I think it's probably one of the most profitable, one of the most powerful ones. So you'll click Continue because we're going to do Sponsored Products here. And you'll name your campaign name. It doesn't matter what you name it. I'm just going to put PNB Cacao Test 1. And we're going to do a daily budget. I recommend starting with $10 to $20. Let's put $20. And you're going to want to make sure that it says automatic targeting. We're going to go here. We'll just do this. Test 1, doesn't matter. And then you select what product you want to advertise for. So this is my new product I just launched. So I'm going to click that, scroll down, and you set what the default bid is. Every time someone clicks on your ad, how much money do you want to spend? And I could put 75 cents. It suggests a bid of 177. I'd say, start with maybe the suggested bid and then play with it. Now, an advanced thing you can do as well is set bids by targeting group. And there's all these different ways of targeting, and you can get little information about all these. But close match will automatically target keywords that are close match. Loose match will automatically target keywords that Amazon thinks is a loose match, and you can set different bids. But an even more powerful thing to do is set up different campaigns or different ad groups for each one of these. So you can turn them off and turn them on. So maybe this one, I just want to target compliments. Let's go 76 cents and launch the campaign. And boom, just like that, we're done with the first step, which is setting up an automatic campaign. Now, I will obviously talk later about adding negative keywords, which is very important, but let's talk about how to do keyword research, because obviously the automatic campaign is going to target whatever keywords Amazon thinks is relevant, but we don't want to just let Amazon decide what they think is relevant. We want to target certain keywords as well. So how do you find these keywords? Well, I'd recommend Helium 10 or Jungle Scout. Or if you don't want to pay for either one of those tools, you don't have to. You can use the Google Keyword Planner. But once you've done keyword research and you have your keywords, it's time to set up the next type of campaign, which is keyword targeted sponsored products. So we're going to go create campaign again. We'll click on sponsored products. And again, name it whatever you want. Test 1, 2, 3. Daily budget of whatever you think, the max that you want to spend per day while you're in the testing phase. And here's the trick. You're going to click manual targeting. We don't want the automatic targeting for this campaign. And another trick I didn't mention, if you want to do keyword research, you can actually let Amazon help you with the keyword research. Go in here again. You can change the ad group name if you want for just ease of use. We're going to scroll down. And Amazon actually recommends a bunch of different keywords. So I might want to go macadamia cashew butter. Boom, that's a good one. Keto nut butter singles, that's another good one. But if for whatever reason, Amazon doesn't recommend certain keywords that you think is good, you can click enter list and you can paste a list of all the keywords that you want to target. For me, I came up with this list. We're going to click add keywords. And one thing you're going to want to do is make sure you change the bid that you're willing to pay. So for this one, every time someone searches for nut butter and they see my ad and they click on my ad, I'd be paying on average about $1.55. And I can change that. Maybe I say, wow, that's way too much money. You can adjust it here. But once you've done that, you can click Launch Campaign. Now, something I didn't talk about is the difference between a broad match, exact match, and phrase match. The last type of campaign we want to set up is product targeting, which I showed you earlier, a very powerful thing. It allows you to show up in your competitor's product page, basically. And the way we're going to do that, and you can use Helium 10, and I believe Jungle Scout also has a feature to help you find products to target, but Amazon itself has a tool that'll allow you to do that. I'll show you how to do this right now. Again, we'll click on Sponsored Products, type in the campaign name here, set the daily budget, let's say $20, manual targeting. Again, we're going to skip this part here. It's more advanced. You don't really need to mess around with this too much. You can add an ad group name if you want. Select the product. We're still doing it for my new product, the PNB Cacao. And we're going to instead click product targeting. And you can basically target entire categories. So if I wanted to, every single product that's in the cashew butter, I could target that if I wanted to. Or instead, I could go after individual products. And Amazon gives you a list of products that it thinks is relevant, but some of these are not relevant in my opinion. I do see a competitor of mine. I'm definitely going to target them. I'm going to go through and target a few other products that seem related to my product. Or, as always, you can enter a list. If you have a list of ASINs, and you can get those again by using Helium 10, Jungle Scout, or just searching around on Amazon, finding similar products, you can put it in here. And once you're done, you can scroll down, and again, you can set how much you're willing to pay per click. So every time someone sees your ad on a competitor's page and clicks on yours, you can say, I'm willing to pay 61 cents, whatever it is. Once you're done with that, you're going to hit Launch Campaign. And now this last thing is one of the most important things that so many people forget about. And especially with the automatic campaign, but honestly, I think with all types of campaigns, you want to make sure that you're adding negative keywords. And negative keywords basically says, if someone searches for certain keywords, I want my ad to show up as long as it doesn't include the negative keywords. For instance, I want my ad to show up for performance nut butter because that's my brand name. But if someone types in cheap performance nut butter, I don't want my ad to show up because my product's not a cheap product. So anyone looking for anything related to cheap, they should not get to see my product. So the way to add negative keywords is we're going to go in here, click on the negative keywords for the campaign, add negative keywords, and just paste in a list. I usually like to do negative phrase. Again, though, that's a topic for the detailed tutorial video I'll do on Tuesday. Add the keywords, save, and right there, that's going to save you a lot of money. Make sure you do this for your automatic campaign, absolutely, and any keyword targeted campaigns as well, it's very helpful for. And as far as how do you find the negative keywords, again, Helium 10, Jungle Scout, or if you want to go the free route, the Google Keyword Planner. You can always use the Google Keyword Planner for a lot of this stuff. But now I want to share with you my 3 top Amazon PPC tips. And the first tip I have for you is add negative keywords. I've seen so many people skip this step and so many people lose so much money. And it hurts me when I see people running ads without the negative keywords because there's certain keywords that you know are not going to convert for you, and you want to make sure you add those as negative keywords. My second tip is just do it. Just set up at least the automatic campaign. What that's going to do for you is it's going to allow you to start getting data. The automatic campaign will be running, and you'll see, oh, I got a sale from this keyword. I got a sale from this keyword. And once you get a sale from a certain keyword, you can set up a new campaign, target it, and basically you can adjust how much you want to pay for that certain keyword because the automatic campaign doesn't allow you to do the fine tuning. But once you find winners, certain keywords that you know sell, take it out of the automatic campaign, put it into its own keyword targeted campaign, and then you can fine tune exactly how much money you're willing to spend on that.
One of the most common questions I get is how do I hire a virtual assistant? And if you have never hired a virtual assistant, watch this next section because I'm going to show you step by step how you can hire someone in the Philippines for $3, $4, $5 an hour, and they can completely take over your business so that you don't have to do any work. Because what you do is you teach them everything that you're doing, and then they're doing the work for you for about $3 to $5 an hour, which means that your time's freed up to either grow your business or lay around on the beach, whichever you prefer. And to be honest, I've done both. I've had times where I want to grow my business and then other times where I just go travel for a few months and my business keeps running because I have virtual assistants that are running my business and it costs almost nothing. I'm gonna share with you step by step how to hire a virtual assistant. And this is the biggest thing you can do for your business. And the reason is I firmly believe hiring a virtual assistant doesn't just double your productivity, it triples your productivity. Because
right away, when you hire an employee, you get an extra 40 hours a week because that person is working on top of your 40 hours, they're working 40 hours. But it's more than just that, because when you hire an assistant, when you hire a virtual assistant or an employee, you start looking at your business differently. You start looking at what tasks do you need to be doing, and you give anything you don't need to be doing to your assistant. But what's gonna happen when you start doing that is you're gonna look at some of the tasks and you're gonna realize that some of the tasks that you've been doing are a waste, because in this scenario, if you're not even willing to give them to your assistant, you're not willing to have someone that costs $2 to $3 an hour do the task, and that's about how much a virtual assistant in the Philippines is gonna cost. So if you're not willing to pay someone $2 to $3 an hour to do a task, the question is, why are you doing it? And the big thing about hiring an employee is it's gonna make you look at your business from a systematic standpoint. And you're gonna stop doing all the boring things. You're gonna have someone else do all the boring things so you can do high leverage things, so you can do creative things, so you can do the things that you're really good at. Because I firmly believe you shouldn't waste your time doing things unless you are really, really good at them. Pay other people to do the boring things that you don't like doing, that you're probably not even that good at doing. And one way I like to look at this is think to yourself, how much is an hour of your time worth? Now, minimum wage in the United States, I think in LA where I am, is like $15, which is ridiculous, right? But if you can work a minimum wage job and make $15 an hour, and you can hire a virtual assistant for, let's say, $3 an hour, which is probably even a little bit expensive, even if that virtual assistant takes 2 hours to do something that would take you 1 hour to do, it's worth the money to pay them. You pay them $6, you go work your minimum wage job, and you'll be at net positive. So in the long run, hiring a virtual assistant makes a lot of sense. Now for me personally, I value my time extremely highly. I charge $250 for a 1 hour consulting session. So for me, if I hire a virtual assistant, if a virtual assistant can even save me 1 hour of time a week, I'm willing to pay $250 to that VA. Now, obviously, that's not usually how it works. Usually, if I hire a virtual assistant, they save me more than just 1 hour a week. But you see like what I'm saying here. Now, the other thing I want to point out is treat this video as if you just paid me $250 for a consulting session. Because everything I'm about to share with you is the same exact stuff I've shared with people that have hired me for consulting sessions before, but you're getting it for free. Now, a lot of times when people get stuff for free, they don't value the material. So I hope you treat this like you just spent $250 for it. And of course, share it with other people if you find this video valuable. Now let's talk about what kind of tasks can you give to a virtual assistant? And the answer is almost anything, especially anything that is repetitive or algorithmic. So what do I mean by that? If you find yourself doing something and it's the same thing every single time, for instance, maybe every time you write a blog post, you have to add some photos, you have to do certain formatting, that's something that can be given to a virtual assistant. Maybe it's emailing new clients. Here is actually one of my virtual assistants, what he does on a day-to-day basis.
Edit videos for the YouTube channel, make thumbnails for those videos, managing the VAs and hiring VAs, posting articles on the website, replying to emails from the Effective E-commerce inbox, editing podcasts and posting it on iTunes and on the website.
I also have other VAs that do things like handle social media for me. So I have one person that handles my Instagram. For my main business, I haven't touched my Instagram in a year. And what she does is she finds people to do collaborations with. She'll send out messages. She'll also send out messages and give people free product in exchange for a photo. So she'll find some influencer on Instagram, say, hey, we'll give you a free product. Will you take a photo? The influencer will send the photo to my virtual assistant. My VA will then post that as an image on our Instagram. My VA will also like, comment, and follow other Instagrams, like do all this kind of stuff. I also have assistants that reach out to potential people to be on my podcast, reach out for people to do collaborations with me on YouTube. Basically anything that I don't want to do or that can be like summed up, like you can write out step-by-step instructions on how to do it, I have someone else do that because my time is better spent on high-level things. For instance, like making videos. This is something that I think I'm relatively skilled at. I'm not that skilled at video editing. I think my video editor, when he first started, actually this is a funny story. When my video editor first started, he didn't know how to do any video editing at all. He actually was working for me doing something differently. And I taught him the basics of video editing. I said, okay, start here, end here, throw in some graphics. And over time, now he's a better video editor than I am. And that's an important thing is, the people, the virtual assistants in the Philippines or wherever you're hiring an assistant, they're very, very smart people. I think as business owners, we have a tendency to think that, oh, no one is as smart as we are, as no one can do whatever we're doing, and that's just not true. Like, obviously, there's people that are better than you at just about everything you're doing. Now, as a business owner, your job is to do the high-level decision-making, deciding, should we go this direction or should we go this direction? Like, really big picture thinking, and then give out the orders to all your employees and telling them like what direction you're taking the company. Another question I get a lot is where to hire a virtual assistant from, and my answer is onlinejobs.ph. The reason for this is hiring an assistant in the Philippines is going to be extremely inexpensive. It's going to be about $2 to $3 an hour to hire someone in the Philippines, and that's actually good money for them. Like, I've talked to all my virtual assistants about this, and they're very happy with the amount of money they make. In the Philippines, they also speak pretty good English from a young age, like in school and everything. They're taught English, and they actually, I think it's primarily what they speak and write in the school system. Now, their native language obviously is Tagalog, but English, they're amazing at it. For all the different developing countries out there, I'd say the Philippines is one of the best ones. Also, the internet speed in the Philippines is very high. A lot of developing countries, their internet speed isn't that high, it's not that reliable. And I think one of the last reasons why I would recommend going to the Philippines is because from what I've seen, Filipino workers are just very loyal. They're not out to get you, they're not like scammy. Like, I've worked with some other different countries, and I'd say that I just have this sense of, in the Philippines, my workers are like really, like we're a team, and they're really loyal. And that's very important to me. Now, some other places you can look at are Upwork, Fiverr. I think FreeUp is another one. So Upwork is going to be more expensive. I haven't had very good success with that. And the thing is, Upwork takes a percentage of all the different, like if you hire someone, they take a percentage of that person's salary, so it's going to be more expensive. With onlinejobs.ph, I think it's $79 a month, and you only need to pay it for that 1 month while you're actually looking for someone. Once you find someone, cancel your subscription. But then you work directly with the person. You pay them directly, like there's no middleman. With Upwork and FreeUp and Fiverr, you have to pay the website itself, like you have to pay Upwork or Fiverr or FreeUp, and then the next step would be that they pay the employee. So there's some extra costs for that. I think Upwork and Fiverr are good if you have a project that needs to get done. So maybe you need a logo designed, or you have like a one-time thing. But if you're looking for a repeat employee, then onlinejobs.ph or FreeUp's another option. So with FreeUp, it's more expensive, but they help you find your virtual assistants. I've never actually hired anyone from freeup.com because it is a lot more expensive. So I don't think you need it. But if you want to guarantee that you're going to get someone really qualified, then that is an option. Now, one other option I didn't mention is Craigslist. You can always hire someone from Craigslist or any of the different online jobs boards. I think, monster.com, wherever it is. It doesn't have to be someone in the Philippines. Now, if you want someone in the Philippines, the options I gave are probably best. But if you want to hire an American or a Canadian or some person, in a different country, then Craigslist or any of the other different like job boards could be a good option. But honestly, in my opinion, unless you need an American to do what you're trying to do, try doing the Philippines first. It's a fifth of the price. And what I've personally found is my Filipino workers have been more loyal, more dedicated than a lot of the American workers I find. A lot of the American workers I've hired have this little bit more of a sense of entitlement, and doesn't seem like they're willing to work for their money quite as much as someone in the Philippines. It doesn't mean as much to them. I think in the Philippines, they value a lot more the job. That's just from my personal experience. Now, obviously, if you want to hire an American, a lot of the different things I'm going to talk about, a lot of the tools, techniques will work for that, but the step-by-step guide is going to be more geared towards hiring virtual assistants in the Philippines. And no matter where you're going to hire your full-time virtual assistant or part-time virtual assistant, there's basically 5 steps for starting. The first step is to sign up for the platform. In this case, sign up for onlinejobs.ph. And I believe they have a 30-day money-back guarantee as well. So if you don't end up liking the service, you can always cancel it and get your money back. The second step is to post your job. So you're going to post a job on your website, and one important thing is when you post your job, make your applicants jump through hoops. So what I mean by this is, first off, have a title that's interesting, enticing, that makes people want to click on your job post. But then once they get in there and read it, you should have them jump through a few hoops so they can apply for your job. So what I usually like to do is, the first thing is, send me a message, reply to this job post, and change the title to, I want to work for you. And then in parentheses, I have them put my mom's name. And I give them a little bit of hint on how to find that, but they have to do some research and figure out what my mom's name is. The reason I do this is then I can only open up the message of the people that cared enough, that were dedicated enough, smart enough to be able to jump through that first hoop. This is an element of game theory here. Is like, all right, if they're not willing to go through that little bit of a hoop, then they're probably not gonna be good for my job. The next thing is I tell them to tell me like a few sentences why they would be good for this job, and then I have some other hoops that I make them jump through as well. The thing is, you wanna make them qualify themselves before you even open their message, before you give them any time. The next thing after that is you're gonna wanna go through the candidates that you like and send them a sample job. And now it's up to you if you want to pay them for this or not. I usually don't pay them. It's a very simple thing. The sample job that I have them do will take about 20 to 30 minutes. It's going to be things like take a picture of, do a screenshot of how fast your internet speed is. Take a picture of how much disk drive you have. Because in the past I've had a lot of video editors and our Dropbox is pretty big. I want to know how much storage space they have on their computer. I also will have them do things like if I'm hiring someone for social media, I'll say, you know, here's a little bit about our company. I want you to come up with 15 hashtags that would be a good fit for my company. Also, I want you to find 5 influencers that we should send free product to. Another question I'll ask is, who are our top 5 competitors? So for my main company, Performance Nut Butter, I ask them, who are our top competitors and why? And this is trying to figure out how smart they are, how much they understand our brand. And if they say competitors that I don't consider like they're in a completely different market, then I know maybe they don't fully understand. But if they give me good reasons why they're our competitors, then I might reevaluate them. Then of the people that do a good job on the sample project, I interview them. And let me just break down how this usually works. Usually if I post a job on onlinejobs.ph, I'll get about 100 applicants, like no joke. Of those 100 people, I'd say only about 70 people follow the first instruction to change the subject line. So that goes down to 70 people. And of the 70 people that change the subject line, maybe only 30 people actually follow through and do exactly what I asked for. Then I send them a sample project to the 30 people, and then maybe only 6 or 7 people actually do the sample project. And then out of those sample projects, maybe like 2 or 3 are actually really good. And the reason I do this is that way I can take 100 applicants and figure out who's hungry for the job, like who actually wants to do it, who's smart enough to do it. And obviously these numbers will vary depending on what position I'm trying to get filled and a bunch of different things. I've had as many as 10 people that completed the sample project and actually did a really good job on it. And then I interview all 10 of those people. And again, if you want to wait till after you interview them to give them a sample project, you can do that. I very much value my time, so I want to filter out as much people as I can so that I only have people that are really dedicated. And the reason I give the sample project early on is because in my opinion, if you're not hungry enough for this job to do a 20 to 30 minute sample project, then you're probably not a good fit. And of course, after I interview all the different people, it's time to hire them. Now, one other thing I've been starting to do, and I'm very interested to start doing a little bit more, is giving personality tests to my virtual assistant. And there's the Myers-Briggs personality test, there's the Big 5 personality test, there's the Enneagram personality test, the Strength Finder personality test, and a ton more, but those first 4 are probably the ones that I would most likely be to give my virtual assistant. And again, I'd probably have them at this point do that first and see, are they gonna mesh well with the team? Like, is their personality a good fit for me, for the team? And you wanna find someone that is loyal, you wanna find someone that their values align with your values, and maybe find someone whose their strengths are your weaknesses and your weaknesses are their strengths. That way they can do things that you can't do. Now, early on, I will say, if this is the first assistant you've ever hired, you might wanna find more of a generalist, someone that can do a little bit of everything, someone that's not necessarily a specialist at any one thing. I'm at the point now where I have 4 virtual assistants, and if I hire a new virtual assistant, I want them to be the best at something very narrow. For instance, if I'm gonna hire a virtual assistant, I wanna hire a video editor who's really good at video editing. But in the past, I didn't care so much about that. I just wanted someone that was smart and loyal and was willing to learn new things. And that was Dan, who was one of my first virtual assistants. He's good at a lot of different things. And as I mentioned, when I first hired him, He didn't know how to do video editing, but he was really good at learning new things. He's really good at taking direction. And now he is a better video editor than me, and he edits almost all of my videos. So now I want to show you step by step with screen recording and everything, how I hired a virtual assistant, what the process looks like. And after I show you that, I'm going to show you some tips on how to interview a virtual assistant, as well as answer all the frequently asked questions I get, show you all the different tools I use when working with virtual assistants, and a ton more.
As I mentioned, the first step is to put up your job post, and I have a ton of tips on how to do that. So let's cut to a screen share, and I'll show you step by step how to post your job, as well as some tips to do it.
The first step to posting your job is you're gonna have to get an account, and as I said, it is paid. I go with the pro account personally. I do have the premium account because I do post a lot, but for most people out there, the pro account is fine. But after you've done that, after you've signed up, you're gonna go to the main part of your account and just click post a job. Now I created a step-by-step guide on how to hire a virtual assistant. You can get that for free by clicking up over in the corner. And it's basically the document that I follow. So obviously, it has all the different steps and even has a sample job post, which I'm gonna straight up copy for the point of this. So the title is gonna be Excellent English Writer for Social Media Coordination, blah, blah, blah. And then the description will be down below here. And there's some things in my description that I did very much on purpose that I'd recommend you do as well. So you'll notice, obviously I talk about what kind of tasks they're going to be doing, that I am looking for a full-time employee. I also recommend, whenever possible, get a full-time employee. I have not had great success with part-time employees, but if you only need them part-time, then hey, obviously, do that. I mentioned some of the perks, and for me, it's like you can work whenever you want. You can work as much as you want, and I'll pay you the more you work. Flexible vacation, if you need time off, just let me know. Talk about all the different benefits of working with me, because in a job post, it's a two-way street. You don't want to just talk about what you want from them. You want to talk about what you can offer them. So I did a little about me section, and then here is the most critical point. To apply to the job, I say you got to change the subject line, and I want you to change it to I want to work for you, and put the name of my mom, who's also a co-owner of one of my first companies. Then I have some further instructions saying, write a few sentences on why you'd be a good fit for this position. And then I do some little other small things like talk about an article you've written before, come up with the description for this photo from my Instagram. The whole point of this is to filter out people that are just automatically posting or that are bad. I want to make sure that I only spend time contacting people that are a good fit for my job. So that's why I have them jump through all these hoops. For the wage/salary, put whatever you're willing to spend. And remember, for the Philippines, $450 a month is a lot of money. And I put $450 to $750 because I am looking for an excellent English speaker, writer, someone that I don't need to check up on a lot. And for me, that's worth a lot of money. As I mentioned, I do full-time. And then the last thing is you're going to go through all these skills and just check all the different skills you want. For instance, English writing is important to me, so I'm going to check that skill. And I'm going to go through and check all the other skills I want for this position to have. Then just click post job, and from there it's just a waiting game, and you're going to get a ton of messages in your inbox.
So the truth is, after you post your job on onlinejobs.ph or any of the different sites, you're gonna have to wait 24 hours for the messages to come in. Remember, they're on a different time zone, so you're not gonna get the messages right away usually. It's been about 24 hours since I posted my job on onlinejobs.ph. Now I wanna see how many applicants to my jobs, how many messages I've got in the first 24 hours.
Since last night, I've gotten 25 messages. So that's 25 people that applied within 24 hours, which is really cool. And what's even better is all these people are pretty qualified because they all followed my directions for the most part. This person, well, yeah, they all pretty much followed my directions and changed the subject line, which means that they're not just spamming. They're not just sending out a ton of applications. So these are 25 people that are pretty decent and followed the directions. Now, some people take what I said a little too literally. They kept the quotation marks in there, which is a little bit of a red flag, but I'll still read their application and see if it makes sense. So at this stage, what I do is I go through and just one by one, read what they wrote, see if they're a good fit. And if they're not a good fit, I delete them. So right off the bat, I know this person, availability 20 hours a week. I'm looking for a full-time person, but I'll message them and see, hey, I'm looking for a full-time person. Are you willing to do it? So now I'll read the messages, see if they're a good fit. And like I said, if they're not a good fit, I delete them.
If they are a good fit, I'll send them a message. So I'm going to go through really quickly and read all these messages and see who's a good fit. At this point, I'm left with about 10 applicants. So from the initial 25 or so, there's about 10 people that I actually think are good. A few of them, these two people, I had questions. They don't, in their profile, it said that they wanted to work 20 hours a week. I'm looking for someone full time. So I'm not sure if that's a good fit. But at this point, now that I've got it narrowed down to the people I want, I starred the ones that I'm going to message with the next step. What I do is I go over to the How to Hire a Virtual Assistant, the guide that I talked about earlier. You can get for free. There's a link down below. And email the applicants that you like. That's step 3. I'm going to go down here. And I have this new and improved Skype message. And part of what it says to do here is you take this sheet, open it up, and this is going to be so that they can book a time with me. So you'll see. Take the sheet, open it up in Google Docs, and make a copy. And then copy this message. Well, change it up however you need to. Obviously, this message is more for me. And then go over here and you send it. But before you send it, you need to change this link to this link. Let me just change the date, actually. And there's really 2 parts to this email. One is having them book an interview time. But the other one is this sample project. So I'm giving them a sample project before I interview them. So I'm telling them that I want to interview you. You seem good enough. But then I give them this sample project, which says, please email me at this certain email, take screenshots, do all this different stuff. And basically what it does is it tests them to see if they're going to be a good fit for my company. Now, obviously, if you're doing this sample project on your own, you're going to want to make your own sample project and switch out the link. But for me, this works. So I'm going to go ahead and send this message. Let me just copy it, make sure I have the correct message. Copy it, send. I'm going to send that message to all the different applicants. And that's it. Now I sent all those messages. I should be in the next few days getting sample projects back from these applicants. I should probably get more applicants within the next 24 hours coming in as well. And I'll just do that same process. I'm planning on doing all my interviews on Friday. So by the end of this week, I should know who I'm going to be hiring. So yesterday, Wednesday, I did get a few more applications for the online, virtual assistant position. But honestly, yesterday I didn't have that productive a day, or at least it didn't feel like that to me. I worked on the SOPs because when you hire a new VA, you got to train them. And I don't want to have to keep training new VAs over and over again. So I created a Google Doc with all the steps to do all the different things that we do. Also, so far, 3 people have submitted their sample project. And I'll show you what the sample project looks like. And today's the day I'm doing all the interviews for the VAs. So I'm only going to be interviewing the VAs that actually submitted the sample task that I gave them. And out of, I think, the 15 or so VAs that scheduled an interview, only 6 or so actually submitted the sample project. One of them actually did a really bad job on the sample project, and I'll probably won't even interview that person. I'll probably just email them and let them know, not going to interview you. But today I'm going to show you what kind of questions you should ask a VA when interviewing them, and I'll show you some of my top secret questions. And as always, if you want to get access to those questions, you can get the VA success pack, VA hiring pack, whatever I'd call it. I'll put a link up here and down below. But I've got interviews scheduled most of the day today. I got some other tasks that I'm going to do as well. But I'll show you some snippets of some of the interviews. Question for you. If you could have a conversation with anybody alive or dead, who would it be and why? So where do you see yourself in 5 years? What do you want to do? What's your goal 5 years from now, 10 years from now? What do you see yourself doing for work? Or do you want to still be working then? Where'd you learn English? I mean, obviously in the school system, there's English, but your English seems to be a little bit better than most people's English. What's your goal in life? Really? Now that I'm done with my interviews, it's time to figure out who I want to hire and ultimately hire them. And I'll show you some quick clips of what it's like their first day on the job and some of my comments on how I like to introduce VAs and start working with them. I'll be doing that Sunday night my time because that's Monday morning their time. Ultimately, I ended up hiring 3 new virtual assistants, but one of them, when I gave him the task, he was a little bit overwhelmed, and really I was unsure if I wanted to hire him anyways, and so he quit basically right away. So I ended up hiring 2 new virtual assistants,
One to replace my old VA, which is going to part-time, and the new one like I had wanted to. This entire process has made me realize that I need to work on my SOPs. I need to work on the whole workflow of what happens when I hire a virtual assistant. Overall though, I think hiring these new virtual assistants is going to be one of the best things I could possibly do. I'm really excited. I already have 100 different ideas of all the different tasks I can give these VAs. So I'm excited for that. I recently flew out to the Philippines to meet with my virtual assistants, and I flew out my virtual assistant that's been with me the longest, Dan, to Palawan, which is a beautiful beach city. It's Puerto Princesa specifically is where we went to. And I'm gonna show you a little bit of that city, as well as tell you some of the common questions I ask during interviews. When it comes time to interview your VA, there is a few different questions I recommend asking. What is their internet speed? What part of the Philippines do they live in? This will also tell you how good their internet connection is. In the Philippines, a lot of times the internet will go out. So that's a big question to ask. Some other questions that are obvious are like prior experience, but one of the most important questions I like to ask is if there's anyone throughout history that you can meet, who would it be and why? And the reason for this is I want to see how well the virtual assistants can think on their toes. Some other questions you should ask is, why do they want to work for you? I think a lot of people skip this question, but it's important. Why do they want to do this job for you? Is it something they're passionate about? And a similar related question to that is, what do they want to be doing 5 years from now? Like, what is their 5-year goal? And as much as I hated this question in the corporate world, I now understand why they ask it. It's important to see, does your job offer align with what they want to be doing in the future? Because if it doesn't, they're not going to be as passionate about it. They're not going to be as interested in doing it. Like I think I said before, I do have a complete step-by-step how-to guide up here and down below in the e-commerce success pack. There is step-by-step how to hire a virtual assistant, including all the questions I ask during interviews, all the email templates, job templates, everything I use. And you can get that for free by clicking up here or down below in the e-commerce success pack. Now, some tips for interviewing virtual assistants is, one, always use video chat. You always want to do a video chat via Skype, and there's a few reasons for this. One, you want to prove that they are who they actually say they are, but more importantly, you want to prove that their internet speed is good, because if they can't even do a video chat, then something's fishy. In my opinion, in general too, the first time you meet with someone, you want to do that video, that face-to-face, so you can get a gut level feeling, is this a good person to hire or not? I usually try to interview all the different applicants on the same day. This just makes it simpler for me. One of the things I'll do is I'll have them schedule themselves. So I'll say, hey, here's the time slot. And part of the reason I do that too is to let them know you're not the only person applying for this job, so take this seriously and please show up on time and all that kind of stuff. Now I want to share with you some of the biggest tips and tricks I've learned with working with virtual assistants and having success. And one of the first things is, once you hire your virtual assistant, you should give them what I call the day one sheet. Is basically step-by-step, like what should they be doing on their first day? Because a lot of times, you can imagine, like on your first job, it's kind of stressful, it's kind of confusing, like what am I supposed to do? Now on the first day of working with me, I have very specific things like sign up for LastPass and install it, set up Dropbox, a bunch of other things, and you can check out the sheet down below for all that information. And from day one, you should try to set up standard operating procedures. So an SOP is, how do you guys do things? So for instance, you're gonna give your VAs tasks. Maybe it's gonna be to edit videos, and you're gonna wanna give step-by-step instructions. So the first thing you do is take the video files and start a new folder, and have your virtual assistant, as you give them tasks, have them write out step-by-step how to do this. And the reason for this is, if your virtual assistant gets sick or leaves, or you fire them, or for any reason you need to replace them, it's gonna make it very easy for you to replace them. But it also makes their job easier because they know exactly what they're supposed to be doing step by step. And as your organization grows, as you grow as an individual in a company, you're gonna have those standard operating procedures, and it's gonna be very easy. You're not gonna be as worried if one of your assistants gets sick or if something happens like that. Another thing I recommend is doing weekly meetings. So I meet with all my VAs once a week, and we all meet at 5 p.m. PST, which is a good time for them and it's a good time for me, and we all meet together as a team. Now I used to do individual meetings with each one, but honestly, like I mentioned earlier, I really highly value my time. So even if, and I don't love wasting people's time obviously, but even if like I just need to talk to one of my VAs and the other 3 ones are listening, it's still just easier because I know that every week at 5 p.m. PST, we're meeting together. But there is something nice about getting the entire team together as well. Now, during these meetings, there's a few things we do. You don't have to do this, but I like to start off the meetings with asking everybody, what was the best part of your last week, like what was the best thing you did and what's one thing you'd want to improve. And I also share. And the reason I do this is so we can all get to know each other on a little bit deeper of a level. Maybe I find out that, you know, one of my VAs, the one thing they're trying to improve is they're trying to eat healthier, and we can support each other. Then we have a scoreboard. And this is another tip, is we have a scoreboard of different objectives, different goals, and I ask them to tell me, for instance, how many videos did you edit last week? How many followers on Instagram did we get? How many collaborations on Instagram did we do? Every single one of my assistants has some kind of number, and we track that number week after week. And if I see that, hey, wait a minute, how come we're only getting 10 new followers on Instagram? I know something's going wrong, and we can try to figure out what's going on. Now, maybe it is Instagram's just not doing as well for some random reason, or maybe that means that I need to look a little bit closer at my virtual assistant and potentially even fire them if they're really slacking off. Another thing we talk about on the weekly meeting is bonuses. So what I personally like to do, and again, you don't have to do this is totally optional, is I like to have some kind of a team bonus. So we're all trying to strive towards some goal. So one of the goals I had that we hit, and I ended up giving all my virtual assistants a month's salary because we hit this goal, is I wanted to start getting on average 2,000 views within the first week of releasing a YouTube video. At the time when I set this goal, I was only getting 200 views on average. And within about 4 months, went from 200 views within the first week to 2,000 views, which honestly is a really big deal for me. It means a lot it helped make me a lot more money, and I want to spread that with my team. And I think it motivated my team as well because we all were dedicated towards the same goal. Now I want to get into the tools that I use in just a second, but the last tip and trick I have is, if possible, meet them in person. I met 2 of my virtual assistants a few months ago. I flew out to Manila to meet them, and it really helped like solidify our bond. It helped me get to know them better. It was kind of nice to go to the Philippines, to go to Manila, and to actually explore the city. And I'm going to share some of that footage with you later in this video as well. But if you can meet someone in person, there's just the connection's a lot stronger. Another thing that you could think about is, if you and your team do really well, maybe having retreats, maybe flying all of them out. One of my goals is to fly all my team out to Bali at some point, and we'll all hang out together, or to do a retreat somewhere in Asia and get together as a team and set new goals and new priorities. And just because your assistant is a virtual assistant doesn't mean they have to be forever. Maybe that could be a fun goal for you as well, is to have this goal to go out there and meet them in person. The first tool I have with you, which I've already talked about, is onlinejobs.ph. And they are not paying me to make this video, though I do get a kickback if you use my link to sign up. So please, if you're enjoying this video, use my link to sign up if you do decide to go with them. But obviously there's other options out there as well. But I think this is, before I was even on YouTube, before I was doing any of this stuff, I used and I hired my first virtual assistant from onlinejobs.ph, and I've had a ton of success and been very happy with them. Now, that being said, I have hired some virtual assistants that just didn't work out, and I can talk about that later in this video. But onlinejobs.ph is by far the most important tool for working with virtual assistants. The next one is Hubstaff. So I use Hubstaff to track the time that my virtual assistants work for me. So they'll say, hey, I worked for 20 hours a week. Now, some people will just trust their virtual assistants. I'm maybe a little bit more cynical, and this tool is really nice because as soon as one of the assistants starts work, they'll hit the start button, and when they're done or taking a break, they'll hit stop. Now, one important thing about this tool is it'll take random screenshots of your virtual assistant's screen so you can make sure that they're actually doing what they were supposed to do. Now, I did at one point hire a virtual assistant, and I caught them charging time to me while they were working for someone else. And I saw that they were doing this multiple times. And I have a zero tolerance policy for that. And I tell my virtual assistants from the beginning, that's stealing from me. If I catch you charging time and you're not working for me, that's the same as stealing money out of my wallet. I'm not gonna give you a warning, you're automatically fired. Now, if I think maybe it was a mistake, sure, obviously I'd give them a warning. In this case, I knew it was not a mistake, and Hubstaff helped me out a lot. Now, for me personally, I do not check the screenshots that often. The only time I ever check screenshots personally is if I give a task to a VA, and let's say I think the task should take 10 hours, and they took 40 hours to complete it, I'll go check the screenshots and say, why did this take so long? Now, usually, what ends up happening is I check the screenshots and I say to myself, oh, actually, that task was more complicated than I thought. Sometimes I catch them doing things wrong, like they're not doing it in the right way, and I explain to them, hey, there's an easier way to do this. And obviously sometimes I catch them messing around, doing work that's not related to what we're doing. So Hubstaff, I think It's about $5 a month for one VA, 15 bucks a month for 3 VAs. I've got a 10% discount link down below. 100% worth it. It also makes it very easy because it's black and white on how much you should pay your VAs. Because they say, I work 40 hours, and you can prove it in the thing that they actually worked as long as they said.
But basically what I do is I tell my virtual assistants how much they make per hour, and if they want to work more hours, they'll make more money. If they want to work less hours, they can make less money. The next tool is LastPass, and LastPass is crucial when working with virtual assistants. It allows you to share passwords with your assistant, but the passwords are encrypted, so they're not able to steal your password. And if you ever need to fire your virtual assistant, all you have to do is uncheck them from LastPass, and they lose access to everything. And the reason this is so amazing is because you can give them passwords to things that are very sensitive, and as soon as, if you for some reason stop trusting them, within one click, you can get rid of them from access to everything. Now in the past, if you wanted to give them access to 10 different things, you'd have to go in and change all 10 of those passwords, and that could be very time consuming and annoying for you. So LastPass is a great way to give access to all your different passwords to your virtual assistant without having to worry whether or not you can trust them. PayPal is another tool I use, and PayPal is how I personally pay all my virtual assistants. It makes it very easy, and there is a $5 transaction fee, and I personally just pay for that. So, if I owe my virtual assistant $300, it's gonna end up costing me $305, but they lose a little bit of money in the conversion to PHP as well. That's the Filipino peso. But overall, PayPal is a great tool. Dropbox is another tool. And I use Dropbox when trying to share larger files, especially with my video editors, because I will sync all the different video files. I'll just put them in Dropbox. My video editors will get them. I also use Dropbox to give new tasks to my virtual assistants, or at least I used to mostly in the past. I don't do this quite as much as I used to, but basically I have a screen recorder set up. So if I'm gonna give a new task to my assistant, I'll screen record myself doing it first, showing them how to do it. And then when I stop the screen recording, it goes into Dropbox, and then it syncs into my VA's Dropbox folder. They can watch it, and then they can go do the task. However, when sharing documents like Word documents or Excel documents, things like that, I don't like to use Dropbox because there's a lot of issues that can come. Like maybe if two of you guys, if you and your VA are editing at the same time, it won't work. What I do instead is use Google Docs and Google Sheets. And Google Docs and Google Sheets is the best tool out of all these tools, in my opinion, and it's free. Another tool that I use that's very important, very helpful is Slack. And Slack is one of those things, if you've never used before, at first it doesn't seem like it would be that helpful. Like when I first heard about it, I didn't think that this was something I need, but now that I've been using it for a while, it is amazingly helpful. I highly recommend checking it out and trying it out. Even if you don't think at first glance that it sounds like it's something that would be helpful, trust me, it is. So the way Slack works is it's almost like a giant chat room that you and your virtual assistant or your virtual assistant team can use. And it's very, very helpful if you have a team of people. And the reason for that is you can have conversations with multiple teammates. They can all put in information. And one of the features of Slack that's so helpful is there's different channels. And the different channels are about different topics. And you can do direct messages just with specific assistants of yours or specific people that are in Slack, or you can have a channel where multiple people can go. So an example of this would be, I have a channel for my thumbnails. And what I do is in the channel thumbnails, I'll put a comment and I'll start a thread in there, and it might be titled, How to Hire a Virtual Assistant. So there'll be a thread for this video thumbnail, for instance. And within there, me and my virtual assistants will reply back and forth, and they'll show me the first version of a thumbnail, and then I'll say, no, make these changes, and they'll make the changes, and so on and so on. And that way, it allows me to organize. I might have 5 different thumbnails, 5 different videos that I'm doing thumbnails for, but each one has its different area, versus having to send out emails and having to do reply all and all this kind of stuff. And I have a lot of different channels. I have another channel, we review the videos, and same idea, I put a comment and we review each individual video. Another one, actually a very important channel for me, is the tasks channel. So there's one channel where I will give tasks to my different virtual assistants. And the way I do this is, I'll say @Dan, here is a P2 task, and I give all my tasks a priority system, P0, P1, P2, and P3. And that basically allows them to know how long they have to get it done, like what is the priority of this task. P0 being the highest priority, like it needs to get done immediately, and P3 means take your time, there's no rush on this. So I'll say @Dan, P0 priority, or let's say a P2 priority, which means you have 1 week to get it done.
and then I'll explain the task. Now, the next tip for Dan is, if you can get that task done within 24 hours, basically by my next business day, if you can get the task done, all he has to do is get the task done and reply there saying, hey, I got it done. But if it's gonna take him more than 24 hours to get the task done, he adds it to Asana. So Asana is a project management system, and there's Asana and there's also Trello. Both these are pretty similar, but I highly recommend using one of them. And why it's so helpful is you give your assistants tasks and they put it in there, and it allows you to track like what is the status of this task. And that way there's a centralized location where every time you give your assistant a task, you can go check and say, hey, what's the status on this? And this is so important. I constantly have ideas for new tasks for my virtual assistants. And if we didn't have some way to track it, I'd forget what task I give to them. And so this is a way for me to track it and make sure that they're accountable. So this brings me to the rules with working with virtual assistants. And one of the first rules is you need to have some kind of a hierarchy, some kind of a ranking system on how important different tasks are. And for me, daily tasks are pretty much always most important. But then there's a P0 task, P1, P2, and P3. P0 task means do this immediately. The first thing you do when you start working, I want you to work on this. It's so important. P1 means you have 24 hours to do it. Daily tasks for me, I'll explain that in a second, but daily tasks means they need to get done every day, no matter what. Pretty much no matter what. Unless I give you a P0 task or a P1 task, those take priority over the daily task, but otherwise daily tasks need to get done. P2 and P3 tasks for me, a P2 task means you have 1 week to get it done, and a P3 task means you have about a month to get it done. Honestly, P3 tasks are just basically take as much time as you need. Like once you get everything else done that's important, here's a task that it's when I have ideas that like one day I would like to do this thing, but it's not a priority. Those are P3 tasks. And another rule for working with virtual assistants, another tip, another trick basically is have what I call catch-all tasks. And a catch-all task is once your VAs are done with everything else, you want to give them a task that they'll never really ever be able to get done. So this will help you out because one of my biggest fears when I first hired a virtual assistant is what if they run out of work and like they're just sitting there charging me money and they're not doing anything. So an example of a catch-all task would be go on to Google, go on to Yelp, find every single small gym in the United States and get the name of the gym, the email, get the website, get the phone number. And the reason I collect this information for my main company, Performance Nut Butter, is because we send out emails to this company. We'll send out emails to small gyms and we'll spotlight them on our blog. We'll do an interview with them, put it on our blog, and this is a task that my virtual assistant does. Basically, if my VA runs out of everything else to do, we start this thing, and it's a marketing thing. And for me, it's worth it. It's definitely something that we make money from, but at the same time, there's usually other tasks that are more important. And just to give you a quick example of this task, basically my virtual assistant will email the gym saying, hey, do you want to be spotlighted on our blog? And it's free marketing for them. So most of the time they'll respond yes to my virtual assistant, and then my virtual assistant will send them over the questions. They'll respond with the answers to the question. My virtual assistant will write an email or write an article, post it on our website, format it, do all that kind of stuff. Then email the gym again saying, hey, it's live. Here's a link to it. Do you mind sharing it with everyone? The gym will share it with all their customers because it looks good on them. It's like, hey guys, we were featured in this blog. The customers will go to our website and will check out our website, and maybe they buy stuff or maybe they just realize that this product out there exists. So it's a way for us to market our product, and it's 100% done by my virtual assistant. And this is an example of a catch-all task in me. Now I could hire a virtual assistant just to do this, but it's not super high priority. I do also want to mention the daily tasks. So that's another tip, trick for working with your virtual assistant is they should have daily tasks. What are the things that you are doing every day? What are the things you're doing every day that you don't need to be doing, that are repetitive, that are boring, that are just something that you could train someone else to do? An example of this might be dealing with customer service for Performance Nut Butter. Customer service emails, 99% of them are completely repetitive. Basically, it's not worth my time to respond. If someone says, hey, I don't like Performance Nut Butter, I want a refund, I let my virtual assistant handle it. I don't need to go deal with that because it's the same thing over and over again. Another daily task might be following, liking, and commenting people on Instagram. It's pretty boring, it's pretty repetitive. My assistant can do that. It's not something I need to do. There's a number of different daily tasks, but I would highly recommend having repeat tasks that your virtual assistant is going to be doing every day. And as I mentioned, for me, I find that those should take priority over almost all tasks except for the P0 and the P1 tasks. And when your virtual assistant is first starting out with you, if this is your first time hiring a virtual assistant, I highly recommend having them send you an email every single day, say 3 different things. What I did today, so they'll email you saying what they did, what issues they ran into, and any way that you can help them out. So a typical email might be like, today I worked on articles for the blog, I worked on thumbnails. One issue I ran into is someone asked this question that I didn't know how to answer. How can you help me out? Answer this question. And so this way, you know every single day what your assistant is doing, and if they run into an issue, you know about it. Because a lot of virtual assistants I've found, a lot of people in general, they kind of want to sweep problems under the rug. But this kind of forces them to say, hey, here's an issue I ran into, let's try to figure it out together. And it also forces them to ask for your help. A lot of times, assistants, people in general, especially people in the Philippines, they don't want to ask for help. It's kind of almost, I think, embarrassing in their culture. I could be wrong on this, but there's some element of like, oh man, there's a problem, I don't want to talk about it. And this is a good way for every day for you to check in with them and see what kind of issues they're having. Another tip and trick I learned is anytime you email your virtual assistant, you want them to respond, you should have them respond within 24 hours. So if I give a task to my virtual assistant, either in Asana or via email, I want them to respond to me saying, noted, just saying that they got it. And now a funny thing about in the Philippines, they're gonna call you sir or ma'am. So usually when I send an email out to my assistants, they'll say noted sir, and it just allows me to know that they received the email. And the reason I came up with this rule is because in the past, I would email my assistants, a week would go by and I'm like, hey, how come that thing never got done? And they'd just be like, oh, I forgot about it. So this is a way for you to guarantee that they know about it. And because if you email them and they don't respond, you can say, hey, what happened? Why didn't you ever respond to this email? Now, here's one of the most important tips, tricks, and one of the most important rules for working with virtual assistants is you need to have some kind of a strike system. You need to have some kind of methodology where you know when it's time to fire a virtual assistant. Because at some point, if you work with virtual assistants long enough, you may have to fire someone. And the way mine works is there's 5 strikes and you're out. And it's very lenient. And it's 5 strikes within 1 month. But some of the strikes are pretty easy to get. For instance, if I send you an email and you don't respond within 24 hours, that's a strike. Now, obviously it's 5 strikes, so there's room for you to learn there. Same thing if I give you a P0 task and you don't do it within 24 hours, or a P1 task you don't do it within 24 hours, that's a strike. If you don't do your daily task, that's a strike. And like I said, 5 strikes within 1 month. And sometimes if it's a brand new virtual assistant, maybe I'll say, hey, I'm not gonna fire you right away, but it is one of those things that if I see them repeatedly doing it again and again, it's time that they get fired. And you do need some kind of system in place so that it's black and white whether you should fire someone. And then obviously if they break the rules and you still want to keep them, you can make an exception. You can say, hey, it's an exception just this one time. All the rules I have for working with virtual assistants, and this is what I give, this is one of the things I give my virtual assistants from day one. So they know very clearly what to expect out of working with me. And I have them read that because I'm like, look, these are the things that I've learned. I've been working with virtual assistants for probably like 4 years now. And these are the things I've learned, like some of the biggest pain points for me. And one of the biggest pain points for me is when I give tasks and they don't get done. And that really annoys me. So the strike system is a way for me to say, hey, here's a punishment. You get a strike and don't do it again. Now, it's not a severe punishment. I'm not docking their pay or anything like that. Though that is one thing you could do. You could say, if you get 5 strikes, I dock your pay. If that happens 2 months or 3 months in a row or whatever, I fire you. You can come up with your own system, but this is the system I use. So now I want to answer some of the most frequently asked questions. Then I'm going to show you a full-length interview where I actually interview a virtual assistant so you can see what my style is like. Then I'm going to ask some questions to my virtual assistant. As I mentioned, I flew to the Philippines and I was asking my virtual assistant questions. Some things like, how do you feel about the money you make? You know, is it enough money basically? And he answered very honestly. I also asked him, what do you think when you see me spending $100 a night on a hotel and that's like a week's worth of salary? For my virtual assistant, that's a week's worth of salary. And just some other like random interesting questions. Also asked him, what is it like to live in Manila? What's your favorite food? And at the very end of this video, I'll give you a little bit of a tour of Manila, a little bit of a tour of the Philippines in general from my trip out there. One of the first questions I get asked is, how much should you pay a virtual assistant? And my typical answer is around $2 to $3 an hour. Realistically, I think $2 to $5 an hour. If you want to get someone that's very skilled, very specialized at a certain thing, it might be closer to that $4 to $5 range. If you're looking for someone that's just gonna be doing boring, repetitive things where you can clearly define what the task is, and it's just, hey, I want you, like I mentioned before, I want you to go find every single gym within the United States and get the name of their website, the name of the company, their email, and their phone number. That's something pretty repetitive and boring. That's gonna be closer to that $2 range. If you can get lucky, you might even be able to find someone for $1.50, $1.75 that would do tasks like that. And there's an interesting thing. The more money you spend, the higher chance you're gonna have someone of really high quality. And I recommend taking the time to find a rock star. Don't settle with someone that you think's mediocre. Now there's two different ways to do this. One thing is, if you use my system for hiring a virtual assistant, you can for sure find a bargain priced person that's gonna be a rock star, that's gonna be absolutely amazing. It might take a little bit more time, especially if you're looking for the bargain price, but if you use the system and you're willing to pay a little bit more, you'll find it within a week. You'll find a virtual assistant. I'd say expect to take 1 to 2 weeks to find your assistant. If you really want to be specific and you really want to take a long time to find someone really amazing, you can do that at a bargain. I generally, like in my early days, I'd spend longer looking for someone and make sure I found the right fit at a bargain price, where now I don't mind spending a little bit more money because my time's so valuable. I don't want to spend a lot of time looking for the perfect person at a discounted rate. I'd rather spend a little bit more money, know that I'm getting someone that's not gonna leave my company for a different job. So if you're looking for a really good English speaker, it might be $3, $4, $5 an hour. If you're looking for someone to do higher level things, it might be closer to that $5 an hour. But generally, if this is the first virtual assistant you've ever hired, you're looking for someone that's like a generalist, think about the $2 to $3 an hour range. And another question I get is, how do I pay my virtual assistants? And I'll talk about two things. The quick answer is PayPal, but generally speaking, I tell my virtual assistants, you make X amount of money per month, and then I divide it by 173 hours, because that's the typical number of hours in a working month. So let's just give a really quick example. $350 a month is the salary. Divide that by 173, it's approximately $2 an hour. And I have my virtual assistants, they get paid per hour. So if they wanna work 80 hours a week, they can make $160 a week. If there's some weeks where they can only work 20 hours a week, I pay them less. And I think that's fair. The more you work, the more money you should make. The less you work, the less money you should make. Now, I'll also talk about, actually, I forgot to mention this in my notes. I'll talk about bonuses and all that kind of stuff as well in a second. But one of the big things is I have my virtual assistants send me an email on the 1st and the 15th of every month saying how many hours they've worked in that last period of time. And I have them calculate for me how much I should pay them. Then I have them send me a bill in PayPal. Now, I don't check this all the time. I've built enough trust with my virtual assistants that I don't feel the need to check it all the time. Though I am gonna be changing that. I'm gonna have one of my assistants start checking the other assistants to make sure that there's no funny business going on. And then in PayPal, there's a $5 fee. You don't have to use PayPal. I find PayPal to be the easiest. In the past, I used a company called RIA, R-I-A. That was the first thing I ever used. It's like a wire transfer service. But PayPal is a lot easier. I would require, if I were you, I'd require your assistants to go through PayPal, because it's just, they send me the invoice and it's a click of a button. I just click pay, and I think confirm, and it's done. It's nice and easy. One thing that you should keep in mind as well is there's something called the 13th month. So at the end of the year, you're supposed to pay, I think it's right before Christmas or something like that, you're supposed to pay 1 month's worth of salary to your virtual assistant. Now it's up to you. You can negotiate with your assistant whether or not you want to do this. I don't pay, for instance, for sick days. I very much am, you get paid when you work. You can take time off if you want to. Please let me know ahead of time. And that's up to you. But in my opinion, sick days don't make sense, because if you're not getting work done for me, I don't think you should get paid. I think that's fair. But again, negotiate with your virtual assistant. Everyone is different in that. I also get asked a lot, how many hours per week does my virtual assistant work for me? And as I said, I have 4 virtual assistants. They're all full-time. I only personally recommend hiring full-time. Well, that's not true. I recommend hiring full-time assistants, but if you only need someone for 10 hours a week, start with 10 hours a week. If you only need 20 hours a week, start with 20 hours a week. But the reason I like a full-time assistant, and I actually tell my assistants that I don't want you working for anyone else except for me. If you need more money, work more hours. And the reason for that is I want them fully focused and all their attention on this one business. If your assistant is working 2 different jobs, if they're kind of hedging their bet, that means they're not fully in the door. If they're half in, half out the door, they're just not as dedicated to your business, and I don't want to deal with it. I want someone that they feel the obligation to be fully invested and fully present. And also, I noticed for myself, if I have multiple projects, I'm spread too thin. And same thing goes with my assistants, my employees. I don't want them spread too thin. I don't want them, like I tell them, hey, this needs to get done within 24 hours. And they have another boss that says, no, this task needs to get done within 24 hours. And then they have to decide between the two of us. So I tell my virtual assistants, I only want to hire you if you're full-time, and I want you to be dedicated. But if you're nervous, if this is the first time you ever hired a virtual assistant, you can find someone that can do 10 hours a week. And maybe they have kids that they're taking care of, and they only have 10 hours a week, or maybe they do have other jobs. Another issue people ask me a lot is, how do you track their time and how do you trust them? Obviously, I use Hubstaff to track their time, very black and white, very binary. And as far as trust, I don't think you need to have a lot of trust, because with Hubstaff, it takes the random screenshots and you can check in on them. And if they do screw up, you can fire them. I mean, it's emotionally, it might be difficult, but it's very easy to fire someone. And even emotionally, it's a little bit easier to fire someone in the Philippines, to be honest, that you've never actually met in person than it is. Like, I've had both in-person employees in the United States and virtual assistants, and it's a lot easier to fire a virtual assistant. Now, don't get me wrong, I never want to do it, but I've had virtual assistants that have acted up, and like I mentioned, someone cheated me out of money. They were charging time when they shouldn't have, and as soon as I caught them, I'm like, you're done, like fired. There's no emotional attachment there. That being said, generally speaking, I completely trust my virtual assistants. My main assistant, Dan, I would trust him with my bank account. Like, he's built up that much trust with me over time. So it's up to you, but using Hubstaff, I don't think you need to have a ton of trust. And speaking of trust, as far as giving your virtual assistants passwords, I would highly, highly recommend LastPass. I think it's like $13 or $12 a year, and it allows you to give all your virtual assistants passwords. And the family plan, the way it basically works is you have all your passwords and it saves it for you in the Chrome browser. And then you can set your virtual assistants to have a separate login. And they put the plugin, they log into their plugin on their browser, and it automatically fills in the password field, and your assistants can't see the password. So that way, if you ever have to fire a virtual assistant, all you have to do is delete them from LastPass. You don't have to go through and change all your passwords. Because for instance, I give my assistants access to my Instagram, to my email, to my website, to affiliate accounts, like all these different things. And if I were to fire them normally, like in the old days, I'd have to change 20 different passwords, which is a huge pain in the ass. But now with LastPass, I just click one button, I delete them from my LastPass account, and they lose access to everything. I also already mentioned somewhat how to give your virtual assistants tasks. You can either send them an email, in Asana, I have the task channel, and you can write out the steps for the task. Or if it's something a little bit more complicated, you can do a screen recording and then sync it with Dropbox so they can watch it. Now, when I first started, I would only give my virtual assistants tasks by doing the screen recording thing, because to be honest, I didn't trust them enough. Nowadays, I trust them a lot more. I might say more general, like it used to be that I'd only give them step-by-step instructions saying, do this, then do this, then do this. Or now I might say, hey, let's start an affiliate program. Do some research, figure out how to start an affiliate program, and contact, I'll give them more general outlines, not as step-by-step, and I don't mind writing it out. And the benefit of being able to write it out is that you can be on your laptop at a coffee shop, where screen recordings, you need to be somewhere where it's okay, you can get the volume, the audio, and all that kind of stuff. I also get asked a lot about what hours do your virtual assistants work? And for me personally, I tell them work whenever you want. I don't care. If you want to work 4 hours a day and Monday through Sunday, you can do that. If you want to work nighttime your time, daytime your time, it doesn't matter. Now, some people I've talked to, some of my friends, they actually make their virtual assistants stay up at night and work the same time as like American time zones. I don't have them do, I want them I might not pay as much as some people, but I try to be a better boss by saying, work when you want, where you want, like I don't even care. Now, you could be a little bit more strict, that's completely up to you, but I generally speaking say, let them work on the time frames that's up to them. Now, one of the things I have started to do is I ask them to give me a schedule. About what time are you going to be working every day? That way, are they working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day their time, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day their time? That way I know that if I go online at certain times, there's likely to be some overlap. Now, usually they're working, most of the time that they're working is while I'm sleeping, but 7 o'clock at night, for instance, or 5 o'clock at night, we can get together. And I don't know if I've already mentioned this, but I'll mention it again. One thing, for instance, is 5 o'clock every Monday, we have that weekly meeting. And so I know 5 o'clock that day, that's like the only time I ever make them show up at a certain time. The rest of it, it's up to them, but I ask them to post their schedule in Slack. I have a channel called Schedule, I think it is, and it basically, every day I want them to post in there what times they're planning on working that day, just in case another assistant needs to get a hold of them and have some kind of conversation with them, or if I need to get a hold of them and have a Skype conversation with them, I can. And the last question I get often is about raises. How often should you give your virtual assistant raises? Now, I'm not an expert at this. I think maybe every 6 months to a year, you should reevaluate with your different assistants, see how good of a job they're doing, but you can always surprise them. Like if you have an assistant that's doing really amazing, then you can surprise them and give them a little bit of a raise. If you see that they, basically ask yourself, how much am I paying this person? Are they worth that much, or are they worth more? How sad would you be if they left you? You know what, and I've had some assistants where if they left me, I could have cared less. And I currently have some assistants where if they left me, it'd be really sad. So do your own research and do what feels good for you.
At this point, you're a millionaire, you're making a ton of money with your business, or you're not yet. But one thing that is really interesting that a lot of people might be wondering is, how do you audition for a show like Shark Tank? And I auditioned for Shark Tank. I got in a couple rounds. I ended up getting cut, but I'm gonna show you the process if you wanna get on Shark Tank of how to do it. I actually flew to Miami. I auditioned, and this is a vlog style video. I don't really do a lot of vlog style videos, but this is one of the first videos I did that was more interactive, more vlog style. So right now I'm going to show you how you can audition for Shark Tank. And an important thing to keep in mind is all the products that are on Shark Tank, those are always passion products. People that are on the Shark Tank show, what are they selling? They're selling a product that they're passionate about. And that's what I teach in my program. That's why I called it the passion product formula. If you really want to have success, if you want to get on Shark Tank, you need to create a passion product. But let me show you right now how I auditioned for Shark Tank and how you can too.
Today we're going to Miami to audition for Shark Tank, and I'm going to be auditioning for my company, Performance Nut Butter.
And I'll be auditioning for Vino Cards.
And in this video, I want to show you exactly what it's like how you get on the show, every step of the audition. And hopefully we'll show you some tips and tricks. I did a lot of research for how to get on Shark Tank, so let's get into the tactics. So there's a few steps to getting on Shark Tank. The first one, and what we're doing today, is going to Miami and auditioning. Now you don't have to go to Miami to do it. They do auditionings, they do tryouts all over the country. You can go to their website. I'll put a link down below for the list of all the, bless you.
Thank you.
For all the different tryouts. There was one in LA, but I'm gonna be in the Philippines going to meet my virtual assistant. I wasn't able to make that. That's why we decided to go to Miami. And Miami's also,
vacation.
Yeah, Miami's also just a fun vacation. I actually, right after I quit my corporate job, I lived there for a few months, like right when I was starting my first online business. So, and I haven't been back since I first moved there. So this is kind of like a big deal for me. There's a lot, I'll tell the rest of the story about that. There's a lot of story behind why Miami, all that kind of stuff. But anyways, back to Shark Tank. So the first step is auditioning, and you can go, there's a lot of different auditions. You can also just submit an email. When you go to the audition, you need to make sure you got to print out the paperwork. There's some paperwork that you're going to have to submit. And during the audition, you have a 1-minute pitch. I might share my 1-minute pitch. We both prepared 1-minute pitches for them. They'll then ask you a few questions, and you just have a conversation on why you're a good fit for Shark Tank. And if they accept you, within 2 weeks, they give you a call and they basically say, hey, good job, you made it past the first round. The second round, from what I've heard, you have to submit a video. You have to submit a video of like why you'd be a good fit for Shark Tank. And then from there, there's a few more rounds that I haven't really heard too much of. But in this video, we're gonna document the whole process, document our trip, what it's actually like to audition. So you know before you go exactly what you're gonna be facing, all the different tips and tricks. Right now, we're going to LAX, gonna get on a plane, and the next time you see us, we'll probably be on the plane or in Miami. So see you then. The security was pretty easy. I've never had such an easy time going through security. Pretty much nobody was in line. I guess Monday afternoon is the time to come. So we're about to get on a flight. It's about a 5-hour flight from LA to Miami. And I really actually enjoy getting on flights. I kind of use it as a time to relax, watch some movies, and I end up doing some of my best thinking. I end up planning out a lot of times the next month, the next few months, the next few years. That being said, today I need to work on some SOPs for my virtual assistants. Remember from last week, I just hired 2 new virtual assistants to work on Performance Nut Butter, and they don't really know what they're supposed to be doing, so I need to make that a little bit more clear. Ariana's upset with me currently though. We got into Miami and checked into our hotel last night. The Shark Tank audition is tomorrow, and today we're mostly going to be sightseeing in Miami. But before we do any sightseeing in Miami, we're going to go get breakfast and fill out the Shark Tank application. So I'll go over with you what some of the questions are, but I do, like looking at the application, I do have one big secret, one thing that I think will give us a much higher chance of getting on the show. I'll share what the technique is later in the video, but I think it could be huge. It could be something that'll differentiate both of us and make us stand out a little bit. So this is our hotel room. It's not the nicest, but it's in a great location. So not only is it really close to the Shark Tank auditions, which is important because tomorrow we're gonna be getting up at 6 in the morning, but it's also over here. Let's see, we got a great view of the river over by Miami. But I just kind of rolled with it. I've been recently saying over and over again that the entire universe is conspiring to help me achieve my goals. This is a quote I got from the book The Alchemist, where basically it says, when you set a goal, the entire universe conspires to help you achieve it. Because to me, the 2 separate beds, although it's a little, weird because we usually do sleep in the same bed, maybe it means that I'll get a little bit nicer of a sleep before the Shark Tank audition. And then waking up at 6 in the morning, usually that would really upset me. But you know what? We're gonna have to wake up tomorrow at 6 in the morning, so maybe this is the way of the universe kind of resetting my biological clock. Anyways, let's go get breakfast and fill out the Shark Tank application, and then I'll share with you all the different secrets for filling out the application and how to make yourself stand out, and we'll start getting into some of the action. On the application itself, it asks a lot of the questions you would expect. Describe your product in detail. What's the valuation, like how much are you willing to give up for what percentage is your company, what the money would go towards, how much you made in the last year, how much you're planning on making in this upcoming year, how much you're planning in the next year. I think those 2 questions are probably 2 of the hardest. Now, one key thing to keep in mind when you're filling out this application is this is a pitch. This is a sales pitch. So try to phrase everything in a way that makes your business sound good, makes it sound like they'd want you on Shark Tank. For instance, how much money have you invested in your company is one of the questions they ask. And so instead of just saying $30,000, I said $30,000, I cashed out my 401k, I put all my savings into this company, and I say all that just to kind of amp up the story, just so they know how serious I am, how much I've put into this company. So if you're filling out an application like this, you want to make yourself stand out and make sure every single answer gives them a reason to put you on the show. So another one of the tactics we're going to use to hopefully stand out when we're applying for Shark Tank is this is the Shark Tank application packet. We decided to print it on resume paper, which, when they have a stack full of white applications, hopefully this one will stand out. Other than getting the application, the only thing I need to do today is practice my speech. And again, the speech is supposed to be a 1-minute pitch, trying to get on the show. And there's some tips that I'll share with you tomorrow on how to make a good pitch. And I did do a lot of research on how to give a good pitch to be on Shark Tank. And there's 2 main elements your pitch needs to have. And I'll share what those 2 tips are tomorrow. But other than that, today, the only things I have left to do is practice the pitch over and over again. And we're gonna go to Miami Beach right now, and then later today, we're gonna go to Little Havana and enjoy the night before the big day tomorrow. So we came over just to check out where the Shark Tank auditions are, and there's already a line, and it's, the night before 7 o'clock, so we're gonna have to get up really early to make sure we get a spot. It's 4:30 in the morning, the day of the Shark Tank audition, and we're gonna go head over there in a second. I actually woke up at 3 in the morning, and keep in mind, we're from the West Coast, we're from California, so 3 in the morning Miami time is actually midnight. So I basically woke up at midnight. But I was so excited. I was just doing my speech, my audition 1-minute speech over and over again in my head. And so we're gonna go over, get in line for Shark Tank. The process is basically, they start handing out wristbands around 9, which means you have to wait in line for 4.5 hours before they even start handing out the wristbands. Once you get a wristband, you're allowed to go home, go get some breakfast if you want, and then you come back later for the pitch. So I'm very excited, and I'm obviously going to show you step by step exactly what it's like to audition for Shark Tank. And Ariana's right over here, and she's going to be pitching Vino cards. We were practicing a lot last night. So anyways, we got to get going so we can go wait in line. Luckily, it's only a 2-minute walk from our hotel to the line where the Shark Tank is actually auditions are taking place, thanks to Ariana booking a good hotel. So let's head out. So it's 4:30 in the morning, and there's actually not that many people in line. We probably could have slept in a little bit, which is what some people told me, but I was too excited anyways, and I wanted to be one of the first people to audition. So that's another tip. In Hollywood, they say you either want to be the first to audition or the last to audition, because the way the human mind works is if you're somewhere in the middle, you get kind of clumped together. People remember, oh yeah, you were one of the first people I auditioned, and they also remember, oh yeah, that was like the last person I auditioned. But if you're in the middle, it kind of gets clumped. Another big thing is you don't want to go right before lunch. You either want to go early in the morning or you want to go right after lunch. There was a study done in Israel about prisoners getting parole, and they found that judges were least likely to give parole, least likely to approve someone before lunch because they were hungry, they were annoyed, they weren't willing to take a chance. I'm willing to bet the same thing is true with Shark Tank. So let me go show you what the line looks like right now. Once again, it's not that long, and the waiting will begin. So it's 8:30, the line's gotten a lot longer. I'm gonna show you about how long the line's getting. Some of the people at the end may not end up being able to get in, may not end up being able to pitch, but I guess we'll see. So we both just finished our pitch, and I know I made some mistakes. There's some things that I would do differently if I would do it over again, but babe, what things would you do differently if you were to pitch again?
Yeah,
if you were to do this whole process again?
I thought it went really well. One thing that I would maybe do differently if I had to go through it again, hopefully not, is that I would maybe talk more about the questions or about the answers that I want them to know. So so maybe tell them a little bit more about what I want to do with the money. Even though she didn't ask me that question, I could have maybe incorporated that, so that she knows that even though my sales are a little low right now, just because I have a new business, I still have plans moving forward. So
no, so that's something I did, but I could have done a better job at. I had some bullet points I wanted to hit. For instance, I wanted to hit the fact, it didn't really fit into my speech, but I wanted to hit the fact that I have a YouTube channel full of entrepreneurs that I want to help inspire. And that didn't fit into my speech, but when later he was asking me some random question, I think he asked me, do you do this full time? I'm like, yeah, well, I also have a YouTube channel. And he was like, whoa, you have a YouTube channel too? He found that really interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know, what else? Is there anything else you would do differently?
I mean, maybe a little more enthusiasm, though I felt like I did that. But I think I'm just trying to break apart every little part of it now, where I don't think maybe I don't need more enthusiasm, but I guess it wouldn't hurt having more. So.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we got to be one of the first people to audition.
And now we have the rest of the day to enjoy.
So let's go enjoy the rest of the day. The plan for the rest of the day is first we're gonna go to Que Chapas, which is this place when I lived here I absolutely loved. They actually moved locations, but it's the best Venezuelan, South American food I've ever had. Super good. After we do that, Probably gonna take a nap at some point, and then plan is we're probably gonna celebrate Valentine's Day today because we'll be flying tomorrow during Valentine's Day. So we're probably looking at going to some nice restaurant, maybe a Cuban restaurant, maybe get some mojitos, salsa dancing, hopefully, or who knows, we might be too tired to do any of that. So we're gonna do our best to make it a fun night, go somewhere cool for some drinks, something. But let's explore some more of Miami. There's two important parts to your pitch. The first thing that every pitch needs to have is a good product. And obviously Shark Tank only accepts companies with good products. So the second half, the second secret to a really good pitch, and Mindy, which is the head casting director, talked about this, is a secret that I'll tell you tomorrow. But first, today, we're gonna go spend some time exploring Miami. I'll get some Cuban food, but I'll see you tomorrow to explain that big secret that really makes a good pitch, what Shark Tank is really looking for. But first, a little bit of time in Miami. The second secret to pitching to be on Shark Tank is the story. So it's half about the product, but it's half about the story. In fact, the story might be even more important. You have to remember, Shark Tank is a TV show. It's all about the story when it comes to television shows. It's all about hooking the audience in. So when you're pitching to be on Shark Tank, you need to tell your story. But the big thing I learned from this is to enjoy the journey. And the first few years of my entrepreneurial career, I did not enjoy the journey. And this phrase, enjoy the journey, has a lot of different meanings to me. And one of the big things was when I was quitting my job, when I was quitting my corporate job, a lot of people told me to enjoy the journey. I even got a handwritten like goodbye note, basically saying to enjoy the journey. And this phrase, enjoy the journey, was just so beautiful. There was like a glow. Every time I'd hear it, there was like a glow around this phrase. And this phrase reminds me of the hero's journey. And Joseph Campbell talks about this. This is the monomyth. This is basically what every story, every movie you watch is based around. It's the hero goes out, gets called to adventure, doesn't want to go initially, eventually goes on this adventure. This is what the painting, I painted that painting as a reminder of this phrase, enjoy the journey. And when you're watching a movie, you know that the hero, you know that the main character wants to achieve some goal. But you don't think to yourself, well, I'm gonna wait till he achieves that goal or she achieves that goal before I'm gonna enjoy the movie. No, you enjoy the entire movie. You enjoy every scene, every aspect. And when there's a challenge, when there's conflict in the movie, you're excited. So this idea of getting on Shark Tank, the odds of me getting on Shark Tank are very small. 35,000 people apply every year. 100 people are accepted. That's 1 in 350 people. That's like if you rolled 3 dice that each had 7 sides, hypothetically, getting a 777. You have to be very lucky to get on Shark Tank. Does that mean you shouldn't apply? No, not at all. You should definitely apply. And that's where this phrase, enjoy the journey, comes from. If you are interested in going out for Shark Tank, try it out. Enjoy the experience. I had an amazing time in Miami.
This next section is one of the most important parts of the section. This is a video I made that barely got any views, but it was such a good video. It was so important, but yet not a lot of people watched it because a lot of people come to my channel to learn about Amazon FBA. They don't care about more philosophical things, but an issue that kills a lot of entrepreneurs is burnout. I've experienced a ton of burnout in my life, and I've learned how to overcome burnout. And in this next video, I'm gonna show you, I actually went to a yoga retreat, I think for like 10 days to learn about burnout and to, heal myself, if you will. And in this next section, it's more of a vlog style where I go to this yoga retreat and I think about burnout and I think about how to overcome it.
There's one reason that you're burnt out, and if you fix this, you'll never be burnt out again. Burnout kills entrepreneurs. When I first quit my corporate job, I was constantly burned out. I constantly wasn't working at my full potential. And it took me 6 years to figure out what the answer is
to burnout, how to avoid it, and how to be working at your full potential. And I'm here in the Philippines. I'm actually visiting my virtual assistant. And the other reason I'm here is to do a 10-day long yoga retreat, which is something I dreamed about back when I had a corporate job. So let's get into the tactics.
Ten days later.
There's one reason that you're burnt out, and if you fix this, you'll never be burnt out again. The reason you're burnt out is because you're not listening to yourself. You're probably pushing too hard at times when your body, like when your brain just says, I really want to take a break. Now again, the key to fixing this is learning to listen to yourself. And trust me, I'm someone that's had a very hard time doing this. I'm someone that always thought, I don't care about the inner child. I don't care about how I feel. I need to get stuff done. I need to push myself and I need to accomplish goals. And if you're burnt out, or if you have that repeated cycle of burnout, which I've experienced in my life, it's probably because, like I said, you're not listening to what you deep down want. And maybe deep down, you're saying, hey, I just need to take a break. I need to go for a walk. But instead of listening to that little voice in you, you're just shutting it up and you're continuing to work. So let me give you some tactical tips. I got 12 different tips on how you can actually learn to listen to yourself. And I've spent the last 10 days at this yoga retreat. And yoga retreats and meditation retreats are perfect for helping you listen to like your deep down inner self. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share what the daily routine at this yoga retreat is, so that you can replicate it at home, or you can take whatever tips and tactics you want so that you can listen to yourself and so you can avoid burnout. So again, there are 12 tips I'm gonna share with you on how to listen to yourself. And after I do that, I'm gonna talk about part 2. Because just because you listen to yourself, that's not enough. There's a second part that is very important to this that I learned on this yoga retreat, and it's the biggest takeaway I took from this yoga retreat. So even if you're never gonna go to a yoga retreat, let me share all the tips and tactics that I learned. At the retreat, I usually start the morning with a walk down to the beach. The beach is just right down over that way. And taking a walk is a great way to check in with yourself, get away from work, move your body, and just see how you're feeling, and kind of get distracted for a second and see, what do I need deep down inside, a way to listen to yourself. So let's go in, I'll give you a quick tour. The next thing I'll do is come in here and make some tea. And for me, at least, sitting in the morning, sipping some tea, and it could be coffee for you, is another good way to just take a moment, to take a break, to relax, to kind of engage some kind of a sensation. After that, and the next tactic you can use to beat burnout is I'll go over and I'll meditate over here in the garden. I'll show you. So this is a great spot to come and meditate. And if you've done any research on how to avoid burnout, you've probably come across meditation. Now, meditation, I think, is just one tool. It's a tool for kind of sitting in silence and connecting with like your breath, connecting with something a little bit deeper, and really, like I said, listening, taking a chance to listen to yourself. Listen to what thoughts come up, what kind of things come up when you're not distracted by technology, distracted by a bunch of other things. So I think meditation can be very powerful, but again, it's just a tool. And it does help me a lot with silence. And if you are someone that experiences burnout, definitely try it out. So after meditation, maybe later I'll show some of the garden over here. After meditation, we go up top for yoga in the mornings. And again, yoga is just another tool you can use to kind of check into your body and how it's feeling. And I know in Western society, we often think that everything that's going on, all the different distractions are all in our mind, but sometimes you can find they manifest in your body as well. And by moving your body and getting some energy flowing into it, and I know I sound like a total hippie right now, it actually can really help avoid burnout. And maybe you notice something, so let me give you a tangible example. Maybe you notice that your shoulders are really tight and whatever, and if you keep ignoring that, eventually that could lead to burnout. But by doing yoga, and all yoga is a conscious way of moving around. There's other things you could do, maybe ecstatic dance, whatever. But by doing this, you notice where there's tension in your body, and you can kind of actively let it go before it becomes a really big problem, before you get to the point of burnout. One of the most powerful tools against beating burnout is really being grateful
for what you have and how amazing, like all the little small things. If you're able to watch this video, you've got a lot to be grateful for. And I think it's just reminding yourselves in the morning. So before each meal here, we go around and we talk about like what we're grateful for. And I find in my life, when I do that, I'm much, much happier. So if you're feeling burnout come on, maybe take a second, maybe go for a walk, maybe do all that other stuff, but write down, what are you grateful for? And then write down like over and over again every morning, I'm really grateful for this. But it's not enough just to, write it down and think about it. You have to feel it, which is something that's been, very hard for me in the past. But take a moment and think about just like how grateful you are deep down. And I think if you do that, it's a lot easier to beat burnout. And so it's cool because at this yoga retreat, we're staying in all these like little huts. Mine is right over there. I don't know if you can see it with the sun in the back. So one important thing to note is all these different tips, all these different tactics, it's also about how you do them. If you noticed, I was kind of running around, I was kind of frantic in the last 6 bullet points, and that kind of led to the mentality I think that can lead to burnout. So make sure that what you're doing, you're enjoying it, that you're actually doing something not frantically, like not holding on too tightly. Make sure to breathe while you're doing all these different tips, and make sure if you go for a walk, you're not walking, with the purpose of I'm gonna cure burnout, because that won't happen. You need to go for a walk with the point of enjoying the walk itself. The 7th tactic I have for you is eat something healthy. If you're eating junk food, your level of energy is just gonna be really low. Your likelihood of burning out is gonna be really high. Here at the yoga retreat, I'm very skinny. It's because I've done 10 days of a raw vegan diet. But in my opinion, I don't usually eat raw vegan diets. I think just, you know what healthy is. You know what good quality food is. Just put that into your body. Number 8, I recommend taking some time to yourself. So I'm gonna take you over to the library. And one of the ways you can take time to yourself is to read something. And it's up to you if you wanna read fiction, nonfiction, whatever. This has been one of my favorite activities while I'm here, is just taking time to read, which is something I don't do enough of back home. And when I do go back home, I plan on doing a lot more of. Number 9 is exercise. And this is something that I think a lot of people do, but it's also how you do it. If you are starting to feel burnt out, a really good way, I think, to get some insight is talking. On Wednesdays here at this yoga retreat, they have a silent day. And it's crazy how loud the voice in your head gets. So the whole day you're silent, and you do what they call a coconut fast. You can only eat coconuts all day. And during that day, I didn't talk to anyone. And right around 2 or 3 o'clock, the voice in my head got really loud. And it was really easy to start downward spiraling. And what I mean by that is I started thinking about how I'm not happy about this in my life. I'm not happy about that. And it just kind of, the negative thought turned to a negative thought, turned to a negative thought. And it made me realize how powerful and how helpful it is to have people to talk to, because the next day when I did talk, I found that I was able to get out a lot of those negative ideas a lot easier than within my own head. Now, on Wednesday, I was able to kind of eventually turn it into positive thoughts. But that being said, I think a major way to prevent and beat burnout is talk with other people. Talk about the issues that are going on in your head in real life, and they might be able to provide solutions, or if nothing else, provide some comfort. One of the unique things they do here at Baja Kalipai is something called inner dance. And I didn't have any idea, like when I signed up for this yoga retreat, I didn't know what that meant. And basically what it is laying down, listening to music, and letting your subconscious kind of like take over. And I think that's a really good tactic for beating burnout. And I'll just call that relaxing. And however you relax is great, as long as you do it from a place of consciousness. Like if you just zone out and watch TV, it's probably not really helping you beat burnout. But if you can lay down and listen to music, or even eat food and just really do it consciously, that's gonna help you a lot. And one of the big things I took away from this retreat is that when I am eating food, I wanna chew the food. I wanna chew it, put down my fork, and swallow the current bite before I even think about the next bite. When I am listening to music, like really get into the music. And this is one of the things I will take back home with me, is this idea of inner dance, and maybe once a week or every so often, just laying down, listening to some really good music, and letting go completely. So however you relax, it's a great way to beat burnout. The last part of the day and how we end every day here, probably how you end every day too, is a good night's sleep. So make sure you have practices, and this is something I struggle with and I'm trying to do a better job at. Make sure you have practices so that when you do go to bed, you know, your environment is clean and that you get a good night's sleep. There's a second part to stopping burnout, and this is something that I really struggled with for the last 6 years. Since I quit my corporate job, since I started doing the entrepreneur thing, I've done a very bad job at this, and that's loving yourself. And I know that sounds really weird and hippie, whatever, but for the last 6 years, I grinded. And I would, even if I was in pain, even if my back hurt, whatever, I would sit in that chair and I would do work and it didn't matter. And deep down, the reason why is I didn't give myself enough love. So let me break down what this means, because I think this is, again, something that you hear hippie people talk about. And you're like, well, what does that mean? So what that means to me is, think about if you had someone in your life that you absolutely love, like unconditional love, and they said, hey, my back really hurts, and I'm not thinking clearly. Do I need to keep working? You'd say no. Hey, go take a break, go take a walk, go to the beach, go, get some exercise in. But we don't do that to ourselves a lot of times. A lot of times to ourselves, we say, keep working, we crack the whip and we say, keep going. And I think part of the reason why we do this is not trusting. Again, this is another thing that I feel like you hear the hippies talking about all the time. And let me break down what this means. If you deeply trust that once you go take that walk, once you take that break and come back to your work, you'll actually be more productive. If you really believe that, which is kind of obvious when you think about it, you're gonna go take that break. There's so many times where I'm pushing and grinding, or at least in the past, I've grinded and I'm just not getting anywhere. I spend hours working on something and I don't get anywhere. I go take a walk or I go to the beach or do whatever, and I come back and I easily complete the task I did. And this is the secret to success that nobody is talking about. Know when to push yourself, but at the same time, know when it's time to take a break. And the only way you can do that is by, like I said, listening to yourself and then loving yourself, and loving yourself in a way that says, hey, if I need to take a break, go do it. And I trust that when I get back, the work is gonna get done, and it's probably gonna even be easier. So I'm gonna leave you with one last thought. And during one of the sessions here that they call inner dance, which is basically laying down, listening to music, and kind of letting your brain relax, I replayed the last 6-7 years of struggling as an entrepreneur and all the pain I caused myself. It was extremely painful to kind of remember all the hard times. But in that session, what I realized is that's part of the journey. That's part of it. So no matter what stage you're at, the last thing I want to leave you with, no matter what stage of the journey you're at, whether you're at the struggle stage or whether you're at what I think I'm at right now, which is kind of reaping the rewards, the harvesting stage, remember to enjoy the journey.
So you're one of the few people that actually watched this entire video, and congratulations. And as a thank you, I have a free 8-hour step-by-step Amazon course that you can get just by clicking on this video right here. If you haven't watched this video yet, click on this video right now, watch it. It's a free course. I could charge $1,000 for this course, but I'm gonna give it to you for free. All you gotta do is click right here. It's a free YouTube video. So click on that video. I'll see you in the next video, and thanks for watching.